All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to call this special meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees to order, and we're going to start with our roll call, Madam Clerk. Sorry, I know you're drinking water, sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. I seem to forget who I was. President Taylor,
I'm here.
Vice President Nicolette,
Good morning.
Trustee Church,
Here.
Trustee Mayberry. Here. I am here. Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Smith.
Here.
Student Representative Custer. Here. We have a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. We're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance, and we are going to ask Dr. Bryan if he would lead us in this pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. All right, big meeting, everybody, today. So let's get right to the adoption of the agenda. If it is the pleasure of the board looking for a motion to adopt the agenda, we have a motion by Trustee Rodriguez. Is there a second? Seconded by Clerk Minetto. Seeing no discussion. JJ, any public comment on adopting the agenda? No. Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? The motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. We're going to be jumping into our sole agenda item, the reason that we are here today. Presentation by the Bryan Group and the facilitation of in-person interviews by the Bryan Group and the Board of Trustees with the following finalists for the position of Superintendent of Schools for the Washoe County School District: Ms. Joan Ebert, Dr. Susan Enfield, Dr. Sherelle Hobbs, Dr. Sean Loescher, and Dr. Caprice Young. The board may consider the character, competence, or alleged misconduct of Ms. Joan Ebert, Dr. Susan Enfield, Dr. Sherelle Hobbs, Dr. Sean Loescher, and Dr. Caprice Young. This is for information and discussion. Just as a reminder, today our job is to do the interview. I've shared some details with you after having a conversation with our search consultants. So everyone had that email. I wanted to get it to you last night, at least a little bit of advance, as much as you could, so we can prepare for today. And but then we will be taking action on this item at our board meeting next Tuesday, special meeting. We all have those things scheduled as well. So today our job was going to be to go through the interview process. Okay, and that being said, as we start, we're going to turn it over to Miss Emily Ellison for some, HR do's and don'ts and stuff like that happens during these searches. And as you come, Emily, thank you. Thank you. A big thank you to you and your staff. I know it's a big, big undertaking, the search in and of itself, and these last couple of days and all the coordination and logistics and all of those things that you had to go through to help get all of us through this process. And it certainly could not have been easy. And I know sometimes there were challenges, sometimes we were challenging and all of that stuff. But I just want to say on behalf of all of us, thank you for all that hard work.
Thank you. Well, on behalf of my staff and myself, it's our pleasure, and we have been very blessed to have so many great candidates to work with over the last couple of days. So, again, for the record, my name is Emily Ellison. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer, and prior to any hiring decision or commencement of an interview committee, we generally do a human resources orientation where we talk about some of the do's and don'ts of the district's hiring process. My speech is normally much longer because our typical interview committees have a lot more paperwork to do in terms of confidentiality forms and things that aren't really applicable to a public meeting. But I did want to spend a little bit of time to reiterate the district's commitment to equal opportunity in employment. When we're talking about employment, we mean anything related to employment. So hiring, firing, promotion, demotion, any type of employment action, this district is committed to equal opportunity and to preventing any action being taken based on an individual's actual or perceived race, color, religion, sex, including pregnancy, national origin, age, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, genetic information, veterans or military status, marital status, political affiliation, disability, or the presence of any sensory, physical, or mental handicap in any of our decision making. So that can happen in a couple of ways in interview committees, and most often it's unintentional. Of course, there might be a situation where someone would ask a direct question that could solicit someone's status in one of these protected classes. Myself, and I'm sure Board Counsel Hall, would strongly discourage that sort of thing because that is a very, very clear violation of an individual's rights in this process. The other way that this can happen or come up is either through casual conversation with candidates, or they disclose information as a part of their response. So I like to give a couple of examples because, again, it's very unintentional often when this does happen. But a candidate comes in and we start talking about, you know, how's the trip been and how has your family enjoyed being here? And then we start digging into a lot of questions about their family status and, you know, what's going to happen? You've got a lot of kids. What's going to happen with them? Are you able to balance that with the superintendency? Again, like a conversation just sort of morphs into something that gets us into protected territory. So I just want to, again, highlight our commitment and stress that we should hold each other accountable for making sure that we don't venture into protected territory. The other thing that I want to be really sensitive to is when candidates disclose information as a part of their responses, we have to hold each other accountable, and you all have to hold each other accountable for not taking that information into consideration during the deliberative process. So, for example, if a candidate talks about their disability status and how that has informed their career trajectory, or maybe they talk about prior military service and how that has informed their leadership journey, that disclosure of being a member of that protected class cannot be taken into consideration in terms of making a hiring decision. So I'll be here today to provide support in case there are any questions or concerns along the way. I'm sure Board Counsel Hall will weigh in as well if there are any concerns, and we just really look forward to the process. Again, we've got some great candidates, and look forward to you all making this very important decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellison. Absolutely. Trustee Church, just turn your light on if you have a question. Trustee Church.
I'm a little confused, and I don't know that it's going to come up today, but who knows. Being a veteran or retired military, as I am, is an honor and it's also an occupation, and that military training, that military education would certainly be part of the resume. I'm really confused on that veteran military part. What, if it does come up now or in the future, can you clarify that?
Sure. That's a great question, Trustee Church. Again, Emily Ellison for the record. I think that many people share the same sentiment that you and I do about sort of the privilege and the honor of having served in the military. I think these protections are in place for more of the flip side of that. So in the event that perhaps an individual or organization wasn't as favorable toward the military and then excluded a candidate because of their status or service. So
I could ask questions about their military, in other words, tell us about your military courses, or, oh, you were in this field, how does that relate, or
It's really hard to answer hypothetical questions, but I think the most important thing to remember is that we shouldn't be basing any potential hiring decision on someone's protected status. I think Counselor Hall would like to add as well.
Yeah, I'll just chime in here. I agree with everything Emily has said so far, so take that with as it is. Second, with regard to the military status, the primary protection, in addition to what Emily has already mentioned, is that we're not supposed to get into the kind of military discharge they received, and that is a protected area as well. So simply asking about someone's experience or their knowledge is the same as asking about their background as a teacher. Right, you can ask about that, but we can't get into the discharge issues. While we're also on this subject, in keeping with what we just heard regarding the protections, it's my intention to tell each candidate bluntly that they are not to answer any questions in a way that would reveal their protected characteristics. That way they understand that even if they think a question may go there, they are not to answer it in a way that reveals those protected characteristics.
Does that answer the question for you, Trustee Church? Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Ellison? Okay, you're clear on that statement. I was going to go to you for that statement either way. So just to be clear, counsel's going to make sure he says that statement before every candidate as we begin this process, so that they have those rules in place. Okay, and then let's help each other. I mean, if I mess up, then President Taylor, just let's respectfully help each other with that, because we want to certainly be respectful of our candidates, and because we get a 5-minute period, if you will, conversations kind of go with, right, kind of can begin to build, and then as Ms. Ellison said, is unintentional oftentimes. Okay. All right. Okay. So then, I'm going to ask Dr. Bryan, just before we jump in, if you will, he's going to take us through this process. I outlined my conversation with him last night for all of us in an email. And JJ, thank you for bringing that email here for us, so we all have it before us. And then before we jump in, Dr. Bryan, I want to thank you on behalf of the board. You and your group. Nora's been obviously a huge part of that, and others on your team. As we've said before, this is the board has made a commitment that, hey, we're jumping into these waters that are a little unfamiliar, and some put a toe in, some put a knee in, and some jumped in and jumped out, and all of that. But
you're up to your neck now.
But we are all in it up to our neck, and so we want to thank you for your guidance, for your expertise,
sure.
For weighing in when there were questions. And then for continuing, because as a board, I know there are decisions like process and those kinds of things that I as a president could make, and would ask the BLT to weigh in. But what I've decided, as you know, we discussed yesterday, is we've asked you to lead us through this process, and so we're going to go with your recommendations to continue throughout this process, because that's something we decide as a board, and it's important for us to honor the unanimous vote on the board as we go through this piece. So again, just wanted to thank you before you give us some guardrails as we go forward.
You're very welcome. For the record, I'm Bill Bryan, the CEO of the Bryan Group, and leading this search, and very pleased to have been given the opportunity to do that. I thought I would take a minute for people who are also watching that maybe not have filled out their survey yet, just as a reminder. The piece today is just one of the puzzle pieces in terms of understanding different parts of a person's character, competence, and so forth. If you remember, or if you're watching and haven't had a chance to take a look at, on the website, there's lots of information that are other puzzle pieces. For example, there's a candidate summary, there's an interest letter, there are 4 references, there are philosophy statements, there's a resume. So we're building a case that the trustees can then sit back and, after having met people and otherwise, really have a sense at the end of the day when they make a decision, they know this person. They really know this person. So there are other pieces that we've provided, each one being very different, looking for a different piece of the person. When we did the interview on the 8th and did storytellings, that's a very different way of looking at information people are providing around competence. Now that we're at the meet and greet activities, the trustees have had the opportunity to dine with each of the candidates, and that's another slice, looking at them in a different way. And every one of these is an opportunity also to probe and ask questions along the way. Yesterday we did focus groups, and today we are at another interview, but a different type of interview, which is back in the hands of the trustees and not driven by us. Because at the end of the day, this is your process, not the Bryan Group, because you're making the decision. We still have 3 other pieces of information to go, believe it or not, beyond this. So probably on Sunday, as it's looking right now, because the surveys end on close of business Friday, you will be receiving from us a summary of the survey. You'll be receiving a summary of a very, very in-depth background check, degrees, certifications, jobs, W-2s, you name it, we did it. And you had said you were really concerned that we did an in-depth check. And we're just about finished reference checks. And our reference checks weren't just current jobs, and they certainly weren't just the people who they asked to give references, because they'll all say great things. We typically only ask for maybe one of the people they did a reference, but all the other reference checks are people who were not listed by them. And we went back a job. So it's not just the current job, it's the job before that, with the exception of Dr. Enfield, because she's been in the job for 10 years. So we didn't need to, take a deeper dive there. So you will have lots of information. And I don't envy you, given the quality of the candidates, in terms of making a decision. As you saw yesterday, and you've seen the information today, these are all very talented people, very talented people. So let me ask if there's any questions process-wise before I go on.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. Thank you so much, President Bryan, for your help. You did mention something about the background checks, and so this is a split question between you and Mr. Hall. I want to be very clear to the trustees with our guidance that any of that information that we receive is privileged and probably should not be shared outside of the trustees, so should not be distributed to anyone else in the community, since we're talking about sensitive information like W-2s, things like that. If we could just get an official direction on that.
Yeah, that's accurate. There might be something in the background check that is public, and we could review that on an individual basis. But as a general answer to your question, yeah, that is not going to be public information. Yeah.
And so what we'll ask in that is that there be, you help facilitate a process for that to be reviewed by Anthony before it's released. Right, so that a determination can be made. That's a very good question, Trustee Smith. A determination can be made. These things need to be redacted from that file or folder or what have you, and then that stuff that can be shared. Certainly, we want to share with the community.
Our plan was just to send those reports to Ms. Ellison.
Okay, and then we'll have Ms. Ellison, if she would work with counsel, and then that way when it comes to, well, we know the information that we can get, and we certainly that's sequestered with us, if you will, and then, no, absolutely, because and we want to be very respectful. I mean, we have a good candidate pool that you brought in, and we appreciate those who've taken their time to come and share that information, and we want to be respectful of that, and while at the same time making sure that the public has access to the information that's necessary for them as well to be involved in this process. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else for Dr. Bryan before we jump into this thing? Looking at our time. Okay, then tell you what, I know we all took everyone to breakfast, so we're going to take I'm going to say a 5-minute break because we don't do real well counting minutes break time, but then we can begin right on time with Dr. Young at 10 a.m. and I see she's here waiting.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. I'm so sorry, Dr.
No,
Bryan.
no, I did want to walk through the protocol.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. We are always equal from both your perspective and the candidate, that there's equal access to the process. So rather than say that you only have one question or two questions, it's a lot more precise and equal if it's equality based on time. So that we're going to do round one. Each of you get 5 minutes. You could ask 5 questions if you're getting quick answers in that time. If we won't allow you to run over, JJ will be there with, cutting things off, and we've got the clock up there. If you do run short, however, we don't want to cut you short on your time, so that when we get to round 2, which is another 5 minutes, if you only use 4 in the first one, you've got 6 in the second. So we're talking about equal time here, so that if you... Now, why did we do 2 rounds? We did 2 rounds because you learn things. And you may have a list of questions, but somebody, if it had 10 minutes, it may, answer all your questions, and what am I going to ask? So when we do 5, you get a chance to hear, refine, and even for yourself after the first one, you know what, I'd like to go back and go deeper on that. So you can refine it, you can ask a new question. So that's why we do 2 rounds. At the end of the second round, we give 3 minutes for questions to our student representative, so that everybody's had a chance in the process. Now, this opens with a 2-minute introduction by the candidate. And by the way, this has all been shared with them last night. And then once our student rep, Mr. Custer, has had his 3 minutes, they get a 2-minute close. So any process questions? Counting big time on JJ to keep us straight on this.
JG's good at that clock.
Yeah.
She's good. I will add, and if I may, Dr. Bryan, just some time. So during our first 5 minutes, if there is a follow-up, because the way I've kind of looked at my time is giving myself a little time for the follow-up.
Sure.
I can do the follow-ups at that time, right?
Oh, yes,
I don't have to wait for
absolutely.
the second round?
Yeah, use your 5 minutes as in any way that you want.
Okay.
Multiple questions, multiple follow-ups, and so forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I would think that if another member has a follow-up question on someone else's time, they should ask that during their time.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So don't be infringing upon each other. So that's the translation for that. Don't be infringing on it. Don't be, yes. Infringing, no. We want to let everyone have their time, and then certainly we can jump in with a follow-up on someone else's question, maybe make a note of that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And well, I will say this, we're excited to have our student here because we didn't know that because it's school time. Yeah. And so, so we made some adaptations, and I know the board will be supportive to make sure you're here. We want to hear from you, to give you an opportunity. I know that you were with your colleagues last night, with your peers, colleagues. That was a business meeting last night, although you had robust snacks. I just want to say that. You did have robust snacks. But they did. I got their snacks. I'm sorry. They did. They were right, Trustee? See, you missed it, Chief. You missed it. You got to make the rounds. But I know you were with your peers last night and had some great conversation, but we wanted to make sure and carve out. It's like we got to get the student in here, so carve out some time for you. So thank you. Thank you. And if you need a note for being absent, well. Okay. Oh, JJ's on it? Okay. All right. Good. So thank you, though, because your input on this is really important for us as well. So we certainly had to make room for that. So.
That's it.
Anything else for Dr. Bryan? Okay. All right. Now that 5 minutes is actually 5 minutes, and then we'll get started right at 10. We'll be in a little bit of a break, and we'll get started. Dr. Young is in the room and ready to go, so she's like, let's go. All right. We'll get started right at 10, everybody. All righty. This must be an important day. We're only a minute after I said how much. So that's really good for this. That's on time for this group, man. Actually, it's really early. It's really early. So that is all because of you, Dr. Young. Good morning. Yeah, take it. Let's get your microphone on. Okay, low help. There we go. Got it.
Now we're good.
I think if you keep pushing stuff,
Eventually, right?
it's gonna
It's
come
the 3-year-old iPad method.
It is. Hey, it works. So we're gonna, Dr. Bryan, you're gonna get us going with this, and then or should we have our statement from counsel first? Sure. Why don't we do that before we get started with each one, and then we'll go from there.
Good morning, Dr. Young. I'm Board Counsel Anthony Hall. I just wanted to give you a very brief statement about interview instructions. Specifically, at least one trustee intends to ask some questions about a variety of national issues that superintendents are facing. For example, transgender athletes, teaching critical race theory, sexual education involving gendered language. These questions are not meant to elicit your protected status. So accordingly, in providing a response, if any, please don't disclose your protected status.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Dr. Bryan?
Yes. Very pleased to have Dr. Young here. You've seen her, had a chance to chat. We're just going to start right off with, I'm not going to take time because she's got her 2 minutes. And she's going to describe, just tell a little bit about herself. And she knows she has an opening 2 minutes and a closing 2 minutes.
Okay.
And right up there, Caprice, there's
There's the
JJ's
clock.
numbers. So.
All right, and just before you get started, I just want to thank you for being here again on behalf of all of us on the board, in particular, in our community, really, and in our district. This is a big decision for us, as you know. We take it very, very seriously, as I'm sure you know that by now, right? But we're excited to have you. We're honored that you're so interested in our position, and we're looking forward to our time together here this morning.
Thank you very much. I am thrilled to be here. I'm excited to be here. And over the last 2 days of meeting people, I've become even more excited to be here. I have felt the most warm welcome from the Washoe community. And I really especially loved getting to visit Mendive Middle School and Reed High School. I now have my own Reed car keychain, and it feels like lots of positive, good feelings associated with it because I got to meet with the principal and 4 fabulous student leaders on that campus. So I'm just thrilled to be here. I want to let you know that my dream for Washoe students is that they all become courageous dreamers, and that through their education at Washoe, they get the skills and knowledge to be able to fulfill those dreams. That's what education is all about. And I know that as a board, you have a passion for that dream as well, which is why I'm so excited about the possibility of getting to serve the community here. I think I bring to the table a different set of skills than you may see in other candidates, because I have such a diverse background. Having been raised in a foster family and having 36 brothers and sisters, I get along with everybody. And I love people. And I also recognize the challenges that students who have faced difficult backgrounds have had to deal with. And I understand that not from just a professional perspective, but also as a sister to the young people with whom I grew up. And in addition to that, my career has included finance and technology and philanthropy and teacher education and instruction and curriculum.
Okay.
It's fast, it does.
It does go really fast.
It does. Yeah. This is what we'll do. We usually go around this way. So Trustee Church, we'll start with you.
Wow, I get the honor.
Well, you usually volunteer to go first in a tough situation.
Yeah, I would.
So I'll throw this one to you.
Not this time.
I'll throw this one to you.
And I guess my time has started, but I have handouts for the staff, and people that come up at any point, maybe after, as well as the trustees. So, and I'm going to take a little bit of time to express that I'm glad we resolved the issue of how much time we get. And it was discussed that I could kind of grill people over dinner while they were eating their grilled chicken, and I didn't think that was appropriate. I think these tough questions need to be asked in a public forum, as many of them were given to me by my constituents. And I have 8 questions. We're probably not going to be able to cover it all or much of it here, and it may be covered in the second session. But those 8 questions are: number 1, what would be your top priorities if selected? And by the way, a little caveat, I'm asking you as the potential superintendent that the board seeks and values your opinion or based on your prior experience. So what would be your top priorities if selected? Number 2, it's a long question, but it basically states that we're near the bottom tier nationally. What would you do to improve education? Number 3, or your ability to follow the direction of any future board. Number 4, social justice CRT. Please explain your opinions on how diversity and equity should be taught. Number 5, share or sex ed. Basically, the 4th and 5th grade guidance wants to change the name of male and female to, quote, a body with a vulva, or, quote, a body with a penis. As per above, what guidance on the subject would you offer the board as superintendent? Number 6, drug use, that we believe there's a crisis in drug use. I do. How would you address this problem, or how did you address it in the past? Number 7, chronic absenteeism. How would you suggest this issue be addressed, or how did you address it in the past? And number 8, transparency. To what degree would you suggest that complaints against staff, including our police, and the results thereof be made public? So I know I asked a lot of questions. Pick any answer you want. It's the rest of it's your time.
Well, thank you very much. And I want to start by commending the board on the process that you've had. Because you had the focus groups yesterday, actually, many of my answers to those questions were answered in those focus groups. The questions were surfaced by your constituents, by the students, by the parents, by the community members, and truly the staff as well, who got to be part of the process. And that inclusive process is what I really affirm, and I want you to know that that kind of inclusive process is also part of my style as a leader. And many of the issues that you've raised are going to be issues that we as a community are going to need to be able to address together transparently. But I would refer you and to the public also to those focus groups for my answers to a lot of those questions, because I know your time is limited. So let me focus on priorities first. The first priority for me is going to be getting to know the community, getting to know all of your critical stakeholders, getting to know the students, getting to know your staff, understanding all of the programs that you have, their rationale, what's working, what's not working, and then blending that into the upcoming strategic planning process that you have as a board. That's the best way to start, because I think that brings a kind of stability to beginning to start as a superintendent. A lot of superintendents come in and they want to save the day. Well, I didn't see a whole lot of need here for someone to come and save the day. What I saw was a strong school district that has a great national reputation, with an outgoing superintendent who also has a great reputation, and a very professional staff who is known nationally for their professionalism. So I see it more as building on a strong foundation. The second priority is absolutely absenteeism. You can't learn if you're not there. And so focusing on creating the kind of welcoming environment and academic rigor that brings students to school. Students don't just come for their friends. They don't just come for fun. They come because the education that they're getting is meaningful. And as the young people with whom I spoke said, they come because there are adults there that know them and are going to miss them if they're not there. So addressing absenteeism is absolutely a critical issue. My third priority is the staff. Really focusing in on making sure all of the appropriate positions are filled, that we're getting the quality of staffing that we want, but also...
Okay, there's that 5 minutes goes fast. We've just learned, huh? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll learn and adjust as we go with this as
Hopefully
well.
the next question is finish your sentence.
Right. Just so you know, our intention and the reason why we've asked JJ to monitor such as she has is for us to have 2 rounds.
Yep.
And so I'm sure he'll jump right back in. I mean, certainly it's up to him, but that would be my expectation. So.
That's great.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Smith?
Madam President?
Yes.
Real quick, I just asked that they get a copy of that, what I gave out, so they can be prepared for the second half.
Oh, thank you.
That's up to Dr. Bryan?
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. I do want to note for the record that I did actually attend all of the forums yesterday with all of the 5 candidates, and I can personally agree with Dr. Young that she did answer a lot of those questions, and it was one of those reasons why I was particularly excited to participate in the forums yesterday. So with that said, here's my question. Thank you so much, Dr. Young. It has been fantastic getting to know you. My question for you today is, can you give an example of when you had a vision for a goal or desired outcome that was hard for your staff to see or understand at first? How did you get them on board with the plan besides simply requiring compliance? What was the outcome?
Yeah, so I think the example that I'd like to give was with the Magnolia Public Schools. Magnolia serves 4,000 students in 10 schools, all the way from kindergarten through 12th grade. And they were created as a group of STEM-focused schools, very earnest and serious about science, technology, engineering, and math. And our board stakeholders, our board members, were really looking to see arts integrated for us to move from STEM to STEAM. And a couple of our staff were interested in that too. But there was a real feeling of, oh, these arts things, that's kind of squishy. It's not serious like STEM. That was the feeling. And I think there was some ambivalence among some of the teachers too about their ability to teach art, since they're science teachers or math teachers. And so the process that we used was to partner first with the Wallace Annenberg Performing Arts Center. And they happen to have a group of teaching fellows. And so their teaching fellows worked with our teachers to create science and technology and engineering and math integrated art lessons. These are things like learning fractions through music, or learning design and engineering by making puppets. And I mean, at the elementary school level, more advanced things as you went up the grade levels. And the teachers learned that that STEM and arts were actually, they went together, right? We also brought in an expert on brain plasticity to teach the teachers that they could learn. and to teach them that students also can learn that old ideas about intelligence being fixed actually are outdated, and that you can teach an old dog new tricks, and it's all about brain plasticity. But we went at it from the perspective of science because that's where they were coming from. Then we also brought in Michelle Judd, who is a scientist with JPL and Caltech, and she spoke about the importance of art and creativity in the process of innovation, and how important it is to be able to use your imagination to think about what the world could be like, and then that in imagination is what drives scientific discovery, right? And that was about a year-long process, and we took the time to make sure that everyone was on board and engaged, and sort of brought these things in little by little. But we had a comprehensive process, and I can't tell you everybody was happy, because there were some folks that felt that the time that art was taking up in the curriculum would have been better spent on STEM. However, I would say we got to 90%, and the implementation was wonderful. And we believe that a big part of our test score increases, frankly, came from that, the agency that comes when students learn to express themselves.
Thank you very much. That's
Thank
all
you.
I have for this round.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Clerk Manetto.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'll probably have a couple questions, but I would like to know what your personal goals are as the superintendent of Washoe County School District.
My personal goal, more than anything else, is for everyone who is part of Washoe County School District, students, staff, critical stakeholders, to feel proud of the work that we're doing here, to know that the work that we're doing here is transformative for the young people that we serve, and that our families are engaged and enlivened and supported through this process. If I could just sum it up like that, I would say I want everyone to feel proud of this school district.
Thank you. See, this is why I write things down. So, as you know, our deputy superintendent is retiring as well. So, what steps would you take to get, if you're going to hire a deputy? Tell us about that.
I'll tell you about that. Well, I like to have a right-hand person who is in some ways the opposite of me as much as possible. I like to have a partner who is going to have skill sets that maybe I don't bring, and I also really, really appreciate having somebody who is willing to tell me when I'm messing up. I need to have a partner that is that trusts me enough to be critical of what I do. That is what I look for in a deputy. I would start, frankly, by getting to know people internally, because one of the highest priorities I would have in a deputy is choosing someone who really knows Washoe well. And that may be different because a lot of superintendents want to bring somebody from the outside that they trust with them. That may be what I end up choosing, but I would start with the internal talent specifically because of that need.
Thank you. Now, this is what other stuff, for lack of better words, could you possibly be having going on? Are you writing books? Are you doing research? Are you, along with being the superintendent? Is there a lot of other stuff?
Yeah, I have discovered over the years that that if I limit myself to 4 boards, that doesn't interfere with my professional work, but it also allows me to have an external view of the world that provides input into my own professional development. I currently serve on 4 boards, each of which meets for about half a day quarterly, usually by Zoom. I would hope that you would allow me to continue in this work. One of them is a company that does not do business in Nevada, so it would not pose a conflict of interest, but it's a company that is a transportation company and serves the most vulnerable students in our society with transportation. Another is an organization called LARDA, which is an economic development corporation. It's a nonprofit also, and they specifically focus on supporting new and growing companies in emerging fields of energy, biosciences, the environment, and technology. And staying involved as a board member with LARDA will help me make sure that I know what careers our students are going to need as they're moving into the future. I also serve on a for-profit board for a company called Olivela, which I have to admit is just the fun one. It's a fashion company that sells awesome clothing to women with a ton of money. I haven't actually bought much on the site myself, I'll admit. But we created the company with the idea of being able to raise money for women and children. So we give 20% of our gross receipts to women and children causes around the world, from refugee assistance to St. Jude's, to cancer care, and then finally, I am on the board of the Fordham Foundation, which is a moderate think tank based in Washington, D.C., that also focuses its policy work in Ohio.
Awesome place to put the period. Thank you, Clerk Manetto. Vice President Nicolette.
Welcome, Dr. Young. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm going to continue on that discussion because I caught that you understand time management, and that is so important. Work-life balance. You mentioned you'd like to serve on 4 boards. So does that tell me that you won't have room to serve on boards in Washoe County and Nevada?
Absolutely not. But what you will hear is that I would likely reduce my service on one of the current boards in order to do that. I just think that that's the most important thing I need to be doing is giving all of my attention to Washoe County. And so if I were to choose to serve on another board or be invited to serve on another board, I would make a difficult decision about what I can't continue to do.
Thank you. Fully understand that.
Yeah.
All right. In your introduction video, you stated being attracted to Washoe County School District because of the current innovation and leadership. Please provide us with 2 examples for each innovation and leadership and why those components about Washoe County School District are attractive to you.
So Washoe is a nationally known leader in the use of data, and I'm a total data geek. So that is one of the, I'm not sure you can call it an innovation, but there are very few places where that's done well, where data is used not as a punishment, but as a way to do the job better. And Washoe's known for that, and that excites me quite a bit. Also, you have a national reputation around your work with life skills and social and emotional learning and Counsel. That is exciting to me as well. I'm also really excited about some of the innovative programs that you've created over the years, from your dual language programs to your partnerships with the community college to your big picture school innovations. And I think it's going to be very important over the course of the strategic planning process to look at what programs are working and do more of them, and perhaps even, and this came up in my meeting with the staff, identify some things that maybe have been hanging on for a long time, but it's time to stop doing them. But those are the innovations I'm particularly excited about.
Thank you. And I will piggyback on that. What variables, mind and heart, do you use to help decide what to get rid of?
I think the most important thing first is it of service to the students? And it doesn't have to be all of the students, because some programs are really excellent for a niche of students, and you want to keep those. But sometimes there can be programs that have been around since the 90s that are creating more work, but not necessarily creating more student success. And my process for looking at those kinds of things would be to involve especially the teachers, because they're the ones that are usually carrying out those programs on a day-to-day basis and can provide insight. Now, data is a part of that, definitely a big part of that, but also looking at how much money are we spending for what kinds of results. And in addition to money, how much sort of psychic sink, I would call it, is it taking a lot of people's time and energy? And so balancing that as well, because when you have a limited budget and limited human resources, you really have to focus on doing more of what works, doing less of what doesn't, and knowing the difference. And so those are the things that I would be taking into consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you very much. This means I get your time. No, it doesn't. I'm kidding. No. It carries over. I'm just giving you a hard time. Again, welcome.
I'm so glad to be here.
Yes, so glad to have you here. I have a couple of questions for you. One is, in your opinion, what are the personality traits of a great senior leader?
I think it starts with integrity. It always has to start with integrity, because the most important job of the superintendent is to maintain the faith and trust of the community, especially the students and their families and the staff and the taxpayers. When we lose that integrity, we lose that trust. It makes it impossible to do things like recruit great staff, right? Or convince families to stay in our schools as opposed to going to private schools. Or get bond issues passed if we're trying to get something built. So integrity has to be the first. Okay. But the other is, I think it's really important to have a superintendent who has a optimistic disposition. Someone who really believes in our community, in our students, in our staff's ability to succeed, and can project that optimism, because it's often the case that schools and boards just endure unending criticism. There's always something that's wrong. And those things are important, right? We have to take them seriously. We have to correct them. But at the same time, there is so much that's great about this district. And having a superintendent who is an evangelist leader is, I think, an important part of the role and of the job. And I think the third, there are probably a dozen, but I'll stop with 3 due to time. And I think the third is having a collaborative leader, someone who really values the voices and involves the major stakeholders and the people who often get overlooked in the decision-making process.
Okay, great. Now I'm going to just continue on that, and I want to, hopefully you'll be able to get these in. Can you give us just a short example of how you've demonstrated each of those 3?
Oh, okay. Well, I think my entire record of my career is a study of integrity. It's something that's very, very important to me, and sometimes it has been very difficult, because I've taken on roles and made decisions that have required me to make tough decisions. When I turned around the ISF public schools, I had to go to the public and let them know that the schools were out of money and that we were going to have to cut the staff by almost 30%. And the only way you can go through that kind of a process is with complete integrity. As an evangelist and an optimist, well, I hope that you've seen that over the last 2 days. I think that's the sort of thing that you have to experience. And I actually don't take jobs that I don't believe in. And I can tell you, over the last 2 days, I have come to deeply believe in the students and faculty and community of Washoe. And then in terms of collaboration, collaboration has been an integral part of my life. I think you can't be raised in a massive family like I was, as the daughter of a minister, probation officer, and a special ed teacher / artist, without becoming collaborative. Part of it is that I love people, but it's also that we get to the best decisions when we get lots of opinions and when we take into consideration especially the people who are going to be most impacted by the decisions that we make.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Another question, and we only have a little bit less than a minute. What is the worst and best part of being a senior leader, being the CEO, being the boss?
I think the toughest part for me has always been the tug of war between internal and external. Right? And actually, if you were to look at my 360s, the reviews of me that have been done over the years, it's always a study in, gosh, she needs to spend more time internally, and oh, can't she just get out more? You know, that's the toughest piece for me, is that tug of war between internal and external. Mm-hmm. And my resolution of that has always been to focus on what's needed in the organization, so that I can make sure I can get to that balance. And the balance shifts over time depending on priorities.
Okay. Thank you. I know. There's a clock there, too, so you can help
Yeah,
yourself.
I know.
Okay, good. I don't want it to surprise you. Thank you very much. We'll circle back for the end of that. I'll go to my colleague, Trustee Rodriguez.
Hi. I really enjoyed our lunch. I'm getting to meet your husband, and I know it seems like 5 minutes here, but I just kind of want to put that out there that we all had a lot of time with over meals and breaking bread and whatnot, and had some really good conversation. And just like Trustee Smith, I was there at the forums. I got to see the interaction there, and I'm really appreciative that you were able to be out there and answer a lot of people's questions. So again, thank you for being here. My first question would be, what would you want to do with your first 100 days if you were selected as superintendent?
So the first 100 days here will be a different first 100 days than I probably would have told you if I were here in January, because of where we are in the school year, right? So in the first 100 days, it has to be an intense focus, not just on getting to know and becoming and learning the community, but it also has to be an intense focus on making sure that the schools open well in the fall. That is the biggest challenge right now, particularly given the staffing situation, but also given the absenteeism. So during the first 100 days, I would have 3 priorities. One is getting to know you as a board, understanding your priorities, understanding your goals and objectives, working with you to set in place ways for us to work together closely. Another priority is getting to know the community, getting to know our programs, getting to know the schools. And then third, but honestly all 3 of these would be happening in parallel, is ensuring that the start of school goes brilliantly.
Thank you. And kind of talk a little bit more about that. I do believe for the most part that our community, our neighbors, believe that our kids go to school and they come back, and the vast majority of the community trust our district and puts their faith in us. With that being said, I think things that do hiccup our community is those small things like buses. Mm-hmm. That is the current. I know I hear that a lot from our community. That 90% that's we trust the district, we believe in the district, and are happy with us as a whole as a district. That bus is an issue. So how would you, in that first 100 days while you're looking at that, how would you address that?
Well, first is I believe that your staff has done some excellent work on this already, mm-hmm. with the strategies around moving to the hub system and really building out that as a strategy to be able to make it more efficient, more effective in the context of limited resources. But then in addition to that, really work with the team to focus in on recruitment and hiring more drivers so that we can address all of those needs.
Okay, and I know our team right now, and nothing against Kristen or our team right now, and I wish I had more time to work with Kristen. I think she's done a phenomenal job, especially in the last couple of years with all the pandemic and whatnot. So I guess what would you look at that's different that's going on right now as far as recruiting and retention?
Well, in fairness, I don't know all of the steps that your staff has taken to do recruitment and retention. I mean, sure, some of it could be money, obviously, because the rates are not what we want them to be. But I don't know that everybody who might consider that role has sufficiently thought about the benefits of, first of all, having a mission-oriented job. I know that the drivers for the transportation company on whose board I serve, they love their jobs partly because they're mission-oriented jobs. They are transporting homeless students and foster care students and special needs students every day, and so there's a heart piece to it as well. But also, in addition, working for the school district provides really stable benefits that often don't exist in other kinds of transportation and logistics jobs. And I would love to be able to see those kinds of benefits and compassion benefits included in the recruitment process.
Okay, thank you. I got a big question, but yeah, I'll just wait till the next one. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, save some questions for me. My colleagues asked a lot of questions that I had, so thank you to all of you. I guess that's the disadvantage of being last, but you're halfway done. That's the good news. So, anyway, it's great to see you again. Enjoyed our time as well, and delighted that you are where you are and that you're sticking with us. My question. And I want to preface it because I am a big proponent of charter schools, so I don't want anybody to take the thrust of my question out of context. But how would you bridge from a seemingly exclusive charter executive experience to a large public school? And how can you illustrate an example of perhaps how you've transitioned to one organization to the next? Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
That totally makes sense. Yeah, and I think that goes back to the sort of the tool belt analogy that I've given in some of the other conversations, and that is that I have a broad tool belt in education that actually began with traditional public schools. What brought me back into education after having taught early in my career was being the president of the Los Angeles Unified School District School Board and being responsible for 740,000 K-12, actually pre-K-12 students in Los Angeles. And my firm commitment is to public education, not to one sort of sector of public education exclusively. It's to all of public education. I also led Encore Learning, which is a teacher program where we were recruiting teachers out of the STEM fields. These were engineers and computer programmers and accountants who were maybe doing early retirement and wanted to become high school teachers. And so in that work, we were placing those teachers in all kinds of schools. Although mostly schools that had at least a 75% Title I eligible population, because that was part of our goal. And that, again, that was a program that was not exclusively charters. It was public education as a whole. Likewise, I was the vice president of an education foundation. I had a $110 million education portfolio, and the work that we were doing as a foundation was, in some cases, helping new schools start, but we were also funding the human resources work for school districts. Houston School District, for example, was one of our grantees, and the work that we were funding at Houston was around their recruitment of new teachers, their training of new teachers, and their promotion and changes in the career ladders for their more advanced teachers. And so I hope that what you'll see as you look across my resume is leadership in all kinds of educational institutions, not just charter schools. It just happens that the systems leadership that I've done has been in medium and large size charter school systems.
And what kind of commitment comes to your mind when you think about this position in terms of the length of your tenure, if you were to be accepted?
Well, I want to buy a house and stay for a long time. As I've mentioned to some of you, as of May 26th, my youngest daughter is graduating from college, and my husband and I are no longer geographically constrained. So my hope is to become a long-term member of the Washoe County community. And if that's 10 years, awesome. If it's 20, amazing. I know that if I make it to 5, it'll be a record here. But I don't see this as a passing opportunity. The Washoe County School District is a career capper.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. We're going to go to our student trustee. Right, but we'll go here now. Make sure you get yours in, and we'll go back. I'm gonna make an executive presidential decision. Make sure we get you there. Please.
3 minutes after 2.
Oh, can we get them now, or does that throw it off?
If you want, are you giving him 6 minutes?
No, we're gonna give them 3.
Yeah, you can do it now or at the end.
Yes, it'll be 3 now, and that way we get them right there in the middle, and then you just work our way back around. Okay.
Hello, it's great to see you again. It was great to have you read, and also some of the trustees. I was also on the group yesterday, the committees, and it was great to ask you questions from a student perspective and have all the students talk to you. So that was awesome. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but one of my questions is like, what does student voice mean to you, and what would you do to ensure that all the different teachers and staff are continuing to listen to students?
Yeah, I think that. So student voice means to me, well, as I mentioned yesterday, it's not just about planning prom, although that's important. Believe me, after the pandemic, we know that is important. But it's also about having a real voice in the education that you have. I would expect that student voice would include things like participating in the strategic planning process, making your voices heard in that process, also reaching out to your fellow students to elicit their engagement in that process, so that when the board is presented with ideas and directions in that process, that the student voice will be part of that. And that's just the beginning of the process, because, of course, throughout the implementation of a strategic plan, the students need to be part of implementing it and holding ourselves accountable. And just to the end of your question, I would just like to say that I think making student voice important comes from the top. And so by me being a role model for the other adults in the system, showing myself, actively listening, but also acting on your ideas, that will then encourage it throughout the system.
Thank you. Another question I have too is obviously coming from the charter school district, I'm assuming there was probably a bigger budget for in terms of like per pupil spending, things like that.
Yeah, not so much.
Oh, really? No. But obviously, I mean, as a county, we have a hard time, with funding in terms of our funding is not ideal. Do you see this as a barrier that would potentially cause a hard time either recruiting or for retaining jobs, or like create a barrier as your job as a superintendent?
Well, I mean, absolutely. People make decisions about what their jobs are going to be, partly based on their salary and their compensation. I don't want to minimize that. But it's also true that people make job decisions based on what their professional aspirations are, what they want to do, who they want to be doing that work with, and what they want to achieve. So I think, it's often the case that that people will come and teach in charter schools, for example, even knowing that they're not going to have the same rich benefits that they might get in a traditional public school. But they do that so that they can have the autonomy to be able to do the kind of work that they want to do. And I believe that we can achieve that same professional satisfaction here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to work our way back around this way. Trustee Mayberry, you won't be left with whatever is on the table.
So just,
Yes,
Trustee Mayberry, before you get started, so what's going to happen is when it gets to 5 minutes, it's going to start counting up. So just keep talking until you hear the beep.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Sort of a feel-good question. I thought I might be last, so I'll give you this. What led you to education, and what are some of the proudest things? What's the most proudest thing in your life?
Oh, wow. Well, I kind of started with education. I mean, my first job was as a teacher in a JTPA program with students that had been assigned community service by the courts. I loved that work. I loved that work, but I couldn't pay off my student loans. And so I turned into public finance and was in public finance and then technology for a decade. And when I won the school board race in Los Angeles and served on the school board, I fell back in love with education. You know, they say that if you're smart, you pick a job where you like the people that you work with because you're going to be spending half of your waking hours or more with them. And I fell back in love with education people and the mission. And so when I finished on the school board, I stayed in education. I did not go back to IBM. I stayed in education because I love the mission and I love the people. Oh, the proudest.
What are you most proudest in your life?
Well, I've had the pleasure of doing hard things, and when I started as an elected official on the school board in Los Angeles, we had 740,000 students, but 330,000 of them were on the bus for an average of almost an hour every day each way because of the overcrowding in the schools. We had an inner city and an southern city that were very overcrowded. And the plan when I got elected was to build 42 new schools spread out evenly geographically over the board districts. There were 7 board districts here. And that's not where the schools were needed. The schools were needed in the overcrowded neighborhoods. And what I feel most proud of is that that with my peers on the board, we developed a plan to build the schools where they were needed and to the extent that were needed. We didn't need 42 schools, we needed 136 schools. And during the 4 years while I was on the board, we set the stage and got $4 billion in bond issues approved by the voters to be able to fund the first part of that project. I left the board in 2003, and in 2017, the board members who followed, some of whom had very different political views than I did, continued and finished that project, and 136 schools were built by 2017. So I would say that I am most proud of that. And actually there's a book that's come out recently that has said that the building of those schools, which relieved the overcrowding and got kids off the bus and gave the staff an opportunity to remake education, was one of the strongest contributors to education improvement in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Trustee Mabry. Sorry to throw you a curveball by just going backwards. So, Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. So one other concern that I do hear amongst our community is basically parent involvement. I know we kind of maybe touched a little bit on this during our meals, but I kind of want to give you the opportunity to explain a little bit more. So kind of touch on the site-based management and a little bit about, I brought this up in previous board meetings, how would you want to see parent involvement in our schools?
I think parent involvement is absolutely critical, and it goes beyond the basics, although the basics are absolutely important, right? I mean, every parent or guardian has the responsibility to make sure that their student arrives at school having eaten, having gotten rest, feeling safe, having gotten their homework done, fully clothed, all of those things. But also, parents provide an important role in students' lives around just reinforcing the value of education. And it doesn't take a parent having been college educated to do this. Parents can, of all backgrounds, can talk about the importance of education. They can make time with their students to ask about what they're learning and how important it is. They can, most of all, support the dreams of their kids, to be able to say things like, yes, I support you in those dreams, as opposed to, oh, you'll never do that. You can't do that. Right? Parents have that responsibility. And I think as school leaders, we also have the responsibility to support parents in understanding how to have a positive and productive role in their students' education. But in addition to that, I think parents have a responsibility to know what's going on in the school district. to pay attention to what's going on in the school district. I was asked in one of the sessions, did I support having the curriculum for our schools publicly posted, publicly available? And I absolutely do. And the reason for that is that I believe that parents need to know what is being taught so that they can be supportive and be engaged in that process. So, for example, we made sure that our school libraries had copies of all of the textbooks, and that the parents were able to check those textbooks out, so that, say, you have a second grader who's working on a particular math piece, the parents can see what the curriculum is. Likewise, if a student is studying something in middle school that maybe the parents don't remember because it's been a while since they took that, they can read ahead. I know I've done it with my kids. And that's really important. I also believe it's important for parents to be involved on the school site, because involving parents on the school site as volunteers is really critical. However, I also want to say that it's important that there are behavioral expectations that are set for parents so that they are in the right role, so that the actual teaching and educating is in the hands of the educator and the teacher, and as opposed to interfering in that process, which occasionally happens. And when those expectations are set and upheld, then that parent involvement can be enormously productive.
Awesome. Thank you. Last one. I got more, though. So as much as I think our community is awesome, it's great, there's a lot of pros going on outside the district as well. I love Reno Sparks, Washoe County. But there is a dangerous element. So kind of going into human trafficking, weapons, these are things that are happening, unfortunately. How would you look at addressing those?
Yeah, these are very serious issues, and they are facing not just urban areas, but rural areas and suburban areas as well. And they're even dipping into elementary school grade levels, frankly, as the students with whom I met pointed out. And so we have to take these very seriously, because the number one, like, baseline responsibility of the schools is to ensure that the students are safe in the schools and in the neighborhoods surrounding those schools. So the first piece that's absolutely critical is to not be naive about the challenges that we're facing, and to monitor them closely, and not just monitor them through our own school police, but to ensure that the school police are working closely with allied agencies so that they know when there are other things happening in the community that might come and impact the schools themselves. I come to this with real experience, because for the last 3.5 years, I've been leading alternative schools. And the students that I've been serving have been between the ages of 14 and 24. And they have been in rural areas, in urban areas, in suburban areas throughout California, Michigan, Ohio, Texas, and South Carolina. And so I've seen it, my kids have seen it. And we've addressed issues like things like...
I think, our time is up, Gigi?
I think 37 seconds.
Sorry. Oh, finish. I'm sorry.
I've seen it, and I know that the only way to be successful is to have trusting relationships with the students, so they let you know when things are going on, because sometimes they're the first to know, but also to really work closely with the community police forces as well as your school police to follow up and move through things.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Thank you very much. Apologize for the interruption. Okay, let's. I'm going to go to this question. What do you foresee as the three major threats and opportunities for the Washoe County School District?
Well, the biggest threat is the threat of, holy cow, what's going to happen next? Right. I mean, we've been living with the pandemic, and so, you know, we've already learned that the biggest threat is the one we haven't thought about yet. We know that we're going to have to be nimble, that we're going to have to be prepared as much as we can for things that we may not be able to foresee, And that means learning lessons about what we've experienced over the last couple of years. You know, I think over the course of the pandemic, all school leaders across the country have had to do flip-flopping around things like masks and vaccinations and who's on site and who's not on site. But we do have some lessons learned that have come out of that so that we can have maybe a little more consistency and more predictability about that if we have a similar kind of threat. But there will be more threats that we don't know about. We live in an uncertain world. I think that is the first big threat. The second big threat is the economy, and how the economy may impact our revenues, because we're already in a difficult financial position. But if the war that we're seeing internationally right now gets worse or leads to major food shortages in Africa, since the Ukraine feeds half of Africa, we're going to feel that economically here in the United States. And so we're going to have to be ready and nimble from a financial perspective in case there are serious hits on the economy. I think the third big threat is challenges with technology. School districts all across the country have been facing malware and other challenges that have brought down their enrollment systems, that have made their logistics systems for their buses, for example, freeze up. And we have to be really careful to ensure that we have good security for our systems that could negatively impact our operations in the day-to-day. And so I know those sound like big, huge things, but they are. And we have to be ready so that when they do happen, because inevitably something will, we don't miss a step, and we're able to stay focused on the kids. The opportunities are wonderful. I mean, I gave you the bad news first, but the opportunities are great, right? We have amazing students, amazing faculty, a great community that I think is already very supportive. When I was blessed to be able to talk with your existing superintendent, she was listing all of the community support with different organizations, the relationship with the mayor, the relationship with the county offices, and all of those things point to a tremendous opportunity for collaboration and thinking about our schools as centers of community and collaboration. We also have a tremendous opportunity to really double down and focus on how can we radically improve the student achievement. And that starts with creating a welcoming learning environment. And it also means looking closely at what's working with students with different needs and doing more of that. Right, really focusing in on that, and I think it's important that we do that in the context of not hand-wringing about, oh, we're 47th or we're 45th or we're 39th, but just focus on doing it because it's the right thing for our students. And I really believe that by doing that, we're going to be able to be successful in our other opportunity, and that is restoring the energy and positivity of our staff, because everybody's been through the ringer with these last couple of years, and honestly, teachers are tired. Everybody is ready to feel good again. And we have the opportunity to do that by regaining a sense of professional satisfaction, by focusing in on what matters, and stopping doing the stuff that's kind of the burden.
Okay, well, we have 5 seconds left, so I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Nicolette. Thank you. This one.
Such great questions. I'm going to need at least 4 minutes of each of your time so I can get through all my follow-ups. I'll start with my own, though. In your cover letter, you wrote, "I became a listener and someone who can move groups of people to reach consensus." What strategies do you incorporate that you know have been successful with examples in moving groups of people forward to consensus so that people are not giving up their beliefs and values?
Well, the secret to the answer to that actually was in the end of the question, which is starting with beliefs and values, right? Because the times that we can't reach consensus as a community usually are the times when we are relying on ideology or buzzwords or coded language, right? The kinds of things that are creating a conflagration as opposed to bringing people together. And so in the consensus building that I've done, it has been specifically around how do we stop talking about sides and start focusing on our shared values, our shared commonality. And the more concrete that we can get, right, the more specific, I'll take a tough one, civic education. Not an easy peasy, right? But the more that we can get specific about where do we agree on what it means to be a member of this country, a citizen of this country, and what are the values that we share around that, the more that we are able to then focus in on the importance of different pieces of civic education, right? But it requires us to take ideology off the table and focus really on what do we want our kids to learn and what do we hold dear about being citizens of this great country.
Thank you. You mentioned the unknown, and we certainly have learned a lot about how we can recognize the past and what we went through and the silver linings. How would you, as leader of a school district, help your fellow employees and students and families prepare for the unknown?
Well, it starts with emergency planning. And I say this because I know that schools are the one place where we can get information to all of the families, right? Or most of the families. And so schools are a conduit for information to families. We serve a really important role, right? And so one of the things that that I did with one of my other school systems was we worked closely with the fire department, and they had this thing called CERT training, basically, where we had our high school students, usually freshmen, were trained to be CERT leaders, and CERT leaders were trained in first aid, how to respond to earthquakes, and also what to do when people are hurt and when there's an emergency, and those young people also were kind of a core that did the outreach to the other families in the schools, and that camaraderie that they developed in knowing that that they were the ones who were prepared really created a esprit de corps, and so we have a role as schools in helping our families be prepared and to get information. Also, I think it's really important that that when things do happen that we could not have predicted, that we already have in place really great communication systems. And now I'm going to tread lightly on this because I don't know what communication systems you have already in place. I don't know whether or not you have, for example, texting with all of your families or Titan systems for communication. But one of the things that I would look at is what are the communication systems and protocols to make sure that students and families and community leaders are well informed, not just about emergencies, but especially about emergencies.
Thank you very much. We have 10 seconds. What's a non-negotiable value for you?
Oh, well, I've said it over and over again. It's integrity. I mean, truthfulness is absolutely critical, and it's something that I look for in my team, because if you can't trust each other, you can't move forward together.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clerk Nicolette. Clerk Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President, Doctor. So in just a big long sentence or short sentence, what professionally have you done in the last 10 years?
Oh, should I go backwards? I guess I'll go backwards. So I'll go backwards. So currently I am the president of the Education Growth Group, which is a small consulting firm led by myself. And what we do is we put together groups of experts to support mostly education-oriented nonprofit organizations in their efforts. So one of my clients right now is I'm helping them to take their poetry and literature curriculum and put that online so that they can reach students. I'm also working with the EDGE Foundation, which does non-clinical coaching for students, most of whom are homeless or foster students or have special needs and need support with their executive functioning skills. It's filling a really important niche because there's such a shortage of clinicians, and so this provides a way to reach and support students without clinicians. For the previous 3 years, I was the national superintendent for Learn for Life public schools and the organization that was kind of their district hub, Lifelong Learning. These were nonprofit schools that support alternative education for students who had become disengaged from school. So my 14 to 24-year-olds, the average student that came to us was 17 years old, reading at a 5th grade level, a year and a half behind in their credits. They'd been absent for an average of 80 days before they came to us, and they were disproportionately with special education needs and English language learning needs, and we have an 89% success rate. And we define success as they go back to the traditional public schools and succeed there, or they stayed with us and graduated. And I'm very proud of that work. For the previous 3 years before that, so we're now going back from 2018 to 2015, from 2008 to 2015, I was the superintendent of the Magnolia Public Schools. These were the STEM schools that I referenced prior to that. The previous year, I was consulting for the Education Growth Group again, and my primary client was greatschools.org, which is an organization that has data about schools and about education and supports families in making their educational decisions. And prior to that, I was the vice president of the Arnold Family Foundation, handling their education portfolio and investing in education innovation nationally. Let's see, we're almost there. And the previous year before that, I was running and leading a turnaround effort for Encore Learning, which is the teacher education program that I explained, that we were recruiting teachers into the STEM fields and helping them get trained. And prior to that, I guess this is an extra year, but I was the superintendent of the Inner City Education Foundation Public Schools in explicitly a financial turnaround context. And these were 17 schools in South Los Angeles, serving 90% African American young people, most of whom were eligible for free and reduced lunch, and were 90% graduating on time. And so they were worth saving. These schools were worth saving. And that was an absolute pleasure. And that's my last decade in a nutshell.
So we don't have much time, but we have the most amazing leadership team of such expertise, it's beyond even thinking. How do you plan to use that?
Oh, well, first I'm going to cherish them and thank them because I know what they've gone through the last couple of years, and I got to meet them yesterday, and you are absolutely right, very impressive, talented professionals. And it's the reputation of that group of talented professionals that put Reno high on my list of places that I want to be. So I think I will fully utilize them. As I explained to them yesterday, I am not a micromanager. I fully expect them to be independent leaders and to get stuff done and to communicate with each other. And I value that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President
Trustee Smith,
Taylor.
yes.
You are doing great. Take your water. Take your water. I'm
kind of a
going to
marathon.
yield a few seconds while we just take a moment for self-care. Okay, so here's my question. Can you share an example of how you keep unfiltered feedback systems open with teachers and staff in decision making? In other words, please tell me about how you balance insights from senior leaders and administration along with the lived experiences and realities of teachers.
So the first piece, and I promised this when I met with the staff, is I always hold at least one full day per month that my schedule is dedicated to whoever just wants to come talk to me. And I usually do that regionally so that they don't, if we've got folks in South Reno, I'm not asking them to go a long way. I try to do that regionally so that it's convenient for them. But also a critical part of my leadership toolkit is what I call a diagonal slice. So a diagonal slice is where people from all levels of the organization are included as a focus group for a particular issue or topic that might come up. Because when you're implementing something, it's often, say, the classroom teacher or the office manager or the accountant or the data geek that are going to bear the brunt of the implementation. So I like to have them in the process when we're doing the planning. And sometimes that extends to families, to students, and especially families who are not the very, very engaged family. I think it's really important to reach out, for example, to families who may not have English as their first language, to make sure that, for example, if we were implementing a new communication system with families, that we have thought through how are the families that speak a language other than English or Spanish or Paiute going to know and going to be communicated with. And it's that diagonal slice that has made the implementation work that I've done the most successful.
Thank you very much. So my closing question isn't so much of a question. I know you're going to get a 2-minute closing, but is there a question we haven't asked you? Is there some dimension of your experience or a story that you would like to share with us that you don't feel has been reflected yet?
Man, this has been a very thorough process. Honestly, it would be super hard, super hard. I guess I would say personally, I'm not even sure you're allowed to ask this, but I would say that I'm very, very proud of my work as a mom. And I respect the work that parents engage in to raise their children. It's a heck of a lot of work. And it's the mom and it's the dad. It's sometimes the extended village. And I'm very proud of that work. And I would let everybody know that I'm not one of those people that thinks, oh man, is she really going on about her kid again? I love to hear about kids. I live to hear about kids. And so hopefully as I meet more members of your community, they'll whip out their phones and show me pictures because I love to hear about kids.
Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. I would like to deep dive into 2 questions.
Sure.
I'll give them both of you, and then you can allocate your time. Number one is that elephant in the room of your ability to deal with any future board, regardless of what direction that board takes. And the second one is social justice. As the superintendent, how would we teach diversity, equality, equity?
Okay, so I'll start with future boards. I can't promise that any board that gets elected would be one that would be the right fit for me to work with, but I will say that I feel like I have met quite a diverse audience and group of stakeholders over the course of these last couple of days, and so I feel very confident that that whatever board gets elected between June and November is a board with whom I can work, and so the short answer to that is, heck yeah, I can I can do that. And the reason is what I've seen is that even people who have very, very different political ideologies have very common values. And when I see the common values, that's where I know that I can work together. So the other piece was a longer question with a whole bunch of parts to it, I think. But I want to say a word about equity. So I don't believe that equity and achievement are opposites. Bless you. I really feel strongly that achievement and ensuring that all of our students have the opportunity to achieve and in fact do achieve is the essence of equity, right? I mean, education in this country is supposed to be, is designed to be, is promised as the great equalizer. And that means that we have a responsibility to educate all of our students. And we do have some subgroups of students here that are not reaching their potential. And so the most important thing that we can do for equity is to focus on student achievement and ensuring that all of our students are successful academically. And that also means making sure that they're successful personally. And part of making students successful personally is ensuring that our school sites are welcoming environments for all of our students, no matter what their backgrounds are, that they know when they come to school, they're getting an unconditional education, that they are valued for who they are, no matter who they are. And that is going to allow us to move to what's important, which is the equity of outcomes of students all becoming successful.
I don't think you answered the question, to be honest.
Okay,
we
give me
only
a
have
follow-up.
a couple minutes left.
Sure.
Actual courses on how we're going to teach equality, equity, diversity.
Honestly, I think that's a conversation that we need to have together. I can't come in from the outside and say, well, this is how I think you need to do it. Because integral to being able to do that well is having the communication and the conversation as a community. Now, I know you all have had some of that conversation already. So one of the things that I need to do is to get up to speed on the conversations that already have taken place, because I don't want to assume that those haven't taken place. So I know this isn't a very, very satisfying answer, because you're asking me to have a fully formed opinion, but genuinely, I think that we do need to teach about diversity. I think that we do need to acknowledge, for example, that that racism has had a big impact on the development of our nation. It's not the only thing about the development of our nation, but it definitely has had an impact. How we teach that in developmentally appropriate ways at each level is something that is really required in the community conversation. And again, I don't want to assume that that hasn't taken place. It's something that I'm going to need to learn.
All done, Trustee Church? Okay. All right. Well, we're done with the questioning here. Thank you, everyone, for your full enthusiasm participation. That was a great questioning round. And now we have 2 minutes. I think Dr. Bryan's getting up to make sure I don't forget that. I'm not forgetting that. You have 2 minutes for a closing statement. Anything you'd like to leave, final thoughts or comments you'd like to leave with the board?
Well, I said during this process that my personal goal in this is that Washoe County School District personnel and students and stakeholders can feel proud of the work that we do. And truthfully, I have already seen tremendous pride in the work. When the students ask me, for example, would you be willing to support schools like Innovation High that they're very proud of, or TMCC that they're very proud of, or different elementary schools that have a personal connection that the parents were excited about. I saw pride and joy coming from all of those interactions. When I was on the Mendive middle school campus, for example, I got to meet the teacher who runs the VEX robotics team. I love robotics, I have to admit. I'm such a robot geek. And that was exciting. I met the food teacher who had ratatouille on his shoulder. So, I mean, that's exciting to me because it means not only do you have a rigorous, relevant education, but you're having fun in the process. I guess that has to be the third R, rigorous, relevant, and ratatouille. I met a science teacher who had been at Mendive for, I think he said 17 years. It's that kind of commitment and pride and staying power that I want everyone to have here. And I want to make sure that all of the staff, particularly, know that they are valued and appreciated for the sacrifices that they're making. And hopefully, we can ask them to not have to make quite so many sacrifices in the future. I want their job satisfaction to be the highest in the country because they deserve it. Thank you.
That's a great place to end it with appreciation for our staff. So, again, Dr. Young, we cannot thank you enough for taking the time to be up here with us for a few days, to open yourself up to this entire process and really giving yourself to it wholeheartedly. That's obvious. So thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you. Take care.
All right. Then our next, it looks like we have about a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Our next interview is scheduled for 11:30, and we'll jump right in then. Thanks, everyone. It's a tight schedule, and we have some introductory things to do as we get going. And so we'll go ahead and start with those things, and hopefully our Vice President will be able to join us by then. So we're going to start with legal counsel, and then we'll go to Dr. Bryan. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Please, yeah, you're sitting there. How about we start with welcoming Dr. Loescher, and I will say this before we again just on behalf of all of us trustees, all of us on the board, and all of us on the district and in the community, thank you so much for your interest in our position. In our community, in our district. Thank you for taking the time to be here and go through this unusually thorough and comprehensive process that has gotten you to where you are today. We're honored to have you. We're honored for your interest, and we look forward to our time we're going to spend here together.
No, my thanks to all of you. It's an honor and a privilege to be here and to be with the community, so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Loescher. Counsel?
Good morning, Dr. Loescher. I'm Anthony Hall, Board Counsel, and just before we start the interviews, I wanted to give you a brief instruction. Specifically, at least one board trustee intends to ask some questions about a variety of national issues that superintendents are facing. For example, transgender athletes, teaching critical race theory, sexual education involving gender language. None of these questions from any of the trustees are meant to elicit your protected statuses. So if in providing a response, if any, please don't disclose your protected status. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counsel. Dr. Bryan?
Yes, just a welcome to Dr. Loescher, and he has been briefed on the process, so we can take it away.
Okay, sounds very good. As you know, Dr. Loescher, you're going to have 2 minutes for an introductory comments, and then we will have we'll do 2 rounds of 5 minutes apiece, and certainly provide some time as well for a student trustee to be involved in the process, and then you'll have 2 minutes to end. Okay, and then when we begin this time, we're going to begin on my right. This is a heads up for you, Trustee Mayberry. I'm so sorry. No, he gets 2 minutes first, Doc. He gets 2 minutes first. So, please, Dr. Loescher.
All right. President Taylor, Vice President Nicolette, and members of the board, thank you very much for inviting me here to this wonderful place in wonderful county. I'm so thrilled to have this opportunity and the privilege to address you all and to answer some of the questions that you have today. Over the last few days, it's been an honor to meet with you individually and to be able to have talks and to get to know each one of you and your hopes and aspirations for our children and our community, including the things that you feel are going very well here in Washoe and things what you think we need to focus on for improvement efforts as we move forward into the future. My current position is the Chief Executive Officer of Urban Discovery Schools. I am also a professor at the Educational Leadership and Innovation Program at Arizona State University. And in addition, I also act as a TED Ed Innovative Educator, being appointed as one of the 16 most innovative educators in 2019 by that organization. And in those roles, I share educational innovations that prepare our students for their future. And what I mean by that is that I think we need to have school systems that are squarely focused on providing an education that's not about perfecting education of the past, but looking at the needs of our students in their future. That includes having performance indicators for how well our students are doing that extend beyond graduation rates. I'm talking about performance quality control indicators to make sure that they have the skills that they'll need to be successful in the future. Now, how we develop those and get to that point is a process of working together with our community. And by our community, I mean in the broadest sense, our business community, our parent community, and the community members at large. So that way we can get a sense of what every child will need to be a success. We do that by disseminating information among all of our teachers and educators throughout the organization and making sure that we have a narrow focus of goals that progress quickly towards the things that we need for our students. With that, I'm going to go ahead and yield my 10 seconds that are left on the clock to Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Dr. Lozier. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. And Dr. Lozier, welcome, and delighted to have some time with you yesterday. I appreciate all you've been through. Thank you for your dedication to education. Your background is very impressive. My question is as follows. Your record is such of innovation and school redesign initiatives, but in an era where our educators are doing more with less, and in some cases leaving the profession, how do you reconcile the notion of being a transformational or change agent when what we may really need is stability and some time to recover from the pandemic and what we've been through?
Absolutely. Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. First of all, I think it's fair that we need to recognize that over the last 40 years, education has been critiqued quite heavily. And we have a group of educators that I think rightfully so feels exhausted, feels undervalued, underappreciated, and that they don't feel like they did at one time in our nation as core to the mission of our country by educating our kids. I think at this time, I think it's fair to say that we've come out of a pandemic, and as I shared with the community last night, where we seem to have put an expectation on educators that somehow they were going to perfect pandemic education either online or in hybrid settings within 6 to 9 months, even though educational practices had been in place for hundreds of years that had not been put into perfection. And that's not really a reasonable request. We've had some fairly unreasonable requests of educators. In addition to that, whether you believe one statistic or another, whether we're talking about funding at the 49th out of 50 state level or 51st if you include Puerto Rico, I've heard different things about Nevada funding for per pupil allocation, in addition to what we know is happening here in Washoe, which is the lowest funding rate across Nevada. We have to go back and have a different conversation about the value of education and the needs that we have for our educators across the board. And by educators, I do mean teachers, but I also mean educational aides, people that work on buses, people that are the first to greet our students before they get into our classrooms. Across the board, everybody that works in the schools. And they are all feeling exhausted and tired after that process. So we need to go back in that process, starting with the appointment of the superintendent, but culminating in February 2023 to have a very deep philosophical conversation of being grateful for the funding that we have had, but recognizing that it is not anywhere close to enough in terms of what we need in order to make sure that our teachers and educators have a decent quality of life that allow for them to, one, have the resourcing that they need in our schools to provide services for kids. Two, does not require them to hold a second job in order to make ends meet, so that way they can afford a style of living commensurate with what is required for their family. So that way they can, again, focus back on our kids. However, I want to put this out there as well in the closing minute here. Innovation and the close of the pandemic and the pressures we feel are not two diametrically opposed things. We have learned things through the pandemic that can advance our educational practice across the board. We have learned things that can change and transform our teaching practices. We have learned different things throughout this process that we can apply in our classrooms in different ways and modalities of serving things. Furthermore, Saying that we are going to have a time of stability doesn't recognize that the way that families have gone to work and have worked is changing. People are not necessarily going into offices 5 days a week. Services are going to need to be rendered differently for families, so that way we can support their families in their style of lifestyle and the ways they're going to be working. And that's a change, as Walter Deming used to say, it's the change that's already happened, that we need to recognize and get focused on that, so that way we can build momentum on that and build. So that would be the overview of my answer, Trustee.
Thank you, Dr. Loescher. I see we have about 20 seconds left, so I will yield my time and ask you another question when I see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mabry. Trustee Rodriguez?
Thank you, ma'am. Hi. Hello again. I saw you last night, like less than 12 hours ago.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Well, welcome. And again, I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for everything you're going through the ringer. Pretty much, I have no doubt the Bryan Group. Yeah, you look tired. I just kind of want to actually go a little bit more off of Trustee Mayberry's question there, and I kind of want to take a little bit deeper dive. So what experience do you have working with state legislators, representatives, and basically advocating and seeking funding?
Thank you very much, Trustee Rodriguez. My first experiences in state advocacy and national advocacy both came during the onset of the Great Recession, going back to 2008, 2009. And at that time, resourcing was dramatically being decreased. Essentially what happened at that time is President Obama in 2007 had set aside something called ARA funds for a Recovery Act, and that delayed a lot of the impacts of the Great Recession to 2009. But at 2009, we hit one of those physical cliffs where we were definitively going to have to reduce funding. And it was at that point that we made a decision as a school district to look at the different ways that we could advocate for funding for our students. And there's different ways to approach that. One of the ways that approach that is I did appear on occasions in front of the Senate Education Committee for the state of California, where I would argue for resource funding, for career technical education, secondary school funding, and for funding of programs that would increase career readiness for students and college readiness for students. Secondly, in advocating for different educational modalities, in 2009 I also was part of the National Forum on the Development of the Next Generation Standards and NGSS and other standards in order to talk with federal legislatures and federal officials about different ways that students learn and what would be important for those items. What I learned in those experiences is persistence is everything, and a singular message about what this means to our students and their future becomes essential. What oftentimes happens is we get caught up in numbers of scale, but we have to break those numbers down. Let me give you an example. Sometimes we go to our legislature and we have a talk about moving an agenda forward, and we talk about hundreds of millions or $1 billion. But $100 million or $200 million, while we should be grateful for our legislature for doing that, may break down to an absolute amount of just $6 or $8 per kid per year. That's not a lot of money to progress what's happening. Sometimes we think that we're doing something that is huge, but the impact to students when it breaks down to them on a daily scale does not translate into what the intention of the legislature had been. Oftentimes, legislatures have wonderful intentions of funding things, but don't understand what the needs are. And so for an example that I would give to you, in this particular instance, you can have a legislature that has put forward a tremendous effort to move something forward of saying, let's contribute $200 million more to education, and that might break down to less than $1 a day in terms of student services. And at less than $1 a day, we didn't even meet the inflationary impact of the year prior. So we need to be able to have that sort of conversation with our legislatures so that they understand that we appreciate with goodwill what they're trying to do. But the impact they're trying to make sometimes isn't reaching the classroom. And they need to have that understanding in full. I want to believe in my heart that when the legislature meets and they understand items and they dedicate money to us, that they do so with goodwill and great intentions, but sometimes have a disconnection at the rapid pace that inflation is moving and don't understand the gap that's occurring in terms of the wages that are required to have a livable wage in our community, the median home price and the median rent price that's being paid, and how that impacts everything from our teachers to our special education aides to those that are working on the front lines for food services. And I think that's the gap that exists. And if we can go back and continuously make a succinct argument with our government relations and our community partners, I think we can find success.
Okay. I'll catch you on the next round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. My first question is this: what personality traits, in your opinion, what are the personality traits that make a good executive leader?
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your question, President Taylor. For personality traits that make a good executive leader, first of all, persistence. The ability to not be taken back by setbacks and to remain focused on the goals at hand. We're all going to have setbacks in terms of working towards goals for our students, and we cannot simply give up because something hasn't gone our way 1 or 2 or 3 times. We have to remain focused on what is there. Second is a focus on service to our community and family. I believe in the inverted pyramid approach to leadership, where I am of service to my team, so that way they are of service to their teams, so that way they are of service to the schools, so our principals are of service to our educators and teachers in the classroom, so our teachers are of service to our children. And I believe that when you have an executive leader that understands that, you get a better result in the classroom. I think it's an unreasonable request to ask that every teacher be of service to their children without having every individual above them being of service to them. The next is the ability to find hope in the face of certain adversity. We all face adverse conditions. We face times when things just are not going our well, but you have to lead with inspired hope and the ability to look beyond the moment and share what can be next. And a final attribute that I think is important is the ability to lead with civil discourse. We all love our children. This I know as a certainty. That means we argue passionately at times with different viewpoints. I believe we ought to be able to argue passionately, but the executive leader of a school district has to be able to lead by example with civil discourse and inspire us all to be respectful as an example to our children and our schools of how we all should act towards each other as one nation.
Okay. I appreciate that, Dr. Loescher. I'm going to stay there and just ask you those traits that you mentioned. Can you give us a specific example of how you, as a leader, has demonstrated each of those 4?
Sure. Going down with civil discourse and starting there. I've led in larger districts, smaller districts, and in different places. And in large districts, oftentimes our boardrooms include auditoriums with 500 or 600 people, organizations yelling and screaming their viewpoints. I've learned that part of the position that I hold in an executive role includes the ability for anybody to make comments about me without my response, including things that might not be founded in any sort of truth or reality. What I have found is to listen for the hurt or the pain that might be behind that, to try and listen with an intention that there might be something there and to take something through it, and to engage and not dismiss somebody simply because they don't agree with me or because they've had something that I feel is unfair to say against me. I've also found situations where people are arguing within rooms where it is time to stop the argument and have a quick discussion about how we ought to be talking to each other as a ground rule for how we make progress together. So those are some examples, whether it be within the business community and arguing whether it should be career readiness or college readiness, as if for me those two things are separate, they're one and the same for me. Okay. Or in terms of arguing about sensitive issues that are about personal belief systems and structures that might be on opposite sides of a paradigm.
Okay. How about examples of the 3 other traits: persistence, focus on family, and ability to find hope in adverse situations.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why don't we start with persistence?
Okay. Example of that.
Several examples of persistence.
We won't have time for several.
We won't. We're going to give you the top one, though. In terms of implementing things, for example, as transgender rights, and the ability to get a community to understand what issues like that are about. And I spoke to the broader community last night. Oftentimes, we need to go back over and over again with a discussion about what is at stake when we do that. And it doesn't always happen on the first, second, or third occasion. And it doesn't always happen over 6 months or a year. Sometimes we require years of transformational effort to get there. But having worked on some of those issues in the long term and getting to a place of understanding that beyond that immediate issue, we're talking about issues about student safety and security.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Loescher.
Thank you.
Dr. Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. Welcome. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you again.
I just took those off and I need them on. In your May 28th, 2019 TED Ed talk, Design Thinking, you referenced unwritten social controls that collide with culture. Can you elaborate on that, the unwritten social controls, and specifically how the collision with culture impacts pre-kindergarten through 12th grade public education?
Sure. I want to write down to make sure I get pre-K in. We have a set of rules and laws in our country that are written, and we have a set of ways that we act that are unwritten. And when I talk about unwritten items, I'm talking about the daily cultural things that happen to people that aren't necessarily things that we are aware of. I'm talking about language that is chosen or used that might become insulting or create environments where people don't feel welcome. I'm talking about ways of being that not necessarily reflect the way we want the world to be, but the world that we just accept as is, whether it be in gender roles or any number of other issues. So we have written laws and we have unwritten ways of being. And I want to be clear about this for the Vice President. I don't mean this to be a discussion that is focused on the United States. I'm speaking about this in all cultures all over the world. It's not a local phenomenon, and I think it's important to understand that when I was giving that talk, I was in Scotland giving the talk. I wasn't giving the talk from the stage of New York City. I was giving it from Edinburgh, Scotland, to a worldwide audience with a notion that some of the things that we talk about, including the ones I think we're going to engage in this room today, are not necessarily localized phenomenon to the United States. When we talk about things like gender equity, sexism, racism, those are not United States things alone. Those things occur all across the world. And so what I was speaking about was a global phenomenon of the disconnect that occurs between written laws and unwritten things, and everything in between it, which is the vast majority. Okay? The administrative laws, the banking laws, the economic ways of doing things, everything in between. And how does it affect PK education? Well, it affects PK education in different ways in different places, but it does hold some uniform things in common, which is if there is a group that has a cultural sort of upper hand, the norm, a way of doing things, and another group that isn't part of that normed way of doing things, that second group has a different way of interacting with the community. It has a different way of perceiving what they may be able to do. Whether that be something that is actually and factually in place or something that is a legacy item depends upon what we're talking about. If we talk about things such as segregation, we're talking about economic systems that redlined communities and created de facto segregation in some areas of our country. That happened. Now, how do we go about undoing that? Because we're a great nation. We can undo those things that have been wrong. And that was the point that was being made within that talk, is we create these things where we create these predictive metrics of saying because this is this way, it must come out that way. And my point was that is not so. What we should be doing is acknowledging what is written, what is unwritten, and what's in between, but then say, is that the world as we want it to be for our children? And if the answer is no, what do we want to do about it? Because once we acknowledge that there's a disconnect between the world that we want for our children and the world that is if we do nothing, then we have a very different design sort of thing happening. We have to choose to either design a future of our making or default to what was. And that's a design principle. As I've said before, I'm a design thinking person. And in design thinking, we say that is the ultimate choice, design or default. And I believe once you know that something has happened and it's not right, it is our obligation to move forward. And that's our greatness in this country, in my opinion, is the ability to acknowledge it and do something about it and then create something that's better.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Clerk Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. It was a delight to meet you and your wife the other night. So I see you have several things going on right now in your life. So can you kind of tell us in a few sentences what you have done professionally in the last 10 years?
Sure. In a few sentences, professionally in the last years, Chief Executive Officer of a charter school group that is focused on innovation and works with a university partnership. I completed my doctorate of education. My dissertation title was Hope as Strategy, the Effectiveness of the Innovation of a Mind, which was about the attitudes and dispositions of teachers and how if they can see students differently, they can get different outcomes. Prior to that, I was an executive director and chief of a school district where I was responsible for their strategic plan, the implementation of their plan, restructuring of central offices, moving their central office, and general change initiatives. So I know all of the fun stuff. And then prior to that, I was district director for San Diego Unified School District, where I worked with secondary schools at one juncture up to 67 secondary schools. I was responsible for the K through 12 course of study, that is the curriculum book of everything taught K through 12, and dealt with those items, including developing innovative facilities for learning, which was approximately 22 new innovative facilities that were specifically designed for secondary school innovation.
Okay, thank you. Now, I see you have several things going on right now, and I don't know how else to ask this, but bluntly. Will Washoe County become a research project?
Washoe County will become my focus, and I will be letting go of other items. I would hope that Washoe County will be conducting research as we do things and bringing in educational researchers from the University of Nevada and other sources, whether those be doctoral students or other students, to help us understand best what we can move forward with in the future and what is most effective and efficient for our student learning. But Washoe is not a research project for me. I was asked this in another interview. The question was, you currently have X number of doctoral students you work with in these TED items and other things. What would happen with Washoe? And my answer to that would be, I would no longer be teaching the doctoral students at all. This would become my sole and only focus, and 100% of my time would be dedicated to this. But as far as the research question, I hope we're conducting research on every change that we are possibly making and on every program, so that way we know if what we are doing is in the best interest of our students and if we're getting the results that we desire.
Okay, thank you. I have time. What is your personal goal for working for Washoe County?
My personal goal would be to see graduation rates increase for our students, increased happiness and success of students in college and career. My ultimate goal for working at Washoe is one that I'm not sure I can measure. And I know we've talked with several of you about my academic work and my love for research and those things. So your question is completely fair game as far as I'm concerned about research. My ultimate goal is to retire from here and to be able to meet a student that was one of our students 20 or 25 years down the road, and for them to tell me that they're engaged civically and that they're happy with their life.
Thank you. And that's all I have right now.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Minetto. We'll go to Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much, President Taylor. Hello, Dr. Loescher. Thank you so much for all the time that you have generously given myself and my colleagues, and I also really enjoyed meeting your wife, who definitely earned the gold star that night. So my question for you, can you share an example of how you keep an unfiltered feedback system open with teachers and staff in decision making? In other words, please tell me how you plan to balance insights from senior leaders and administration along with the lived experiences and realities of our teachers and staff.
Thank you very much, Trustee Smith, and thank you for spending the evening with my wife and I the other evening. She did fly back to take care of our children, as I've informed the rest of you, and that is an agreement she and I have, is one of us would have to fly back, and she wasn't sure if you wanted to interview her, so the choice was simple for us. A few things in terms of unfiltered feedback, and I would speak to this having President Taylor sat with me in the leadership town hall last night. And one of the questions that was asked to me from that leadership team is, what would be my expectation of the leadership team? And I stated to him it was going to be a difficult transition, that probably the first 6 months to a year of a superintendent coming from outside the organization was going to be spent, in my opinion, which always seems right to me, in a process that is called I mean you no harm, a process of trust building. Because my expectation of the leadership team starting there is that they should not be agreeing with me. I already have my own opinion. I already have a complete thought in my head. From the leadership team, what I want from them is to look at the issues from different angles and to disagree. And even when we all agree, to take an opposition position in the room to see if we're not looking at things from all angles. General Patton once said, if we're all thinking alike, then one of us isn't thinking. And I've always taken that to heart. And that's my expectation of the leadership team, is to act in that way. And it's not a team of rivals concept that some people have heard about from different aspects of leadership. It's a team of collegiality. And in a team of collegiality, we have to be able to have disagreements and know where they come from, so long as we're able to do the following, which is what I shared with them. State not just our feelings, but state our observations of what could be. And then follow it up with some examples. So that way we're able to communicate clearly and concisely. In terms of getting unfiltered feedback, first of all, I believe in speaking with students at every grade level. If you had gone with me on the tour of Donner Springs Elementary, our first stop was in kindergarten, and the comment from Trustee Church was, I would have sat on the floor with you if I thought I could get up. And I offered to say, I'll help you up because the view's different from down here. And I was sitting with the kindergartners to talk and see what their experiences were. And one of the students turned to me to say, I wasn't sure why we got up when Jay came up. Well, the simple answer for that, for me, having seen a similar lesson before, was because Jay represented jump and there was a jump rope on the screen. Well, what it said to me wasn't that I don't know what jump is. What it said to me is perhaps what we need to be thinking about is front-loading some of the learning on a multi-regular basis, because not everybody's hearing it. So it's about collecting unfiltered comments right from the students. And as I talked to our student representative last night in our student forum, that we have to make sure that student voice is interpreted but not filtered, which is different. And by interpreted, I mean making sure that we're hearing the intention of what they're saying. I also believe in sitting down in focus groups, school by school, and talking with teachers, but also talking with people and making site walks with people that perhaps don't seem traditional to make site walks with. I make site walks with my custodial crew currently to talk about what's going on in the bathrooms and what's happening and what they're seeing, so that way I can hear things. And I encourage my principals to do the same as a modeled behavior, so that way we engage there. And I would be encouraging our area superintendents to do the same, and to be sure that when we see the parent that seems disconnected, the student that seems disconnected, the person that doesn't seem to be engaging in our meetings, that when we look out and we do something called minding the silence, looking at the people we're not hearing from, paying particular occasion to go and reach out to them.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. And loved your comments on civil discourse. And you actually touched on gender identity. And so I want to do a deep dive into a few questions. And I would have got down with you, but after that breakfast that morning, getting up is more difficult than ever. I did have a list, and I don't know if you have it, of 8 different questions because there's so many important questions. And I worked with some different groups, Battle-Born Moms, et cetera, Battle-Born Moms for Education. And none of these questions imply a position. I want to make that clear. People are going to go, oh, he's for this, or he's meaning me. These are questions. And I'm going to go through them really quick, and then you can focus on whatever you want, and then when we come back, maybe we'll deeper dive. Number 1, what would be your top priorities if selected? Number 2, that where we rank nationally, we talked about what would we do to improve. Number 3 is the big elephant in the room about your ability to work with any future board, whatever direction that board might take. And again, these questions are for you as potentially our superintendent. So that's why we would value your feedback. Then you mentioned the gender identity, and if you have an opinion on how we deal with that as a board. Number 4, or I guess it's 5, social justice. And that's a hot button term. People commonly say CRT. How do we teach diversity, equity, equality, whatever you want to call it? How do we teach that in this community? And then we have the share and the sex ed. And how do we teach that? We have drug use in the community, students and staff. We can't, if it's in the community, it's in the schools. How do we address that? Or, of course, in your educational background, how did you address it in the past?
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in. He has the questions right there.
Okay.
That might be helpful.
Yeah, but for the record, chronic absenteeism, and then transparency. And transparency refers to complaints against the staff. To what degree does that become public, or should it not be public? So pick any of those or all of them, and you've got almost 3 minutes.
Sure. I'd be happy to knock out all of the national issues in the next 2 minutes, 30 seconds for us here. And I hope what we will do is,
Please.
As I've said on many occasions where I'm working with people on some of these complex issues, it's not that there's a group of lazy scholars or practitioners somewhere that hasn't addressed this because they could and they didn't. It's because these are all complex issues. Okay. I'd like to go over a few of them, and I'm hoping that you're going to extend your time to continue on each of these issues. I would like to take on a few together in terms of talking about things such as social justice and talking about things such as gender identity. First of all, when we talk about social justice, I want to have clarity. When we talk critical race theory is a thing. It is a legal theory developed in the 1970s that tries to explain why the civil rights movement did not make a great deal of progress after that, because there seemed to be a will of people all over this country to move forward with civil rights, but there seemed to be barriers that were happening that people couldn't understand. So CRT is a legal theory that extends to a social theory, and those legal and social theories are typically topics that you do not take on except for at master's and doctoral levels. I don't know places that are teaching CRT in K through 12 education. I have said out loud to our community here, and I will say it out loud again. I have taught critical race theory as a professor. I've taught it for superintendents and principals to understand how do you engage in a process of critical policy analysis to make sure that we are not disadvantaging some students over others based upon their background, race, religion, or other factors that should have no bearing on their learning or the ability for them to find their own peace and happiness in the future. So those are things I've said, but I don't know what has exactly happened where CRT somehow has become a discussion point for, are we teaching CRT in our classrooms? We're not. I do think the talk about should we be talking about racism in our classrooms pertains to the same discussion about should we be having sex ed. What we know about sex ed and human reproductive education is that places that implement it fully have the lowest rates of teen pregnancy. So talking about these things results in a positive result. What we have to do is create the space, place, and time to have meaningful discussions on items and not simply gloss over them.
That is a great place to pause, and we'll be coming back around, and they'll be able to. And I'm sure you'll. Well, you can decide to pick it up or not. It's totally up to you. Your choice, Trustee Church. No, not quite. But I know you're ready. Yeah, I know you're ready. We're gonna go over to Student Trustee Kate.
Hello, great to see you again. It was an honor to spend the time with you yesterday too, and talking as a group of the students. So that was awesome. My first question is one of the biggest challenges students are facing in the classroom is a lack of motivation and a feeling of isolation at school. Do you have an idea of how to increase student engagement and or how to make students feel important or needed out of school?
Yeah, this is something that we're experiencing nationally. And I want to be clear about that because sometimes when it comes to our own schools, it feels like something that's just happening to us. And I think one of the things we need to do is we need to elevate the talk about our own mental health for students, faculty, and staff across the board and the feelings that we've had coming out of the pandemic. What occurred in the pandemic is something that's unprecedented in human history for us. Now, have we had pandemics before? Absolutely. But have we had pandemics where we went from being deeply connected and working together in this close-knit society to being isolated at home for long periods of time and essentially rolling back the clock on families to living like we did in an cultural time? No, we haven't done that. Furthermore, have we done online education? Absolutely, and we've done it in great places and with great success, including locally the North Star Academy, right? So we've done those things. But what students experienced wasn't a matter of choice. It's something that they were forced into. And the situation forced the hand for concerns of safety. So what I think we need to get back to for our student representatives is we have to get back to making sure that we're having the first talks about healing through that. That this is something that we're experiencing all over the place. That school matters. That you matter. That this thing did happen. It happened to all of us, but it happened to all of us in different ways. And by this I mean to be fully supportive of where you are. What happened to me represents about 2 to 3% of my lifespan. What happens to you represented about 8% of your lifespan. And that's a huge difference. It's a massive difference of space-time. That means the impact to you is disproportionate to the impact to me. And that means the supports to you need to be massive and mighty so that way we can get through this and make sure that you're connected not just with your school, not just back with your friends, but connected back with your future because it's still out there waiting for you. It's still going to come to you. And that's going to be across the board. And what I've shared with our Board of Trustees here and with the community is I applaud the 2-year plan for social emotional learning and for supports. What I shared with you last night is what I shared with them. 2 years is a good start, but the impacts from the pandemic, we need to now be planning for a 10-year plan. These are going to be long-term impacts for what happened to you. So it needs a space and a place opened up at schools to talk about them for you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And ended that right on time. We went reverse the first time. We're going to go reverse again, and it ties right into where, since you're right in the middle, you can jump right back to it.
Okay, I wasn't sure which way. Thank you.
We'll switch it up this afternoon, but I want to be consistent here. But what I want to add is, again, JJ, just as a reminder, if you left any time on the table, and most of us didn't, but if you did, then JJ is going to extend that with the clock, and then so we'll pay attention to the buzzer, just as a reminder from that. Okay?
All right. So, number one, how can you work with a future board regardless of what direction that would take?
Sure. I have particular views and beliefs about education, and I believe that a community has its right and its belief to elect who they want to their Board of Education. If at any time there is such a conflict that we can no longer agree, then that is the community's choice to find a new superintendent. But I'm not going to stop believing the things that I hold to be true, that I know from research, that I know from experience are best for our children, and I will not advise a different board, should it be different, any different than I would advise this board and give counsel to this board. That won't change. There are complex issues that can change when people are elected differently, but I think it gets down to making time and space for that civil conversation and to see where we can find agreement on issues. I know there are disagreements in our community about transgender rights, LGBTQ, about social justice and other issues. But as I shared with many of you, for me, some of those issues have to do with some very core values that I don't think really change in a change of board. Everybody I know in this room and every board I've ever met with, we do not want to see childhood suicide. But we know that transgender students, they have 10 times the risk. So we agree that we don't want that to happen. Now, I haven't found a better way other than implementing discussions about gender identity for us to get back past that, so that way those students find the vocabulary and the words they need, and that other students that don't mean to hurt them also understand. Because I believe that our kids want to be great and want to be good. So I don't know a different way, but if we can find one, let's have that discussion. But we can't back off of the core value of we all do not want to see childhood suicide rates increase. So we can have those discussions, but if at any point the board so feels that our value systems no longer align, well, I've said publicly, and I will say here now, what I like about the process that you all have adopted here, with the long interviews, all of the community forums and everything else, is that it should demonstrate to all of you clearly who the effect of these candidates are with their core values and in their actions of what they have done, which will predict what they're going to do in the future. And in that, what I can say to you is I won't change as a person because there's a change of opinion unless I have some different new information, because I believe in our kids that much. I do believe that we all have to find a way to work together no matter what political affiliation we have, what religious or background affiliations we have, and to be able to have that dialogue together, because that's what makes us great, in my opinion. But not just in my opinion. In the opinion of the world, that's what oftentimes scares them about the United States, is they can see us argue back and forth, but when it's time to come together, we come together. And if we can't do that for our kids, then there is no other topic that it is possible.
Thank you, Dr. Loescher. Trustee Church, you have some time there?
We have a minute and a half. Very specific. How do we improve education? Any specific ideas?
How do we improve education? First of all, we need to identify some quality control indicators and benchmarks, and I believe that's already on the way in your district, and I applaud you for it. That would need to extend. Oftentimes what we do is we focus on one outcome metric, graduation rates. It's right to focus on graduation rates. Those are incredibly important for students. It is the most important degree that you will ever get is your high school diploma. It has more to do with how much you will make over your lifetime than any other degree that you have. The next one up, of course, is your college bachelor's degree, and then your master's degree gets you a whole lot more. Your doctorate actually makes you make less at the end, okay? So it's important, that graduation rate, but what that graduation, what that diploma represents has to have a quality control indicators that go with it that extends beyond just what courses you took. In addition to those two items, we have to benchmark back, because looking at the graduation rate is talking about education as it's a high school issue. Graduation rates are the culmination of a PK through 12 experience. They are not a high school thing that happened. We have to have the benchmarks along the way, including focuses on early literacy and projects.
Thank you very much. We'll go right now. Thank you, Trustee Church. We'll go on to Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Taylor. I'll give you your second, Dr. Loescher. I know this is a lot.
Oh, it's good.
Okay. Can you tell me a story about how you partnered with your local business community and community leaders to benefit your district or school system?
Yeah. One of the partnerships that I was most proud of, and I have a lot because I have a lot of experience with working with our business community leaders, because I find it's a subject around students that they will rally around a school district like nobody's business. They're amazing all over this country. The one that I'm most proud of had to do with a summer program. And the summer program was one where we came together as a community to offer paid summer internships to over 1,000 students that were the most socioeconomically disadvantaged. And the paid summer internship program, what it aimed to do was to ensure that students had the training that they need to be successful during their internship, that they would receive a full pay, because at least in California, there's a different pay scale for student workers than there are, but they would receive full scale pay. But in addition to that, it was working with their families. So that way, if their families had had trouble and were experiencing homelessness or had other issues that they were having at home, that we could work with them on those items. And what we were able to do is work with the business community, not simply to provide the internships and the training and work with our career technical education division and our student supports division and our children and youth transition office. We were able to work with our business community to ensure that every student that was involved in that got a bank account, so that way they got their first debit card and started to build their credit rating. We were able to ensure that families that were homeless were able to list a employment agency as their address, which could break their cycle of homelessness, so that way they had a place to list on their resume, so that way a place that the Social Security office could identify where they were, which is essential for them getting a job. So what we were able to accomplish in coming together with the business community was a community effort to uplift all of us. Now, that was the start of that story. What I'm most proud of in that story isn't necessarily that it was used as examples at the national level for what can be done if you come together. What I was really most proud of that story is that the success of the students that completed that program and their families didn't stop there. Students that completed the program were much more likely to attend school more regularly after that. Their grade point averages went up. They became more involved in school, and when we got feedback surveys from them on how they do it, they felt more connected to the purpose of learning in school. They felt a different sense of hope in their future, that they could do things. They felt a different sense of agency in terms of their empowerment of what they could take on. And those students then would go back and engage in more career education and college education. Now, we've been asked if I would turn this place into a research project, and I said no, but I do research and ask for research on what we do. And when we researched those students, what we came to realize is something that didn't feel natural for most of what we know about education, is that those students would go on to take 2 or 3 more career education courses. What we found is students that took 2 or 3 more career education courses were far more likely to go to college, stay in college, and graduate from college, which is not necessarily what we have been told about career education before. We've been told that career education courses are for students that don't go to college. And when we researched that, what we found out is that those students went to college on purpose, not because they were told. They went with a sense of purpose and an ability to know that perseverance mattered, that they could, and that they could succeed in that process with a focus goal, and that focus goal was a starting point of their journey as a citizen of our country, not an ending point.
Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Clerk Minetto.
But Trustee Minetto, before you begin, you'll have an additional 1 minute and 5 seconds added to your time.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry. So as you well know, our deputy superintendent is retiring this year. So what would be your process for getting a new deputy? Would it be from within, without, do you want a deputy superintendent? Thank you.
My understanding is it's not just our deputy superintendent. I know we have a new area superintendent that I had the privilege of meeting with last night, realizing that there was a new area superintendent because the current area superintendent was my moderator for the staff event, which prompted a question of, why are you here? And I believe we have a chief operations officer in addition. Would I want a deputy superintendent? The answer being we need to redefine and look at the role that they're conducting currently. Yes, I'd be seeking a deputy. I might be seeking a chief of staff. I might be seeking some other things as well, including some elevated supports for our government affairs department. As we've already stated, funding is of critical importance, and we're coming up on 2023, and we need to be able to have all the people we need in place to make an articulated argument. Why do I bring up subjects like the deputy as part of that? Is when we talk about deputies and chiefs of staff and people of this nature, those people create a environment as part of the core leadership team to keep things running on a day-to-day basis while we are making different arguments and we are out in our business community garnering support and working with the legislature for talking with them. Whether I would promote for within or without, I can't speak to that because one thing I've shared with several of you, the regret that I have about our process right now is I've met a lot of great people, and I've known them all for about 5 minutes. And I can't be disingenuous to them and state and make a commitment of promoting from within or bringing from without because I don't know them. And I'm not going to start our relationship with lies. I want it to be honest and looking at what's there. I don't know them. I don't know their background and experiences. I know their titles around the table. And I've had some wonderful discussions with some of them about things that might certainly be in place. So I would want to go through a process of reviewing that. What I would suggest is for a position such as deputy superintendent is that it should be posted. It shouldn't be singularly selected because I'm not sure that's the best way to do anything, but it would be a post process for a review and that the person would be under a similar process, in my opinion, for what we just went through of longer interviews, deeper conversations, getting to the core values of the person, what they have done, and what it might predict in the future to ensure that we are going to have the type of relationship of one that I really require for a deputy, which is not to agree with me, but to work in concert with me and to take the fight back to me when I'm wrong. Because I'm a person, and I'm a human, and I will be wrong. And what I've learned through several superintendent cycles, working with different superintendents in different ways, is the most toxic environment to work in is one where you can't tell the superintendent that they're wrong and why you think they're wrong and not have them listen. So I need to make sure we have that emulated between the deputy and the superintendent first and foremost, second and foremost between the CFO and legal counsel and the superintendent in that regard. So that way we can have those conversations. So the long and the short of it is, yes, I would be looking for those positions or similar. I can't speak to whether it would be the exact job description as to what's there. I also will share with you that in a posting, I have been known to work with an HR department to go through a interview process and realize that we have a person that is incredibly talented in many other areas outside of the scope of what we thought we posted for, and that we think we need to redefine the position because we have somebody so talented that we need to capture that talent and utilize them for our students in a way that is great for all of us. So that would be the process.
Thank you, and that's all.
There's no time to yield, so Vice President Nicolette.
Minute 5 seconds.
Oh, that's right, you did. My mistake. Are you sure you're good? Okay.
Trustee Nicolette,
Yes. Oh,
you will have an additional 16 seconds.
You mentioned the pandemic, and you referred to lessons learned, and you mentioned transforming schools and what we do. In your mind, what have you learned through the pandemic, changes we had to make, changes we couldn't make, that we can continue to incorporate, extend, expand, that can transform our schools?
Thank you very much, Vice President Nicolette. And with this opening, I've burnt your 16 seconds. So there are some things that we certainly have learned. And what I specifically talk about, what we've learned in the pandemic, happened through a process that I like to refer to as the uncoupling of education. And by uncoupling, what I mean is our schools do a lot of things, but we tend to think that they do one thing. We tend to think that what they do has to do with academic learning. And that seems to be a focus that we've had for a very long time. But what our schools do is far greater than academic learning. What our schools do is they provide safe haven for our children. What our schools do is provide an environment for adolescent and childhood and young adult development. They provide an environment of socio-emotional learning. They provide equity items such as food and supports. They provide counseling and guidance for students that feel lost in the world. All of this got uncoupled in the pandemic. And things that used to really matter had to be reinterpreted in different ways. For example, attendance. What does attendance mean? Does attendance matter? Does a student getting online and sitting there all day and doing nothing matter? Now, where I'm from, the state completely suspended funding based upon attendance. There was no funding based upon attendance. So the question became, if funding isn't tied to attendance, what matters? And the answer was student engagement, and brought us back to what we already knew as educators. Engagement is something that precedes learning. Attendance is different. And then another question that started to come up over and over again was, how do students learn? Some students are going to learn things very quickly. Should they sit online after they've learned an entire lesson quickly? Should they sit there and do nothing the way they might have done in the classroom? Or do we have other opportunities for them to continue learning? Now that time and space has been sort of warped into this different way of being, is it possible that we can finally turn the corner? And by turn the corner, I mean school funding for attendance is primarily working on the following notion, that time equates to learning. But we know that's not so. I'm not good in certain subjects. I'm not good in math. I took statistics, sure, but the computer program did all the work, not me, okay? If we're not good in one subject, why do we spend an equal amount of time in school on that subject, while in another subject that we're very good at, we spend the same amount of time on? Can we not redistribute space-time resources in different ways? And I'm talking specifically from a secondary point of view, because our elementary school teachers can do this at a drop of a hat. They have space, so long as their principal is giving authority, which they should, for a teacher to be able to modify the curriculum. Other things that were there are things about the importance of mental health and well-being for our students, and looking at what that means as something that has to happen before students can reach adaptive learning styles and really master learning in a way that they can apply it in different settings. Those aren't things that we necessarily had been paying attention to in the way we should have. And I think those are the big lessons that we need to learn coming out of this. It's not that we shouldn't be focused on academics. We should talk about academics. But that's a lagging indicator. There's other things well before that that has to happen. And our student representatives spoke to that now. That this is how I'm feeling. Let's listen to that voice. If that is how we feel, then what do we do about that first? What are the lessons we learned about that as an important subject in the pandemic that we have to apply to our schools right now?
Thank you. I really appreciate that in-depth answer, and I mean that. Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly.
And may I just say to the Bryan group that I know that wasn't my question, but I came off the cuff, and if you need me to provide it to you, I will.
Thank you. Now you're in my time. Thank you, Vice President Nicolette. Nothing but love. She knows that. My question is this, Dr. Loescher. What are the top three, in your opinion, what are the top three threats and opportunities that you foresee for the Washoe County School District, and how do you plan to handle them? And we have 4 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yeah, and I appreciate this question as one that's near and true to my heart. First of all, I believe in a process for the ending of all meetings, all learning of everything that comes from the United States military called an after-action review, and a simple one called 3 Up, 3 to Improve Upon, okay? Just to get a sense of what's there. 3 opportunities. First of all, you have a wonderful professional learning community structure based upon the DeFora model that I think should be continued as one that has increased teacher dialogue and one that will advance student achievement and can be expanded upon. The second item is continuing to develop career technical education courses and make sure that they are connected to core academic learning, and to work with that team so that way those indicators can actually be drilled back to lower grades. Third, as an opportunity locally, is you have a business community that has come together to support you on some recent measures to ensure school funding would be available for school building structures, is to build on that relationship and continue to keep a focus on a strong partnership between the business community and the school district as we move forward and move into the next legislative cycle. The threats that I think that are, and I want to make this clear to the President, not just about Washoe, across the board. The number one threat that I think is going to be up against schools as we move forward, and school districts, is number one, that we don't learn that things have changed through the pandemic. That if we don't acknowledge that things have changed, and start to have a discussion about what those changes are and what we need to change to adapt to them, I believe it will be to the long-term detriment of teaching and learning and our students and to public education as a whole. I firmly believe that public education is the foundation to our democracy. And any detriment to public education is a threat to the democracy. I've believed in that enough, as I've shared with all of you, that I decided to pick up a bag and move to Eastern Europe to become an educator to support emerging democracies. That's how much I believe in public education and the power that it holds. If we do not look out into the future from where we are and have the courage to look out as to what we need to do to transform our schools, to support our families and students for what is next, then we're missing an incredible, not just simple opportunity. We've created a threat to the viability of public education in the future. And this is a once-in-a-generation or a once-in-a-100-year moment for us. The last time a pandemic happened, we didn't have the technology and resources to possibly support the transformation that would be required. This is the moment where we can do that. I'm not suggesting that technology is the solution. I'm suggesting that technology is part of the tools required for what's next. The next threat is that if we don't acknowledge that our student, faculty, and staff and community mental health and well-being has to be addressed, then we're not taking care of the fundamental business at hand that has to take place in order for them to be a success. I'm going to be a little academic, and I've warned you some of this with me from time to time. We have a mental self-model of ourselves. It's called cognitive identity. Okay? And when we talk about educators, our profession is very much part of who we are. Okay? You ask other people, you know, what they do. They identify their jobs in different ways. When you talk to a teacher, they say, I'm a teacher. That's who they are. Those things in the pandemic were fundamentally changed. People's cognitive identities were wiped out very hard. People were trying to do the things they wanted for kids. If we can't address those issues, if we can't address the fact that childhood was disturbed for billions of children, if we can't acknowledge that and do something about that, then we're missing some of the points that are ahead. The final threat is if we do not get to a place here and across our country that acknowledges that public education is fundamentally underfunded everywhere by GDP and by state standards. Anywhere in this world, it is funded at a higher level.
Thank you, Dr. Loescher. I appreciate that. Trustee Rodriguez, doctor, lieutenant. Okay, it is lieutenant.
Trustee Rodriguez, you will have an additional 26 seconds.
I just kind of want to circle back around to one of the former trustee or one of the other trustees I've brought up. I really want to thank you for addressing how nonpartisan this board should be by stating that your ideas and your values will not change regardless who's in these seats. And I think you did a phenomenal job and making that elephant look like a trinket toy. I think you did a phenomenal job, so thank you for that. With that being said, you did mention safety and security of students with Dr. Taylor earlier. So with that being said, with all the good that's going on in Washington County, there's a human trafficking issue. There's a gun, weapons issue, there's bullying, things like that. So I want to know where you would be at. How would you be addressing that?
Thank you very much,
So, yeah, you're
there we go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Trustee Rodriguez, or Dr. Rodriguez, which does mean that your income just went down by 14%.
Yeah, I do work for the state, so.
Your income did not go down 14%. In my long interview, there was a short story that I shared that I out of privacy, will not recount in any detail. But I was asked to talk about one of the most difficult moments that I had faced in the pandemic, and the most difficult moment was one when a principal had called me and told me that a student was unaccounted for. It was a homeless student, and they had been unaccounted for 10 days, but because of the break in Thanksgiving and the staggering of the items, it didn't count for the normal procedure of search and recovery for students. And what we had come to discover is that things had happened in the family and both parents had become incarcerated, and the student that I'm speaking of was in 5th grade. And they were gone. And we didn't know where they were. Human trafficking is a real thing. It's not happening in back alleys. It's not happening on the dark web. It's happening on the web. It's people that can contact our children. Where I live, it's a border city. And human trafficking is a conversation we take extraordinarily seriously, and we talk about it all the time. I wish that the first thought that went through my head for that little boy is that he hadn't been trafficked out of the country. But it was, because that's a reality for our kids. You're asking how I would treat it. We have to actively engage with local law enforcement. We have to actively engage with civic leaders to talk about what is a real issue for children. I am an educator, and I hold that badge as a teacher as something that I'm proud of. But at my core, I'm a child rights advocate. And I can't have my teachers do the job teaching if we're not taking care of some of the fundamentals of making sure that kids are safe and secure in every aspect. And we need to actively engage in any place I will work as a leader around issues to make sure that we have the training across the board to know, to look for what are the indicators of grooming for human trafficking, to know what we can do about that, and what we know for a fact is what we talked about here on a number of subjects that can be difficult, things that we don't want to have to face. That it's real, and by not engaging, we're not making it better. You have to engage in it. So it would be a primary mission and directive, because safety and security comes first on all of those items. Now, to close the story of the student, no, they weren't trafficked. We searched. We found them in a homeless encampment. We recovered. We got them to safety and security. We found them a foster home to take them. They're in a secure location now. They're learning well. And that young man is brilliant and resilient and is just fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Mayberry.
Trustee Mayberry, you will have an additional 15 seconds.
That you just used.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you, Dr. Loesch. By the way, a great question. I appreciate your response. I'm really delighted to hear the young man is doing well. I guess this is it. Last question for you. So you've done a great job, and I know we all appreciate what you've been through the last 48 hours. The question I have is, I responded to one of my colleagues earlier where you noted that you, in most cases, you already have an opinion. Mm-hmm. So can you highlight a time when you've had strong views on a particular policy or issue and how your views may have changed based on staff or public input?
Yeah. Why don't I go to one that's probably the most public? In San Diego Unified, we had a multi-year discussion about what it meant to be college and career ready. And I firmly believe that those are not two separate topics. But what had occurred was a decision that there would be a new college and career ready graduation requirement that had shown a great deal of support initially. And that college and career graduation requirement would be one where students would be required to meet two fundamental indicators. The first fundamental indicator is that they would have to meet all of the University of California graduation entrance requirements with a grade of C or better. That was the goal. Okay. The second requirement was one that every student would have to take no less than 2 career technical education courses or take a community college district course in lieu of those 2. And I very much believed that that was something that would support student success. The parents did not agree, in particular communities. They did not agree, no matter how much we might have talked through things, because they believed that students engaging in career technical education courses, that their student would be removed from more college courses. They didn't believe because we had spent years telling parents that your students had to take a certain number of AP courses in order to find scholarship success, without informing them that the way that college entrance scoring happens depends upon your student taking the highest level of course available to them, not the number of AP courses available to them. And in fact, that if your school offered like a ton of AP courses and you didn't take them all, your college entrance scores would come out lower. We didn't do a really good job on that, and we adamantly went through that. And I was one of the people that was of the position within the business community that the career education component should remain a requirement. Now, this is a high standard for a graduation requirement. It's an extraordinarily high standard. And in hearing the debate on that topic and going back and forth and hearing it over and over again on the various options and reviewing my own knowledge of master schedules, whether it be on a traditional 6 schedule or 4x4. We went through a scheduling on an AB 4x4 swap and testing schedules and everything else, okay? I reversed my position. I reversed my position because in order to achieve that as a success, there wasn't the funding in place to ensure that every student would have every opportunity they needed should they fail a course or something should happen to them. There wasn't the opportunity or funding in place to ensure that I would be able to deliver on equity and access issues across the district. If students weren't able to take a course, for example, at a school in the north that was available in the south, I wasn't going to be able to do those things. So I wasn't going to meet the core things I thought I would be able to meet in that process. And so I sat with the business and community and I explained to them why I thought we needed to reverse that. That I still think career readiness, and I've headed one of the largest career education programs in the United States for a significant period of time, and I believe in it. But why that requirement was not one that made sense at that time because there was not the funding to support it. There wasn't the structure to support it. And as a policy move, students were preparing for careers that were not yet invented. And I wanted to ensure that we made sure that every student had gainful employment, and that the best way perhaps to do that was through career explorations rather than through a more rigid system. So I reversed my position. I advised the superintendent and the board that I reversed my decision, and we removed that requirement.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. We've completed our question part of this, Dr. Loescher, so we will now turn it over to you. You have 2 minutes for closing comments, remarks, any final thoughts you'd like to leave with the board.
Thank you so kindly, President Taylor, and for the rest of the Board of Trustees, for legal counsel, and for you, JJ, for your timing. First of all, it's an honor and a privilege to make it even to this point. I want to thank you for inviting me to talk with all of you, for our candid conversations, for a dialogue that I found was rich. I view this place as one that has tremendous opportunity. And what I hope that I've done for each of you is to stay true to this process, which is to express to you who I am as an educator, as a child right activist, and as a human, and what I would seek to do if I were here. My purpose in doing so is so that way you can have a dialogue and a debate about who you think would be right, but know who I am walking in through the door, and not have to find out later. The purpose in talking about some of the issues that are in place is to ensure that the difficult conversations we need to have, well, that we have those conversations during the hiring process, not during the firing process. Yes. And to ensure that you know what will happen if changes are to occur. That I am secure in my belief as an educator, but that doesn't mean I have closed ears. It means that my position is about student success, and if I can find a better way to get there, I'm always open to new ideas and new ways of trying things. If for no other reason that the students that we are having right now don't represent the students that we had 20 years ago, and the students that we're going to have in 15 years aren't representing the students and the challenges that we're facing now. So I thank you for this opportunity to articulate those items. I wish you all the best in your decision-making process, and I do hope to serve all of you and this community as your next superintendent. Thank you, President Taylor.
Thank you, Dr. Loescher. We appreciate it again. Thank you for the visit. Safe travels home, and I know Dr. Bryan will be in touch in terms of next steps in the process, but we appreciate your time here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. All right, everyone, what we will do is have a recess for lunch, and it's how we're doing. We're a little behind. We're a little behind. So why don't we just, can we still do it and be back by 15 after when's our next interview? Is that too tight for people? If we say back at 1:15, it's 20 minutes instead of 30. I know it's tight, but it keeps us on. We're good? Okay. So back here 20 minutes after a recess for lunch, everyone. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, we are back and ready to get back in session. Welcome, Dr. Hobbs. It's a pleasure to have you here. So on behalf of the Washington County School District Board of Trustees, the district, our community, we want to just take a minute to thank you. Thank you for being a part of this process. Thank you for flying across the country to be here. Thank you for your interest in our community. Thank you for the time that you've taken and the energy that you've shown around all of this. We're honored to have you as a part of our finalist pool, and really just want to take a minute before we even jump into this to just really share and show our sincere appreciation.
Board members and student representative.
Yes,
everyone.
our student
Thank
trustee.
you. Yes.
Absolutely. We're going to start with just a bit of a statement from legal. You know, we have to do that stuff.
Yes.
And then we will turn it over to Dr. Bryan, who will walk us through how this process is going to occur today.
Yeah, there's always legal. That's how it is. Good afternoon, Dr. Hobbs.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
Anthony Hall, counsel for the board. Before this portion of the interview, I just wanted to give you a brief instruction Specifically, at least one trustee is going to ask questions that relate to a variety of national issues that superintendents are facing. For example, transgender athletes, teaching critical race theory, sexual education involving gendered language. None of the questions from any of the trustees are meant to elicit your answer that involves your protected status or statuses. Accordingly, in providing a response, if any, please don't disclose any protected status that might involve.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant.
Dr. Hobbs is fully up on the process, so she's ready for her 2-minute intro.
Okay. All right, we'll start with you. As he said, 2 minutes. We'll go around. We each get 5-minute intervals, if you will. And if you don't get a chance to finish, your trustee may go back to that at that time.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
and then after your 2 minutes, I'm going to give this is giving a heads up to our trustees. We're going to start with Trustee Rodriguez after you begin.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I am tremendously honored to be here before all of you. I hold you in high esteem as board members because board members are critical to the well-being of all of our students in our society as well as our community. So I just want to thank you for the hard work, which is a thankless job. So thank you for that. Thank you for allowing me to come before you. I'm honored for that because that didn't have to happen. So thank you. So just a little bit about me. I'm grassroots. I started out as a clerk typist, so I understand everyone from all different areas. So it's not starting with leadership, it's starting from the bottom of people that are sometimes overlooked. And that's really key to me. So starting out as a clerk typist, I know what it feels like to have executives around you. And because I have heart as a leader, I understand how to meet those needs of those individuals who often don't get the I see you and I thank you. So I started out as a clerk typist, and from there, I decided that I wanted to go into marketing, and I became a marketing director. And so I was tired of being a marketing director at some point because I actually wanted to transform the lives of children and students. And so I partnered with Detroit Public Schools. I opened up my first business, which was Hobbs Publishing, Inc. When I opened up that business, I wanted to change literacy in the city of Detroit, and they allowed me to come into the district to do just that in terms of working with one of the schools. I fell in love with teaching and learning. And from there, I decided maybe the best impact that I could ever make was to become a teacher. And I start there from clerk typist to teacher because teachers will always hold my heart. I will always be a teacher. I've always said I'll be 99 and I will get my teacher certification renewed. That's how important it is for me. From teacher, I went directly from teacher to principalship. That is not the traditional trajectory from a teacher to principalship. And so from principalship, then I went from there to network leader in the city of Detroit.
Well, that's
works.
too. I guess what I should make you aware of, in case you have, is that there is a clock where just so that we have such a time.
Okay.
And so I my apologies for not sharing that with you. And then when we each have our 5 minutes, we'll have that clock as well to go around. Then when you do your final 2-minute remarks, you'll have that as well.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Okay, so take a deep breath in that because I know that was a surprise to you. So
That's
so
okay.
my apologies for not pointing that out. Okay, we're going to start with Trustee Rodriguez, and we'll work our way around and go back. Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Hi, good to see you again.
to see
really
you, sir.
enjoyed our breakfast with Trustee Mayberry. We figured out where we needed to be.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So, we talked, and I kind of just want to go a little bit more, especially on the record. Can you kind of go over experience that you have working with legislators or other elected or appointed officials and advocating for funding and things like that for schools?
Absolutely. So working in the city of Detroit, I had an opportunity to meet a lot of different legislators and people there in the city. And I actually helped the current, I want to say, councilwoman get her position in terms of just advocating and supporting in the community. So I continue to support people that are in government. I think that's very important to navigate those waters very well. And especially working in education, you really want to make sure that you're able to, understand what the political issue and climate is so that you can be able to support what students need best. And so in Detroit, I was able to do that work, as well as in Ypsilanti. Vicariously, I sort of lived through the superintendent, but he taught me everything I needed to know as as I would go and find out about the different people, such as council people and the mayor. They were actually getting ready to elect a mayor for the city of Ypsilanti, and I was a part of that in terms of getting to know who that individual was, working with the NAACP in order to be able to understand what the issues were around the school and well as, minorities in the area. So I've had that experience, as well as in Florida. I made it a point to make sure I got to know different ones. I am personal friends of the vice mayor of North Miami-Dade. I also know the mayor of the mayor of North Miami-Dade as well. So that's not something that's unusual for me or something that I'm not accustomed to. I'm very comfortable in working with legislators as well as anyone that's in politics.
Thank you. Ooh, got time.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'll just grab this one. Say you get there and you're our new superintendent. What was something you would like to do the first 100 days? Kind of walk me through what you envision that to be.
That's an excellent question, Trustee Rodriguez. I believe listening is the key for any leader. You have to listen because you don't know what you have not heard, and you don't understand what you have not seen. And so I believe that listening and observing in the first 100 days, you have 100 in about 3 schools, and I would want to try to make contact with everyone. But as I make that contact, I want to listen to find out what the issues are, not just what I've read about, not just what I've overheard, but what I actually see for myself. And listening doesn't just stop there. I need to know. I need to really listen and know what, after I've heard, what can I do? What can I bring? But most importantly, how can I involve the voices of the people that are already here? There are some amazing things that are happening here already. And I would like to be able to complement that with the experiences and background that I bring to the table. But I believe in collaborative, shared governance. And so I would listen, I would understand, and I would learn a lot and observe.
Great, thank you. And I think you're absolutely correct. There's a lot of good people here, not just staff and students, but our community as a whole.
Absolutely.
I'll kind of come around to the dark side later. But with that being said, how would you view parent involvement in our schools?
So I love that question because parents are the backbone of any school district. And so my work in Detroit involved having parents get involved, having them become a part of the fabric of the school, and as well as in the district. Detroit Public Schools has actually an executive director that is a parent. And that parent has allowed the schools, the different schools, to have within them what is like a parent university. When I was a principal of a school, that was one of the first things that I did. I found that the school needed to have the parent involvement. We had a library for the school. We also had a parent resource center where parents could get the resources that they needed for job improvement and whatever it is that they needed. And that's how you build a community. It has to be with the parents in a school.
Thank you. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. I am next. And, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Taylor.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
My question as we begin is this. What, in your opinion, what are the personality traits of a good executive leader?
Wow, I like that question because I've always got to start with integrity. Integrity is what you do when no one is looking. And when you have integrity as a leader, then people can know that you can be trusted. And as you operate with that and you support people with care and concern, those are other traits that I believe in. Showing people care, kindness, encouraging them, helping them to understand that you're genuine and that you're genuinely concerned about what their needs and their issues are. Listening skills as a leader are very important.
And then to follow up with that, can you give us specific examples of how you've demonstrated each of those skills that you listed?
Absolutely. So I'll give you one for integrity. So there was a time where I had a leader that was actually sort of doing some things that I didn't necessarily approve of. And so it came to my attention. And when it did, for example, there was a vendor that had come to the school. And when the vendor came to the school, they were trying to sell some items. And so my administrator at that particular time decided that they wanted to go ahead and purchase them. But the vendor was sort of doing like a little switcheroo, where instead of paying for 14, you were actually going to pay for 28 and be delivered 14. Something was wrong with that picture. And so I began to talk to that individual and said, this cannot happen. And the person was pushing back, and, I had to check myself, like, am I really not understanding what's going on here? And so integrity means that I had to call that out. So I talked to my assistant superintendent and said, this cannot happen. And so that brought some attention.
Okay, I'm going to continue just to go into that a little further. You mentioned integrity, you mentioned listening skills, you mentioned caring and kindness, ensuring that you care. Give us specific examples of specifically when you demonstrated listening skills, and then also when you demonstrated that kindness, ensuring that you cared.
So I'll use another example. When I was a principal of a school, I watched the faces of my teachers. And my teachers were very frustrated. They didn't feel like their voice had been heard in the sense of, here they are highly qualified, they're certified, they're doing everything that they can to move student achievement, and the needle was not moving. And so I was in the middle of a staff meeting, and I looked at them with the distress on their faces, and I decided, let's just stop business as usual. We cannot continue on. And so as I did that, I helped them to understand, I have heard you, and I am ready to act on what I've heard. And so we walked around the classrooms, we observed in those classrooms so that we could each see what we saw, so that we could understand those best practices that were happening in each other's classrooms, how they too could complement those in their own classrooms and be able to work together. And it was an eye-opener, and our needle began to move upward in terms of student achievement.
Okay. Then I'll go to how will you utilize that here? You come into this situation. We know teachers have been through their educators, period, all of our roles have been through some similar, some challenging times. So those specifically, integrity, your listening skills, showing that you care, based upon what you've learned about us, how would you put those in play here?
So I would have to look at the morale of teachers, the morale of staff, and find out how that all started. What happened? How did that happen? And so after listening to their voices and understanding how they got there, then I would be able to say, let's see how we can go upward in terms of being able to feel good about coming to work every day. And how can we support as a district to making sure that you have the resources that you need to be successful? Part of that is time. Part of that is allowing them the opportunity to be able to plan and the opportunity to utilize the different resources that they have effectively so that they can be able to make the wise choices that they need to be able to make for their children in the classroom.
Okay. And then finally, just in one or two words of each, what is the best and the worst part of being a CEO?
Well, I say the best part of being, let's start with the other part. I like to start with the worst, and here it is. A lot of times you're going to get criticized. You're going to get criticized for doing the good work, and people are not going to necessarily see the good in it. But you have to stay steadfast. You have to believe in what you believe in. You have to listen to critique, and you have to understand what it is that you think you might have heard that you may not know, and check for understanding.
Okay. Best part?
And the best part is being able to lead people to their destiny.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Hobbs.
Thank you,
Dr.
President
Nicolette?
Taylor.
Hello.
Hi, Trustee
Again,
Nicolette.
welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
No wind today, right?
I didn't get blown in.
Okay. You stated in your cover letter that you are prepared to immerse yourself within the community. So to date, what has your research or observation told you about our Washoe County District, school district, and our communities?
Wow, I really like that. So you're very diverse in terms of mostly Hispanic, you're conservative, there are Native Americans here, and so I love the fact that it is a diverse melting pot, if you will, and that to me is very important. That looks like the world. Everyone is not the same, and that's how we want to make sure that we operate, respecting everyone's differences. So those are some things that I've learned about Washoe Public Schools. And also just the fact that in my observations of walking around to the different schools that I visited, I see community here. I see the community that I had read about, the community that I had heard about. I see it in action. I saw how different ones that were walking with me, I'll call them like tour guides, I saw the connection. They knew people by name, and people knew them by name. You're talking about a district with 63,000 kids, and you mean to tell me that central office staff are known within the schools? That was phenomenal to me, and I didn't think that was planned. A lot of times, you can say that it's a preset. I didn't get that feeling. I got a genuine family feel here.
All right, thank you. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit because I find this word to be huge.
Okay.
For myself, and sometimes difficult to define for others.
All right.
So please, specifically, and much like President Dr. Taylor was trying to, cull some, information about integrity and how we might see that in you or hear that in you, how do you define integrity, and how would we know that you are showing us that you have integrity?
I love that question. And the reason that I like it is because, so when I operate with fairness. I operate with an open, transparent opportunity for people to be able to trust me, to be able to see that I have confidence in their leadership, and that I will allow them to be able to explore the creativity that is within them. And I also allow myself to be able to work with the CFO, for example, so that when we talk about budget, being transparent about the budget so that there's no mystery about what's happening with the budget, and being able to transfer that information to others so that they don't have to question or wonder what is being done behind the scenes. And you would be able to know that what I say I do, and what I say I haven't done, I have not done.
Okay, and because I'm so serious about this,
Absolutely.
Is a complex word. Mm-hmm. You use the term fair. How do you know if it's fair or not?
When things are equitable, right, and when things are made where everyone has access and it's not denied by anyone, then to me that's fair. Where you're not withholding things from people where they have an opportunity to have that and you have it in your possession or your capability to extend that to them, that's fair. And so fair is not always when, someone likes it. Because, people don't always like what's fair, but it may be the right thing to do. And so to me, fair is doing what's right for the good of all in service.
I would have to say I agree, and thank you for that. And to take it one step further.
Yes, ma'am.
How do we evaluate, really with metrics, data, how do you evaluate that?
So you would evaluate it by the fact that, you did a survey. Let's say you did a survey on me and you get feedback from staff, and staff would be able to articulate for you the results of how I've interacted with them or how I've worked with them and the results of that. You would be able to analyze that. You would be able to see and hear their voices as they would be able to articulate that. Because me trying to tell you would not necessarily prove that to you, but the voices of the people would be able to assert that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Clerk Manetto?
Thank you, Madam President. And so it was a pleasure to eat with you last night, what seemed like the middle of the night. It was the middle of the night to you.
I don't usually eat at 11 o'clock at night, but okay.
So would you please tell us professionally what you've done in the last 10 years? How's that?
Absolutely. So I love that question because in the last 10 years, I've been a principal. I have been a network leader. I have also been a assistant superintendent, and I have been a senior vice president of achievement, operations, and results. So as a principal, I led the school for about 6 years, and we were able to really move student achievement and increase attendance at the school. Especially reading and mathematics. Those were really a great accomplishment. And then as well as a network leader, I was able to, under my leadership, 11 schools were moved off of the state priority list. And then as an assistant superintendent, I was able to work with staff and be able to really help with a blueprint model that we had there at the district. And then as a senior vice president of achievement and operations, I was able to really work with Florida principals there as well.
All right, thank you.
Oh, and then I opened up my own company.
Oh, thank you. Now,
You're welcome.
Speaking of all that, so if you are here as our superintendent, are you going to focus, are you going to have a lot else going on? Are you going to be writing books at the same time and doing research, or are you going to focus on our little kids?
Well, my focus is one, right? And so I do truly believe that as you focus on what your primary goal is, WASHO will be my primary goal, and I give you my word on that. So the answer is yes,
okay.
Emphatically.
And that doesn't mean, Yeah, okay. What time is it? Okay. What is your personal goal as Washoe County School District Superintendent?
My personal goal is to really support the staff and to be a visionary and to be a resource of support, to be someone that undergirds people with their vision and their understanding of what they believe education should look like, and partnering with those individuals to make education the best place for the students here to be able to come to and feel proud about that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
How would you use the honor, perhaps, the amazing expertise we have in our leadership team?
So let me tell you, they're phenomenal. That was the first group that I met with, and I am not just saying that to say that. When I tell you they're committed, they're dedicated, and they're sincere, I mean that with every one of those words that I just used. So I would align myself. When I talked to them yesterday, I said, you know what, and it reminded me of when I first became network leader after being a principal. Imagine all of us right here. And I would say to them day one, look to the person to your right, and you can just imagine this in your mind now. Look to the person to your right and endeavor to make that person better than who you are. And in turn, all of us will be better than we came in that room.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. What is the most important thing you can do as a superintendent? That's a big question.
Thank you for that big question, Trustee Monetto. The best thing that I can do is to support people and to really help them to do what they want to do, and that is teach, and that is to help our students to be able to learn. That's what I believe I would help to do.
And so I guess, is visiting schools a priority to you?
Absolutely. Definitely. Yes. If I didn't make that clear, I thought I said that earlier. Absolutely. And let me tell you how important that is to me. When the new world of Zoom, I imagine being able to do touch points with the staff and being able to zoom into a classroom and observe. Because remember, there are a lot of schools, there's one of me, and there are a lot of places, a lot of stakeholders will want my involvement and my commitment. And so I can use Zoom, I'm very resourceful, but that one-on-one, that personal touch, it goes a long way. And when I saw those student ambassadors yesterday, it did my heart good. So yes, definitely, that's a priority. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Clerk Monetto. Trustee Smith.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Thank you so much for this time, Dr. Hobbs. It was wonderful spending lunch with you and getting to know you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith.
So here's my question.
Okay.
Can you share an example of how you keep an unfiltered feedback system open with teachers and staff in decision making? In other words, please tell me how you plan to balance insights from senior leaders and administration along with the lived experiences and realities of our teachers and staff.
So I like that question, and I spoke with them yesterday, right? And I talked about, again, being creative, right? And so I would want them to feel I have an open door policy. I've always had an open door policy. In fact, the last time I was working in a school, I told everyone, in this school, we open up our doors. We want people to know that they are welcome to come in. I welcome questions. I welcome feedback. I welcome conversation. And I always want people to know that I'm a safe space. I could hear something 14 times. When that 15th person comes to tell me the same thing I've already heard, I go, really? Are you serious? As if I've just heard it. That means that I'm keeping whatever knowledge I know about something that may hurt someone else to the breast. I'm not bringing it out and revealing it. So I would make sure that they knew that they can count on me to be able to be a listening voice. Now, because there are 8,000 employees, right, I have to also be creative with that. And so we could perhaps do something where they could have an appointed ambassador that could bring many concerns, and I could address those concerns and then do touch points as I would need to make sure that they understood how I'm there to support them. That's important to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. For my next question, can you give me an example of when you had a vision for a goal or desired outcome that was hard for your staff to see or understand at first? How did you get them on board with the plan besides simply requiring compliance? What was the outcome?
I like that question because one of the greater achievements in my life was when we did a library makeover, right? And I just sort of held the vision with the kids and the parents who wanted to see that happen in the school. And it looked like it couldn't happen. But I held the vision. I stayed fast to the promise that I had made to them that we would open up that library. And being creative again, having a grant that I was able to write and was awarded, we were able to get that library open. And it became a beacon of light in the midst of blight. And that's what I called it, right? And so that was a very good example for me that I had won the trust of the people and I had honored my word to keep it.
So to dig a little deeper in that, how exactly did you get those teams you were working with to come around to that plan rather than just requiring their compliance? How did you get them on board with it?
I showed them the value of them being involved in it, right? Getting the conversation opened up. So what would a library look like at our school? What would we do with that library? How would you be involved in it? And how would you work to be able to support your students in that? Because it was something that the classrooms needed. They had little libraries inside of the classrooms, but they needed a safe space to go out and to the, other part of the school, which was the library, to be able to stretch out. And so at first, again, they didn't think that it could happen. And they didn't see themselves there. But when I opened up the conversation, then they found that they could participate and it would be their library. It wasn't a Dr. Hobbs library. It was the schools and it was the teachers who were involved with it.
So then what was the outcome when the library was built?
Oh, wow. So we had, Target was a part of that foundation that gave us the grant. And so we had what is called the Sea of Red. And I roll out the red carpet because I like to do things big. And so we had a grand opening in the community and everyone was there. We had politicians that were there because they were all invited. It was a grand, grand effect. You can look it up on Google.
Okay, great. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hobbs. And I do have questions.
Okay.
And I don't know if you got them in advance, and I'll go through them very briefly. I have 8. But my understanding, I have feedback from my constituents who helped me draft some of these, that you were, in fact, very open last night, which I unfortunately didn't hear you speak, but very open and direct. And even today I love how you're answering the questions. You're not running out the clock. You're just answering them and giving us more opportunity. The questions, there's 8 of them. I'm going to go through really quick your top priorities, how we improve education, how you as the superintendent would deal with any board if there's a change in the board, social justice, how we teach diversity and equity and equality, the sex ed share program, drug use, chronic absenteeism, and transparency. So you can kind of address any of those in this go-round, but specifically maybe how you would deal with a new board. And if you could repeat your comments from last night on your opinion on the share program and sex ed, as well as diversity and equality.
Absolutely, and thank you, Trustee Church. So I'll start with the first one. What would be my top priorities if selected? It would definitely be morale and proficiency scores, looking at those scores, improving graduation rates. Various reliable studies consistently. When I think about what is taking place in terms of the ranking of schools, I would work with the school district to be able to see how we could make those improvements by working with the teachers and working with the administrative staff to see, again, that shared governance, having the conversation. You have to open it up. You have to allow people to be able to express their fears, their concerns, and their vision and goals. And so when I think about following any board, I can follow any board. People are people. I always use this analogy. People bring you the best that they have, whether you like it, want it, or think it's right. It doesn't matter. You work with people. You go to the orange juice machine, you want apple juice. It can't give that to you. So you work with people where they are, and you bring them to an awareness and an understanding so we can align the good things that are what we're talking about. And so when I think about social justice, critical race theory, I believe, and I always say, if we stick to teaching and learning with the curriculum, that's when we don't get in trouble. When we veer off of that and start teaching our own goals and our own ideas and bringing in our own prejudices, that's when we make the error. As educators, we stick to teaching and learning what the curriculum tells us. And I don't see that happening in any of our schools that we're teaching critical race theory. So when I think about share and sex ed, parents are the first teacher of every child. And so I'm not anyone's police. I'm an educator. If you're looking for someone to police kids, that's not my job. My job is to support kids in their learning. My job is to support parents to be able to understand that you are the first teacher. I'm here to support what your belief system is. Drug use. You know, the opioid addiction in our society is everywhere, and it's affecting our children. And so I would make sure that our psychologists and our counselors and our frontline people in our schools are fully aware of all of the resources that they could tap into to make our schools drug-free as much as possible. And also, I would partner with people in the community, such as the sheriff department or the police department, to be able to see how we can support with the juvenile justice system to make sure our kids are safe. Chronic absenteeism. Whether it's staff, whether it's students, 95% it tells us in terms of statistics that when you are missing instruction, you are not able to get the lesson and the learning what you need to have in that classroom. So we would definitely make sure our kids are attending, but giving them incentives to do so. When you talk about transparency, one of the things I learned and loved about working in the city of Detroit and for the state of Michigan is that there was a transparency report that parents were always able to understand where the school was in terms of everything that they were doing, as well as how we were leading as a district. I think that's extremely important. Did I answer all your questions, sir? Thank you.
And you have 35 seconds to spare. You're good, Trustee Church?
Yeah, I'll wait that or hold it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
sir.
We're going to go right across to our student trustee.
Okay.
Caden's here, and he has a couple of questions for you.
Hello, it's great to see you again.
good to
It was
see
an
you
honor
too, sir.
working with you last night and talking to you from the Student Advisory Council, so that was awesome. My first question is, one of the biggest issues that students across our district are facing, and across the country too, is a lack of motivation and a feeling of isolation at school. Do you have an idea of how to increase student engagement and or how to make students feel important or needed at their school?
Well, first of all, we have to bring creativity back to school. We have to make school fun. I've always said, let's camouflage teaching and learning. Let's make the kids go home tired and the teacher's saying, I'm going to the spa. When we do that, children are able to find themselves. It's called experiential learning. If I ask everyone, don't think about the absolute worst, but if I ask everybody to close their eyes and think about something, you can have all the five senses evoked at that moment. You'll be able to know how you could feel, how you could smell, what you could hear, and etc. So that's what I believe we need to do with students. Make learning fun. When I think about my grandchildren, what makes them happiest? When they're using technology and they're out there, like, oh my God, I can do this, I can do that. So we do that with schooling, and we help them to understand. I think about schools without borders. When we think about Doctors Without Borders, I think about schools without borders. I think about classrooms without borders. I think about the kids with the COVID slide that we have not managed to get back to come to school. So I talked to facilities yesterday. We figure out a way. How do we bring school to them through a satellite program? I have the board behind me working with me. We appeal to the legislators, and we get it done.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Another question I have too is, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but just the importance of student voice on our district. We're one of the leading districts in student voice. It's very important to all of the members and all of our staff and teachers. How can you ensure that teachers and staff will continue to listen to students across the district?
So I'm an advocate for voice, whether it's student voice, whether it's adult voice, and especially the student voice, because we're, like I said to you all yesterday at the table, I don't like when we as educators put on you what we believe, just only that. I believe your voice is what should elevate us and motivate us for the change that you say that you need that supports your learning. That's what I believe in. And so if you think I'm just telling you that, I told you to look up my dissertation. You'll find that it's on voice of the student. I wanted to find out for African American males who had been the project of a special education, how did they feel? So I would look at the student voice. I want to hear what you have to say because it's important. We can't survive without knowing what we can do for you, but you have to tell us what that is.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
yield my 18 seconds.
Am I going too fast?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Please, no, not at all.
Okay.
Thank you, Student Trustee Gaten. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Dr. Halp. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too, sir. Thank you, Trustee Mayberry.
Appreciate our conversation yesterday morning, particularly as it pertains to some of your work on mental health, which is sort of the tone of my question. As teachers grapple with the fallout of the worldwide pandemic and renewed attention to the cultural wars and divisive narratives, looks like their satisfaction rates have hit a all-time low. Some polling has suggested that 12% of our teachers are only 12% are satisfied with their jobs, with more than 4 in 10 teachers saying they were very or fairly likely to leave the profession in the next 2 years. I'm not aware of any specific polling here, but I know that it reflects a lot of the national trends. What would you do to increase job satisfaction amongst our teachers, and what have you done as a school administrator to improve morale?
So I want to unpack that because there are two parts to that. So number one, number two, you asked, what have I done? So number one, what would I do? I would begin to find out through the teachers, and part of that is working with the union too as well, right? Because they really have the story, right? And so I would want to partner with the union. I want to partner with teachers, and I want to ask them, how do you feel and why do you feel, because it's really called one word, it's called job burnout. And our whole society is suffering from job burnout. So I'd want to talk to them about what that looks like. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that sometimes teachers can be misunderstood, right? So they're in the classroom, and especially a first-year teacher, because part of that statistic is that the first-year teacher leaves after that first year because they just feel they can't handle it. So that means that we have to provide more support. We have to provide more undergirding. We have to provide more understanding as administrators to really feel where the teacher is. Remember, clerk typist, teacher. So when I think about the teacher, I know what it feels like to be in that classroom. I don't know what it feels like to struggle in the classroom because I was one of those type of teachers who actually had that type of way of coming about, but that's a part of who I am. But let me tell you what that did. That gave me a greater appreciation for those who didn't necessarily have that type of roadmap to be able to say, my heart goes out, let me help you. Let me help and support you through my knowledge, through my experience. So what have I done? I have done that through the teachers when I was a principal. I've also done that through my leaders to help and support their teachers. And part of that is going in, and it's never an I gotcha. We say that, but when you demonstrate that, that's something different. And it means that when you see me, and as I'm doing I call it my circle rounds, and I'm coming into the classroom, I don't want the kids not to know who I am. I don't want my teachers to feel like they need to stop teaching. Teaching and learning never stops because I walk in the room. In fact, put on your best show, and I'm here to support you. And if I need to teach with you to help you, that's what I do.
Are there some tactics you may have implemented or utilized to perhaps increase morale, increase motivation? Can you elaborate a bit?
So when you step into the pot with someone, for example, right? When you get down and dirty with them, you roll up your sleeves and they see that you're willing to help and that you're willing to talk to them about the challenges that they face. That's what I've done with teachers, and that's how I've worked with teachers, and that's how I supported them, to be able to let them see that I am one of you. I get it. And when you have a student, because I'm a special ed provider as well, when you have a student that is most challenging, I give you time out. You need some time out. That child needs time out, and let's see how we both can bring that back together. And so I was always a refuge as a principal administrator to be able to let those teachers know that it's okay to tell me that you can't handle this kid. Right? Now, we would always talk about ways to handle the child, but then there are times, where you just cannot do it. And you need me as a principal administrator to be able to deliver you, for example, like, let me give you some time. So kids, they were always being able to come into my classroom. Not my classroom, but into my office as a principal. I allowed that because to me, again, it's having an open door policy, and it means access. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. We'll just continue the circle and go around, as my grandmother would say, one more again.
Okay.
Trustee Rodriguez, please.
Trustee Rodriguez, you'll have an additional 42 seconds.
Wow. Well, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, JJ. Yeah, I don't know what to do with myself. Doing great.
That's a
God. So kind of bring it around, I know we touched on this is a great community, and we love it, and obviously it's attracted you here all the way from Florida.
Yes.
Although I think you're going the wrong way. I don't know. I would go to Florida. But so with that being said, there's a dark element here, unfortunately. So there's a human trafficking issue. There's guns. There's drugs. There's things like that in our schools. Unfortunately, so I just kind of want to know, like, how do you address that? How do you see the roles of administration, police, things like that?
So that's an excellent question. When I was in Ypsilanti Community Schools, we partnered with the Sheriff Department, right, to be able to address the different issues. For the first time, I had never been in a juvenile, courtroom or in the actual like bunkers, if you will. They put the juvenile once they arrest them, and that was really eye-opening for me. And that's something that I think if you've never had that experience, you've had it because you're in that field. But if you've never had that experience as a leader, it was very impactful because it really showed me a place where I never wanted my students to go to. So that meant I needed to work with you to be able to get those kids early enough and partner with you so that they would also feel that you were not someone as a threat, but that you are also someone as a support. So I need to partner. As a superintendent, if I were your superintendent, I would partner with our legal system. I would partner with our law enforcement agents, and I would also partner with those individuals that are with the sex trafficking and human trafficking divisions so that we could be able to recognize and bring awareness to the district. I'm sure in the district this size you've already had training, but we would bring that back perhaps, right, and just continue to make the awareness there so that our teachers would be able to understand what to look for and what to see if they can notice some different signs so we could be on target with that.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome. That's a good answer. Appreciate it. Moving on. What measures will you take to improve the workings of the school district?
So I would first, again, I've got to listen and I've got to learn, but I would do my hardest to bring all of the resources and talent that I have with me to partner with those. I believe there's brilliance, and I said yesterday in some of the groups that I were in, reasonably, and I always say that humbly, we're all reasonably intelligent, right? And I hope everyone in this room is smarter than I am. Why? Because you all bring your own background. You all bring your own expertise. And so working together collectively, when we bring that to the table, we are a powerhouse and we make things happen.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Dr. Hobbs?
Yes, President Taylor.
President Taylor,
I almost called her principal.
you will have an additional 20 seconds.
Thank you so much, Chief. A couple more questions from my end. Let's start with, what, in your opinion, you've had the chance to get to know us a little bit as a district. In your opinion, what are the top 3 threats and the top 3 opportunities do you foresee in this district? And then there'll be a follow-up to that.
Now, that's a loaded question. The top 3 threats. Taking a chance on me. Okay. Just taking a chance, believing that I can do the job that I tell you I can do. And I don't think of it as a negative. I think of it as a positive, knowing that I would partner with you. So it's not a threat. I don't really understand how to answer a threat, right? Because I always see things positive and the glass half full. That's just a part of my nature.
Maybe I can help you a little bit on the threats. What meaning by that, there are things that could jeopardize the district, or jeopardize the work of education, or jeopardize moving forward in a positive way, jeopardize academic achievement. What are those things out there that you foresee that are threatening, that could jeopardize the work that we do? Does that help?
Yeah, that really helps.
So I'm gonna, on my notes, I'm going to take you off of that.
Okay.
Yes, I will take you off of that.
Okay. So yes, part of it is the per pupil funding, right? Really making sure that we have the appropriate funding for the district and making sure that we have the resources that our district has and needs to be able to move student achievement, and making sure that we can also support the fact that, teachers need to be paid more money. And looking at that closely. That's a threat, right? That's a threat that, we have a turnover in America with teachers because they're underpaid and they feel undervalued. And so that would be something that I would definitely want to work with, the district to be able to see how could we improve that so that teachers have more pay and that bus drivers have more pay and that all staff have more pay. Because when I think about poverty in America, and I should say the new poverty in America, it saddens me because that could be any one of us that is in this room, and I say that with humility.
Okay, then I said
The other part, yes.
three threats and 3 opportunities. So I have a couple of threats, right? The funding, which is really connected to but staff turnover. How another threat, or if you want to go straight to opportunities, 2 or 3 of those.
Another threat is the suicide and the association of the opiates with children, where that's impacted our communities negatively, and really being able to work with of the awareness so that we can really mitigate that, so that we don't have students who feel like they want to give up. COVID did some injustices on us as a society, right? And so people are still recovering from that, and they're still trying to regain their ground to being able to say, I've rebounded. So that would be another threat that I would say. And then the other 3? Opportunities.
Top 3 opportunities as you look to our future. What great opportunities do we have here?
Wow.
What do you see here opportunity-wise?
So opportunity number 1, what I see is working with the great staff that are here, the administrators and the teachers, and being able to elevate to the next level. And that is to transform what public education has looked like into what it can look like into the future, looking at a futuristic educational process.
Okay. All right, we'll wrap that in there, and I'll go to a question I want to hear a story a little bit. Just explain for us something that's happened in your life. Could be personal, could be professional, that has informed your leadership journey.
Wow. So I would say one important thing that was really impactful for me is that coming from a district and going into a smaller environment, you take a lot of district type habits and forms, right? And I was from an old school type district, right? And so at that time, you could make decisions that could impact people and not necessarily think twice about it because there was a surplus of human capital, if you will, right? And so learning lessons through that, now you can't afford to make those types of choices. You have to undergird people, you have to give them support, you have to strengthen them, and you have to meet them where they are to make sure that they are successful and they're their best selves. And so I've learned that, you can be the surgeon, but a surgeon has 3 parts to what they do. They mend things together that may be broken. They attach things that need to be added to, and then sometimes they have to do surgery to do the cutaway for the good of all so that the body can survive. And so I would say I've learned to be the surgeon and the architect.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have 15 seconds. I'm yielding. Dr. Nicolette?
Trustee Nicolette, you will have an additional 20 seconds.
All righty then. Thank you very much. And you're 15. Oh, that's pretty good. So in your documents, you mentioned that you were an assistant superintendent.
Correct.
And if I read it properly, that was a new position that combined 2 director positions, specifically, for those listening, elementary and secondary directorships.
Correct.
So I can imagine that was a little daunting. All of a sudden, one person's trying to accomplish 2 jobs and probably wanting to make some fabulosities happen. Specifically, how did you manage that, and how did you enlist the support of others who maybe at the time knew more than you did about it?
Well, I love that question because that's exactly what happened. And you couldn't have put it any better. I was a new assistant superintendent for a district that had never had an assistant superintendent. Like you just said, they had 2 executive director jobs that they combined together. And at first, I got caught in the weeds. And I like to be transparent, open, and honest about it. I got caught in the weeds because it was a new role, it was a new position, and it was like, where do you start, right? And yes, sometimes there are people there that may have thought they should have had the job or maybe have been more qualified for the job. And so you have to learn how to mitigate that by understanding where people are. And I had to chunk it. I had to begin to chunk it and prioritize and begin to look at what I needed to make first as a priority and what I needed to make second and third. And so the first thing I did was I had to build relationships. And that's why I come out of a place of building relationships first, bringing people together and helping them to be able to accomplish their goals and not coming in thinking that you know everything and can do everything.
So did you go in thinking you knew everything and could do everything? I mean, because I ask seriously, because sometimes it's the naivete that makes us go, oh, yippee, I can do this.
As a new leader, I did. I honestly did. And that was a lesson that I learned that, no, I can't do everything. And that's why I can humbly sit here and tell you that as a superintendent, if I were your choice, I can't do everything, but I will do my hardest to do my best.
I appreciate that because it, as you know, it is a huge job.
Yes.
We're a very large district, 6,500 square miles, and all the other data that I'm sure you've learned. And in your learning and being out and about in a solid way and how you would use what you've learned to further the work, because certainly there's a lot to do. There's a lot of wonderful things occurring. You want to grow those, and then you want to, continue to improve.
Yes.
How will you use the strengths of the community specifically to aid in the work? And when I say community, I mean every aspect of it.
So you all represent every aspect of the community. So I would have to partner with each and every one of you to find out and learn more about your specific communities, the at-large part of it, as well as the minute part of it. And so as I would partner with you and you would take me around and we would go into those different communities and I would get to know the people and the businesses and partner with them, that's how I would do that. Dr. McNeil has done some phenomenal work and she sit on many boards as she and I discussed. And so I would look to see if they wanted, if she vacates those boards because they are associated with the district, if they wanted me to sit on that board or something like that. So that's how I would chunk the district, by partnering with each and every one of you. There's 7 of you. So that means that, at large, this is a county. This is not like a district sometimes where it's a little smaller, but because it is so large, you know the community better than I know it. So I would have to live that life through you.
And we would all, I know, be very willing to help and support, of course. So in thinking about the first few months,
yes,
because this is a very complex school district, many people, many goings-on, many possibilities, a few threats, what are your secrets to time management? Because you can't be everywhere, you can't do everything. There's only so many hours in the day and so many days in the week.
So as a person that practices work-life balance, it's very important for me to use my calendar and to schedule things and to make sure that they have alarms. That's what Siri and Alexa are for. They remind me 15 minutes before my meetings where I need to be and what I need to do. And so that's what I would do. I would make sure that I would stay true to my calendar. Having an administrative assistant really helps to make that where you're staying on target, you don't miss important appointments, and that you prioritize what's important and what you can, maybe put back to another time.
Thank you. I've
you,
got a little more time, and I'm going to use it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. So from a financial aspect, $1 billion budget,
mm-hmm.
How would you approach working with our CFO, Mark Mathers, to make sense of the budget and to find opportunities in the budget? How do you go about reviewing a budget that is so large?
So the first thing I do, and I thank you for that question, is really building a relationship with the CFO, really working with him to be able to understand his perspective of the historical part of the budget and being able to really understand, how the fund balance has been managed. Also the different projects and initiatives and what has been with the strategic plan. The strategic plan directly aligns to the budget. And so as you look at how that strategic plan is the roadmap roadmap for the district, how has that budget been utilized to making sure that those items have been addressed and what is still yet maybe lacking with that. And as I build that trust with him, as I began to look at, the different audit reports to see what the findings were, if there were any, and I know that the audits have passed, which is good, but also looking at, I kind of dig down deep in things, and I'd like to know, so when the auditor did come, what are some of the things that the auditor did talk about? Because those things are very key, because those are things that could have almost been a flag that could have been raised. So that's how I would do it.
You can finish your statement. You didn't have to stop it.
That's how I would approach it with the CFO.
Thank you, Dr. Hobbs.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Hobbs and Dr. Nicolette. Clerk Manetto.
Trustee Manetto, you will have an additional 10 seconds.
I'll sit here and stare at you for those 10 seconds. So, as you know, we are our deputy superintendent is retiring, and so how would you go about getting that position filled?
So that's a very good question, and I've thought about it long and hard. At first I thought, I know some dynamic people, but fit is so key. And the people that I may know may not necessarily fit. And so I want to look at people from all around the district and in the community to see who would fit that, qualification. Because it's a very key role. That's someone that serves in the greatest capacity in terms of making sure that they are able to be my extended arm, that they're able to be a positive person. They have to share my personality in terms of being able to be fair, equitable, and enlightening to people to support what they're trying to do. I don't want someone coming in that's a taskmaster that would disrupt the status quo of how things are done here. I want someone that would be easy to be able to work with and would partner with people like I would. So that person, it would be very carefully thought. It would not be a rash decision. And I'm one of those people that do things on my own until I figure out I can't do it anymore by myself. So I would be slow to make that decision, just so that you know. That's my take.
Okay, thank you. So I have how long? And I'm assuming that when I wrote that down, I was thinking, I don't know how else to say it, but is this like a stopgap at the moment, or are you looking at, okay, retirement in Nevada is a really good thing. So are you a timeline of, if you're the superintendent, how long are you going to stay? How's that?
So I want to stay forever, and I mean that sincerely. I do. This is a dream for me. I'm not looking for a fly-by-night. I have a business. I love life. I love living. I live in the Sunshine State. So I love working for children. I want to make the greatest impact. When I talk about transforming public education, I want to partner with people that can help that happen with me. So long term, I'm here to stay.
And that's what you said to me last night. It's just good for us all to hear it. And then I had one more question. What was it? I heard you mention, of course, shared governance, and you've referred a lot to that. So would you give us a specific story that talks about when you just did a really good job of that?
Absolutely, and I thank you for that question. So when I first became network leader, I had to partner with all of the 19 school leaders and their assistants to be able to have those conversations and to allow them. And let me just bring a little context to that. So I was a teacher that was coming out of the ranks and then principal, and I sat as a principal with now who was going to be people that would be reporting to me. That is not always easy. Right? When you have people that you set at the same table, and I'm glad I keep a guard over my mouth because I don't talk about anything I can't say twice. And so when I'm your boss, that could have been a very hard thing, but it was very easy in the sense of they embraced me. But they had wisdom. A lot of them had been principals longer than I had been a principal. And so I had to respect that. So when I talk about shared governance, I value that voice that comes to the table, and I value the alignment to be able to allow people to tell me what I may not know, and to be able to allow us to explore things together so that we can make the difference to the best of what we're trying to do. So that's an example of shared governance, allowing people to talk, allowing people to share and to push back, and allowing people to be able to explore. I believe in empowering people People should not have to always wait for me to tell them what to do. I am a macro manager, not a micromanager. So I believe in autonomy, right? With systems and, being able to make sure that it is what we need to do as a district as a whole. We still have to move together. One locomotive doesn't go down the track by itself. It takes the train to move it.
I love your sayings. Sounds like I was going to say something else, but I don't know what it is. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Clerk Manila. We'll go on to Trustee Smith.
Trustee Smith, you'll have an additional 43 seconds.
Thank you very much. So before I ask my question, I would like to clarify something because when President Taylor and I spent our time with Dr. Hobbs, one of the things I tried to figure out, because the term network leader comes up a lot. I don't know if everyone here at the dais and maybe watching at home knows, not to put words in your mouth, but the way that we discussed it is that that is most akin to an area superintendent in our own district. So for anyone following along who's wondering about a network leader, it's most akin to an area superintendent.
Correct, Trustee Smith.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, so here is my question. Can you give me an example of how you worked with your state or federal level legislators to advocate for your district or school system? What was the outcome?
So there was a commissioner when I worked in Ypsilanti who had come to talk to me about the state of the school in terms of improving the graduation rate. And so I was the assistant superintendent, so I worked with the superintendent to come up with strategies and to have that discussion so we would be able to define what that looks like. A lot of times people think that it's easier than it really is. And so part of my goal was to help, kind of be that mediator between, like, we're working on this and, transparently show what we were doing and how it was happening, and then inviting him and other people to be able to come there to the school district to see what the students were doing. We had a robotics program there at the school district, and so they were able to see that. And anytime we had different public events, they were always invited. You include the people. You allow them to be able to come in. It's never going to be hands off for me. You can't come in. No, everybody, let's come on in.
Thank you. Staying on that topic, and I think that that's a great example of explaining and bringing them into the process. But have you ever been in a situation where you needed to advocate for your school system or your district because you needed a different outcome that only your local, state, or federal level legislators could really do for you? Because we're all symbiotically connected. So we rely on them and their decisions oftentimes. Has there ever been a point where you had to do that?
So honestly, no. But the Washtenaw LEA, right, in Ypsilanti was like our advocate for that with the government. So, a lot of times smaller districts have like a mediation, right? So the LEA is basically that. With Detroit, it was Wayne Risa, and that is the LEA for Detroit. So working with them, and that was where we had the PLCs generating through that for our schools to be able to support with the work that we were doing. So indirectly, I would answer that correctly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Trustee.
So my last question is not so much of a question. It's more of an opportunity. I know you get your 2 minutes at the end, and you've spent a lot of time with all of us. Is there a question you haven't been asked, or is there some dimension of your experience or your belief system that you would like to be able to share but you don't think has come up yet?
Now that's a loaded question.
And it's okay if the answer is no, but is there a moment, is there an experience, is there some rock we have not lifted up that you want us to see the light underneath it?
Well, I'm just transparent, and I hope that's conveyed very clearly to you all. I'm sincere, and this is my heart.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church.
Trustee Church, you'll have an additional 26 seconds.
26. Okay. Let's use that.
Okay.
Dr. Hobbs, thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much. So let's take a deep dive into some of those, because I know I threw a lot of different things.
Okay.
The social jet. You can't pick up a newspaper because you can't find them. You can't go online today and not see an article about upset parents, social justice, equity, equality, etc. Essentially, there's a faction that would propose teaching, and I'm going to use the exact terms, male privilege, Asian privilege, white privilege, identifying people by the color of their skin. Then there's another faction, which I kind of call the Martin Luther King equality, that's my opinion, faction that teaches more diversity and unity. I'm going to ask you the hard question then. Okay. How do you give advice to us as a board how we teach that?
Well, thank you for that question, Trustee Church. When I think about social justice, I think about allowing people to be expressive to who they are and the purposes that they bring to the table, and respecting that. Not holding judgment, not holding any type of pre-biases or misrepresentation or understanding, but having an open mind and having an open heart to really have those authentic conversations. I shared with Trustee Rodriguez and Trustee Mayberry, and I saw this gentleman. We were actually in Orlando in Disney, and I saw this gentleman. He had a lot of tattoos on, and some of them were like skulls. They were very dark looking, and he had a symbolism of a physique look. And one part of me said, he won't talk to you, because I was curious about his tattoos. I wanted to know, what did they mean? Because I'm always amazed at what people, put on their body with a tattoo. And so I talked to him, and we had the best conversation. You know what we had in common? We were both educators, he and the lady that he was with. If I had used my own thought or biases of thinking, I never would have understood that the meaning why he had one tattoo on that had stitches and a Band-Aid, because he had a brain tumor. But I wouldn't have known that had I judged him by his appearance. So I say we look at people for who they are and what they bring to the table, and we don't judge them. And so that's what we teach. We teach to be able to look at people and accept them and be able to get to the heart of why we're all gathered together. And that's for teaching and learning. When we steer away from that, that's when we make the mistakes.
Very touching. I got to get my thoughts back. Thank you. The sex ed. Again, you can't go online without hearing the different people. I'm going to use the terms. Here, there's a proposal that we replace boys and girls, males and females, with, quote, body with a vulva, body with a penis. There's also, at what grade we introduce the term gay or that kind of lifestyle relationship to the students. Can you comment on that? How do we teach that? How can you provide guidance to us as a board on teaching that?
So I'm not a politician, and I don't get into those waters. I would look at the Nevada state standards, and I would look at what's required by the Nevada state standards and what we are required to teach children. And based upon that, we would stick to the curriculum, and we would teach what the curriculum and the state tells us we are supposed to teach. And again, we remove biases, prejudices, and opinion when we do that teaching and learning.
And I'm going to ask another specific question. We have an opioid crisis. We have a drug crisis. Well, regardless of methamphetamine, whatever it is. How do we address it? And hard question, is voluntary parent-approved drug testing of students on the table?
Can you restate the last part of that question, please?
In other words, would we drug test students with the parents' permission?
I don't believe that's going to solve the issue to drug test children. The issue is greater than a test. The issue is the problem itself. So we would seek to, prevent the problem by, awareness to what the effects of opiates and all of that, brings to a person, especially from a young age whose brain is not yet developed, right? But again, parents have the right to choose what they need to do. I don't believe that that would be the school district's responsibility.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
Trustee Church, you have 20 seconds and 15, so no.
I'll waive that.
No, okay, thank you, sir. And thank you, Dr. Hobbs. We're going, I think,
President
Doctor, once again, Dr. Mayberry.
That's fine.
Trustee,
I'm not a doctor.
Trustee Mayberry, you will have an additional 40 seconds.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Dr. Hobbs, so it appears we've come to the end, so I'm going to ask you a really positive question and simply tell us, what are you proudest of in your life?
Well, I thank you. My 3 amazing children who are not on drugs, who are productive citizens in society, who love God. 35, 37, and 41. Of an African American male son who's not in jail. I'm a proud mother. And that's what I bring to the table, because I want every family to be proud of their children and to do their best. Parents bring us their best child. It's our job to serve them our best way.
Thank you, Trustee Newberry. I think it's a great time to really build upon that. Take your last 2 minutes to leave, as if that wasn't enough, what you just said, because that's quite a statement. I think we're all inspired by that, quite frankly. So take a moment and just kind of gather, if you will, and then take your 2 minutes. You will be on the clock, so don't let it surprise you.
Okay.
As last time. And just with any final comments, remarks that you want to leave with us. You can go with that last statement if you want, because that's pretty good. That's just
I'm
very
just humbled to
inspirational.
be here.
Yeah, just very inspirational. So please, the time is yours, Dr. Hobbs.
I'm just humbled. I want to serve. But I want you to make the best decision for your district. That means the most to me. Because all the children here depend on you. The staff depend on you. So regardless of the decision you make, it'll be the best one, because that community out there needs you. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Hobbs, once again, for being here, for sharing all of you with us, and really for leaving with that kind of inspiration. It is very clear as to why you're here sitting in that chair, and because you deserve to be here. So thank you for that. It's an honor.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Hobbs, thank you so much. We're back here at 2:45. All righty. We're back in session. Interview number 4 of 5. And that's okay. They feed us. We get plenty of caffeine and sugar. So we're okay. We are excited. Welcome, Dr. Enfield. Thank you. Thank you on behalf of the board and the district, and really really the Washington County School District family and the community. We appreciate so much that you've taken the time to come. We are really humbled and grateful for your interest in our position in our district. We think we have great things going here, but of course we're biased, as we should be. But we appreciate your taking the time again, and you're putting yourself out there and giving it all of you as we go through this process. I know Dr. Bryan has walked you through it. We'll do a little bit of a review just as we go. And then when we do start our questions after your opening period, I'm going to start over here with my colleague, Trustee Smith, as we go back and forth. That was my heads up. Your next kind of just so you know. And then we'll get started and get in the process, okay? All right, so we'll go to council. You know, we have to do the legal stuff.
Always has to be something legal.
I know, sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm Board Counsel Anthony Hall. And before we start this part of the interviews, I just wanted to give you a brief interview instruction. Specifically, at least one trustee has indicated a desire to ask candidates questions about a variety of national issues that superintendents are facing. For example, transgender athletes, teaching critical race theory, sexual education involving gendered language. None of the questions from any of the trustees are meant to elicit information about any protected status you may have. So as a result, in providing your response, if any, please don't disclose any protected status that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. And Dr. Bryan, once you just do an introduction, we appreciate the involvement of you and your firm so much. So thank you so much, sir.
10-second introduction.
Yeah, well,
We've been working together for a number of months now, and Dr. Enfield is totally up to date on the process today and is ready to go.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bryan. So, Dr. Enfield, we're going to start with you. You'll have 2 minutes. You see the clock is here, and we'll do a rotation of 5 minutes each way. We'll make sure we've made room for certainly for our student trustee, Caden, to be involved in this process. You know how we feel about student voice here, and that will be also a part of our process. And then we'll end with a 2-minute closing from you. So we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Taylor. So I just need to begin by saying what a joy yesterday was. It was a true joy. From the warm welcome that I received from the trustees and all of the district staff that I have been able to meet and get to know a little bit over the last 24 plus hours, to the really thoughtful questions that I was able to answer from community members, from families, from staff, and from students. But mostly, it was the interaction with the students and my visits to Anderson Elementary and to Billinghurst Middle School, where the principals took so much pride in the work that they're doing in their school, and where I got to see students engaging in incredible work. And it really made me reflect on the fact, of course, I'm in schools all the time as a sitting superintendent. I work with extraordinary board members and staff as well. But I think sometimes we stop seeing the joy in the familiar. And yesterday I got to see something familiar, but in a new way. And it just reminded me of the joy that I find in this work. And I think some people may find it hard to believe that a superintendent can find joy in their work in this day and age, but I do, and I thank you for that. And as I reflected last night on the day and moving forward, I thought of my 7-year-old self teaching my stuffed animals and my dolls. And if you ask a group of teachers, how many of you taught your stuffed animals, dolls, younger siblings, hands will go up. And the joy I had then is the joy that I felt yesterday. So thank you for the warm welcome and for inviting me into your community.
You're very welcome. We'll jump right in with Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much, President Taylor. Dr. Enfield, it's been fantastic meeting you. Thank you so much for the gift of all the time that you've given, and I really enjoyed our breakfast along with President Taylor as well. So this is our opening question. Can you share an example of how you keep an unfiltered feedback system open with teachers and staff in decision making? In other words, please tell me about how you balance insights from senior leaders and administration along with the lived experiences and realities of teachers and staff.
Wonderful question. And might I add families in there as well, in terms of their feedback. You know, we are living in a time where unfiltered feedback is easy to come by. And so I'll start with that.
So true.
And, you know, as you know, I'm in my 10th year serving in Highline Public Schools. And so I am a known entity. And once you are known, people are even more happy to tell you how they feel. And so having that relationship, I feel that people know that I have an open door. I really do literally keep an open door. Anybody who asks for a meeting with me, be it a student, a family member, community member, I will make time for. But to your point, it's important that I am seeking out, not just passively waiting for that feedback. And so I make it a point to, and I think you heard me talk about this, go into schools and have just unstructured time with teachers and staff. And not just teachers, staff. Anyone on staff is welcome to come in when we do Soup with the Soup. And we just have a conversation. And that's incredibly important. There's no agenda. There's no PowerPoint. I just want to hear what they're experiencing. And I think, as you heard me say, I have very intentionally at times chosen to have that Soup with the Soup at a school where there is some turmoil going on. And I think it's important that they see me showing up, willing to listen to the hard truths that as a leader, I need to make sure I am listening to. And so I think that some of those strategies I've employed to make myself accessible, but also to be very proactive in seeking out that opportunity is great. And I will say this, I'm sure like you, there's no shortage of formally structured meetings in our district. And meetings are wonderful, and when structured well, they can provide important information. I think the informal conversations that I have with staff, with families, with students, elicit some of the most powerful information. And so one of the things that I would certainly want to continue doing is bringing together groups of principals, groups of classified staff, groups of teachers for those informal conversations to really learn what's going on. And frankly, being out and about observing for myself what's going on, I think is critically important. And so those are some of the ways that I do that. And I think that I spoke yesterday at one of the Q&A about the fact that when I make a decision, and sometimes it's an I, or when my school board and team, when we make a decision, inevitably when we are making decisions that impact this many people, we can't make everybody happy. It's not possible. Somebody will be upset with the decision we make. So I think it's incredibly important that we share how we gathered the input, who we listened to, how we listened, and then most importantly, why we made the decision we made. I think so often we forget to share the why. And in my experience, even when somebody disagrees with where you land with the decision, if they can hear the reason behind it and that you really did take into account other opinions, but ultimately you landed where you did, they are able to accept it, not like it necessarily, not even agree with it, but I think they're better able to accept it than if you just say, this is my decision, I listened, but I had to do what I had to do. So that's been my experience in terms of soliciting the unfiltered feedback and using that to inform the decisions that we made. And the other thing that I will add is admitting when I get it wrong. I think that goes a long way with staff and community. It's not fun, but I think it's important when, as a leader in a learning organization, that I model what it means to be not just a leader, but a learner. And so saying to the community, I got this wrong, saying to my staff, I got this wrong, here's what I learned, and here's why we're going to make it right.
I appreciate that. I'd like to quickly follow up, and if you can't be specific, I understand because of confidentiality and working with staff. Can you confirm that what I'm hearing from you is that in your soup with the soup, you have gone back and you have revised decisions, you've updated administrative approaches based on this feedback? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
It absolutely is. Would you like an example?
I would love it in 19 seconds, yes.
When we first had our strategic plan goal of, I'm going to talk really fast, of out-of-school suspensions and expulsions, I learned in listening to staff that was the wrong goal. It was the metric. The goal needed to be school culture, and that discipline was a metric that we used. And my staff so appreciated that I heard that and that we made the change as a system.
Boom.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Infield. We're going to go to, we're going this way and this way. It's what we've been doing all day. So, Clerk Minetto.
Hello. It was so nice to have breakfast with you this morning. And I'm going to ask you something that I've asked everybody. Professionally, what have you done? What were your jobs in the last 10 years? We know the answer to this.
What wasn't my job in the last 10 years? Well, and I say that both seriously and tongue-in-cheek. I think all of us took on responsibilities and roles, regardless of our title, particularly over the last 2 years, that we had never anticipated. And that was true for us as superintendents as well. So I have found myself, in addition to being a superintendent, helping with meal delivery, heaven help us all, teaching 6th grade science. I think we all agreed unanimously in the district that didn't need to happen again. I did much better in pre-K. But I think that over my 10-year tenure in Highline, what I have really tried to do is walk my talk and make sure that I am modeling for my team and for our students. I think it's really important that especially those of us in public education remember that our students are listening and they're watching. We're the grown-ups, we're the role models, and I take that notion of a role model very much to heart. And so that has really, I think, driven what I do, and I'll stop there because there's more time and I'm sure you have another question.
Thank you. Actually, I was kind of looking for what specific job have you had in the last 10 years, because I asked that with everybody, and I know it's one.
It is Superintendent for Highline Public Schools.
All right. So how would you honor the expertise we have in the district with our leadership team?
It's a wonderful question. I've actually had an opportunity to speak to this over the last day or so. My leadership style, my philosophy, and the way that I have entered systems where I've come into as a superintendent or just as a senior leader is to, I think it's incredibly important to honor the institutional expertise and knowledge that exists, and to take the time to get to know people, to take the time to let them understand and meet your expectations with commensurate support. As a leader, it's important that I say, here's what I need from you and how can I help you get there? And so when I've been able to build a senior leadership team, I think there are 3 ingredients to a strong, successful team. Right now in my cabinet, I have 1 or 2 people who I inherited in the role they're in. They're still where they were 10 years ago. I also have people that I promoted from other positions within the organization. And I have some people that I brought in from the outside. What I love about that makeup is you're honoring and tapping into the institutional knowledge. You're signaling to the system that there's a pathway to grow and advance, which I think is incredibly important. And you're bringing in those outside eyes who can come in and say, you do it that way, why? And just have really good, I think we have better conversations and come to better decisions when you have those diverse perspectives coming together with a shared mission.
Thank you. So I heard that you mentioned specifically going to schools and soup at the soup, and how often do you go to the schools? I mean that's a big general question, but I mean, is it like lots or is it?
So I think I'm going to chunk that into 3 phases: pre-pandemic, and now sort of post-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, it was on a weekly basis. And so my goal was to be in at least 1 school on a weekly basis. Obviously, when we were shut down, visiting a classroom via Zoom isn't quite the same, but I did it. And now, I am doing that as often as I can. It is a bit challenging being in a superintendent search while being a superintendent. I'm not going to lie. But still, that's where I find my why. And in fact, yesterday when I was out in schools, there was a moment in which Trustee Smith and President Taylor were standing there, and I was talking with one of the facilitators, and I said to her, I kind of forget that I'm on a job interview, because when I'm in that school setting, that's my happy place. And I just want to be talking with teachers and talking with students. So every chance I get.
That's kind of the way we feel, too. Okay, real quick. What do you think is the most important thing you do as a superintendent?
Model and support my people.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Manello. Vice President Nicolette?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Your cover letter referenced 4 components that communicate values and commitment to families and community, and those were, just as a reminder, equity, instruction, relationships, and support. Can you please provide detailed strategies that you incorporate to measure the success or failure or anything in between of those 4 strategies?
Yes, so those were actually the foundation of our strategic plan. And we use those terms specifically because we didn't want to get into jargon. We wanted to signal to families, community members what our system was about. So our community has a deep commitment to equity. And so for us, equity really is measured by how we are making sure that every student has what they need to succeed. And ultimately, at the highest level, it is how we are delivering on our Highline promise, which is to know every student by name, strength, and need, so they graduate prepared for the future they choose, not a future that was predetermined for them. That's the best definition of equity that I have yet to come across. And so we measure our progress on that by how our students are graduating, by the feedback we get from our students about how connected they are to their school. When I met with the students yesterday, as I meet with students now, I always ask, do you have at least one adult in your school that you trust, who knows you, that you can go to if you need help? And I need to see every hand go up. And if they don't, then we need to dig a little deeper and find out why, because every student needs that one connection. With instruction, We have focused intensely on our growth data, so where our students come in at the beginning of the year and where they end and what that growth is. I think growth data is perhaps even more important than summative data. I'm not in any way minimizing summative data, but the reality is that if a student is coming in to 5th grade reading perhaps at a 3rd grade level, they may not be at 4th grade by that summative test. But thanks to the hard work and expertise of that teacher, they may very well be at 4.5. And that's something to celebrate. And we need to find ways to do that. When it comes to support, how are we supporting not just our students, their social, emotional, and academic needs, but how are we supporting our staff? You know, and obviously we have staff surveys and we ask our staff, you know, do you feel supported? Do you feel that you agree with our strategic plan goals? Do you feel you have the resources to meet those goals? And we take that feedback to heart and then we communicate out on that. And finally, relationships. It's all about relationships. Do our families feel that they have a relationship with their child's school? Do our staff in buildings and at central office feel that they have relationships with senior leadership, with one another? And do our students, I'm going to bring it back to students, do they feel that they have a meaningful relationship with a trusted adult in their school?
Thank you. And coming around to the alignment with the strategic goals, what is your process up front in writing your strategic goals?
Yes, thank you. So when I arrived in Highline, we actually entered into about an 8-month-long strategic planning process that involved community members, board members, students, staff, families, our union leadership. It was a large group of people. And we together established what our high-level strategic plan goals would be. And then it came to the district leadership staff working in conjunction with building staff to determine what those specific measurements would be. So, for example, for our graduation goal, because obviously our ultimate measure of success as a school system is our students graduating on a path to whatever they choose for themselves. So we look at not just our 4-year graduation rates, our 5-year graduation rates. We look at how many of our students go on to post-secondary, and we are very, very explicit in honoring all of those post-secondary pathways. Did I answer that fully?
I'm thinking, and then to come full circle, what strategies do you use to get that feedback loop in sharing that information with the community that helped design?
Yeah, great question. So we actually have been using a tool called Thought Exchange, which some of you may have been familiar with. So surveys can be a bit one-dimensional, one way. So you put out a question, they say we like it, we don't like it. Thought Exchange is an online platform where you can put out ideas, questions, and then community members can give their comments. But here's where it gets great. They can star other people's comments, so you get a sense for trends. So now all of a sudden you get a sense that when somebody says, we're really finding that we're not getting good communication from the district, if you see a bunch of stars near that, you've got a communication issue.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we'll go. I am next in line again. Thank you so much for being here. So much for being here.
My pleasure.
Let me jump right in. What, in your opinion, Dr. Enfield, what are the personality traits that make a good executive leader?
So in my experience, I think somebody who is very clear in who they are and what they stand for. And I'm going to come back to it. I think modeling matters. I think it's easy to talk. It's hard to walk that talk. And I think we walk that talk by modeling. So the best executives, the best leaders I've worked for, and the leader that I strive to be every day, and I don't get there every day. I'm better on some days than others because I am human. But that they are people who walk their talk, who are clear in their why, who provide clear and explicit expectations, as I said, with commensurate support. I'm a big believer in high demand, high support. So I'll expect a lot of you, but I'm going to also invest as much as you need in order to meet that expectation. That they are equal part listener and leader. A good leader needs to listen. And that they can take the hard feedback and turn it into something constructive.
Okay, so let me follow up on those. You mentioned some very good traits and attributes. Can you give us specific examples, and we have good time left, on how you modeled those out? Whether it's modeling, whether it's setting clear expectations explicitly, high demand, high support, any of those things. Can you give us some specific examples of what that looks like when what you've done?
Absolutely. And I'll actually be vulnerable and start with some examples of when I've not been my best leadership self, because I think that's really important. Okay. I strive to show up each day to be the leader that my team and our staff and our children deserve. And as I said, I'm human. And my leadership team and I, many of us have worked together for a long time now, and so we're quite close. And there are times where I have been frustrated, and not necessarily with them, but with a challenge that we are not able to meet. And I have not responded in the best way possible. And I go back and I apologize. And in some cases, I apologize to the entire team. And I know that might not seem significant, but we are living in a time where we are under pressure like never before. People are tired, they're frustrated, they're angry, they're demoralized in some cases, and so it's hard to be our best self every day, and that's okay. But what I tell my team is, I don't expect you to get it right all the time, but I expect you to make it right when you get it wrong. And I model that. And I think that that's incredibly important because it shows that I don't ask for perfection. I just want them to really continue to be better and to do better.
Okay. How about a time when you've demonstrated or showed or modeled on what you've been clear in who you are and what you stand for?
There have been a number of times where I have done that. I would say that, and I know that there have been many questions in the community about some of the discipline changes that we've made in Highline. And I will say that I think the very bold and public stance that I took 10 years ago to say that we cannot continue to discard children. And as an English major, I use my words very, very carefully. But that's what I felt that we were doing, or at least that's the message I felt we were sending to our kids. And we couldn't keep doing that. Now, in the way that I went about acting on my belief and my need for change, did I get it all right? No, and I think I've shared with you in some of the ways that I got it wrong and how I went back to make it right. But my stance was very clear. My why was very clear. And did I have the data to back it up? Yes. But more importantly, I had my own experience as an educator and what I believe our young people are deserving of.
Okay, I appreciate that. Excuse me. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to, let's see, as example, when you provided clear and explicit expectations.
Absolutely. So with my leadership team, I have them do a self-evaluation each year, but then I also sit down with them and we map out what their goals will be for the following year. And I ask them to map out not just 3 professional goals, I ask them to map out a personal goal. Because I think that as leaders, we also need to be growing personally. It's not just achieving your metrics. Did you get the job done as COO? But what is your goal to grow as a leader? What do you want to do? And then those are in writing. And we meet sometimes mid-year. How's it going? Do we need to change this? And then we meet at the end of the year. How did it go? And I feel that clarity and I think that focus and balance between professional and personal growth is incredibly important. Okay.
Right on time. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to my colleague, Trustee Rodriguez.
Hi.
Hello.
Good to see you again.
You as well.
And I really appreciate our time having dinner the other night and meeting your husband. Really, really personal people. Appreciate that. So I know watching your interviews and whatnot, you seem to establish a really good rapport with legislators in Washington. If you kind of go about or give me an example, how you were able to implement that with funding your district.
Yeah, thank you. So, the beauty of being in the same region for a dozen years, because while I've been in Highline for 10, I was in Seattle as interim superintendent and chief academic officer prior to that. So I've really been in the Seattle area since 2009. So I've been around a while. And that helps because you become a known entity. And so, I was fortunate during my time in Seattle, with Seattle being the largest district in the state. Obviously, they are someone that the legislature is keenly interested in knowing sort of what is going on and having them be, to some degree, a bellwether, if you will, for the rest of the state. And so during my time as chief academic officer and interim superintendent, I was able to get to know our legislators and start building those relationships. So when I came to Highline, I was able to bring those relationships to bear and advocate on those issues that I think are critically important. And so I think, as I talked about, one of those was fully funding high-quality, tuition-free, full-day kindergarten for all students in Washington State, which we now have, but we didn't have then. but also as a result of a lawsuit that was filed against our legislature, alleging that they were violating our state constitution by not fully funding basic education, which our state constitution calls out as the paramount duty of the legislature, and being sort of part of lots of conversations and hearings on that, along with, I don't take credit for this. This was a team effort with my superintendent colleagues across the region and others. But in addition to the full day K funding, we've also seen an increase in the general fund budget allocation for education increasing from about 46 to 51%, which is significant. And so I think what I would say is gentle pressure relentlessly applied.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. You mentioned working as a team. That was a team effort. Say you're selected to come here, and how would you view parents fitting in that team?
Absolutely. So I actually have in Highline what I call my Family Action Committee, and the word, it's action, not advisory, because we have a lot of advisory committees, and I feel like someone like, I roll another advisory committee. I'm going to sit there and listen and say something, and nothing's really going to happen. And I really wanted to signal to the parents and family members who stepped up to take the time to be a part of this that we were going to be about action. And so our Family Action Committee meets at least quarterly with some communication in between. And they have been instrumental in helping us shape some of our policies. They've been instrumental in sharing with us what some of our decisions have looked like in practice. In addition to my Family Action Committee, I also meet regularly with our Highline Council PTSA and our Highline Special Needs PTSA. And so we have incredible families in Highline, and their willingness to continue to step up and be a part of this work with us and help us be better at this work humbles me. And I'm grateful for them. And as I said, sometimes they have to tell me some hard things. And as a leader, I have to hear that. But I care about them and their children enough to take that to heart.
I appreciate that. And one thing I do hear from our community, that we have a lot of good families here as well. There's a little bit of dark element, and we'll come around to that. But one thing I do hear about is frustration with kind of site management and parents having access just to their local schools. Frustration where a parent can go to their daughter's school but can't go to their son's school across the street. How would you see about, kind of fixing that disparity there?
So I'm a big believer of, I think I would say it as sort of consistency at the core, creativity wrapped around the edges. And so what I mean by that, to get to your point, is what are some consistent non-negotiables that we want to say represent our values with engaging with families across the system, regardless of school? Now, how that particular principal and staff, engage with that might look a little different, but I think we need to have some common shared agreements that our families need to be welcome in our schools. And that needs to be across the board. I would hate to hear from a family that they're welcome in one child's school but not another. And that would just lead to a conversation, not judgment, conversation. But I think that there's a role for consistency, especially when it comes to families' access to their child's education.
Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, President Taylor. And good afternoon, Dr. Anfield. Nice to see you again.
You as well, Trustee Mayberry.
What have you learned from working in such a diverse district of 18,000 students that is transferable to our 62,000 student district?
Thank you. So what I will lead with the fact that I spent 3 years in leadership in Seattle Public Schools, which was approximately just under 50,000 students, which is not much less than 62,000. So I have experience leading a larger system. And I will be honest with you, the challenges are much the same. It's a matter of scale. And so, in a larger system, you have a larger team to help you do the work. And any superintendent who thinks they can go this alone is foolish. None of us can go this alone. And so, you have a team that can help you meet those needs. And I will say, one of my favorite parts about being in Highline is the fact that our rich diversity is something that our community and our staff value. And more importantly, it's something that our students see value in as well. When I talk with our graduates and I ask them what most prepared you for life after graduation, one of the things that I hear, a theme that I hear consistently that just warms my heart is, I know how to get along with anybody. Because I came from a community that is so diverse. And as I've said to people, when I say diverse, I mean 100 different languages, top Spanish, Vietnamese, Somali, that's diverse. And so our students see that as a value as well.
So as a follow-up, and I think you've touched on it, but maybe dig a little deeper, what do you view the challenges in Washoe County schools that may be unique to you or different than your current district?
So, to be very honest, I think many of the challenges are quite similar. I think any difference would be perhaps in scale and perhaps local context, because local context matters, local politics matter. So I would say this, and these are some of the things that I heard yesterday and that I've read and observed. I think that exhaustion, staff morale, is a challenge right now. And how do we address that? And yes, we can talk about funding. That's critically important. Salaries are critically important. And I think we need to look at other ways we can honor and help boost the morale of our staff. I've heard that loud and clear. Trust and communication with not just staff, but with our parents and broader community. I think that there are some in the community, true for us as well in Highline as it is here in Washoe, who don't trust us right now. And we can either fold our arms and say, but we're being honest, or as I've said earlier, we can lean in and try to really hear what are the seeds of that mistrust? What do we need to hear, and how can we engage in some real dialogue to overcome that? And I think that's a challenge as well. I'll stop there so you can ask me. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Our student trustee, Caden, is here and has some questions for you as well.
Awesome. Thank you. It's great to see you again after last night and talking with you from the Student Advisory Council. We really appreciate that. My first question is, I know we talked about this last night, but I kind of want to say it for the record too. There's tons of school districts across the entire country that are kind of looking for positions like this. And I just want to ask, why specifically Washoe County, and kind of like, do you plan to stick around here for the long term?
Thank you, Trustee Custer. Since you're in a different seat tonight, you're wearing your student hat and your student trustee hat. So I think for me, it is both personal and professional. And I apologize if this is being repetitive, but I've said, and I believe this deeply, I believe in choosing your professional home wisely. Because as a superintendent, it's not just what I do, it's who I am. So where I live, where I lead, where I serve matters to me. It matters to my husband. And so, as I said, this brings me closer to family. And I see some challenges here that excite me. One of the questions I got yesterday in one of the groups was, does the inadequate funding for education in the state concern me, since I'm coming from a state where the funding is better? And my response was, it fires me up. Because I believe that as a nation, we shouldn't have those kinds of disparities in how we fund our public schools and our children. The school children in Nevada are as deserving of adequate funding as the students in Washington or Delaware or Florida. And I would love to be a part of helping make that a reality.
Perfect. Thank you. And so another question is, obviously we were talking about how important student voice is to the district and especially to the trustees too. And what would you do to ensure basically that student voice continues to be a priority for Washoe County?
Yes. So like my Family Action Committee, I also have a superintendent student leadership team that I meet with regularly. And I right now have a student intern. I've had a number of student interns over the years, which is super fun. But my intern right now, one of the things that I've asked her to help me with is to create a more robust, to look at the current superintendent student leadership team, talk with the current members, but really give me ideas for how to make it more robust so that we can present my successor with a plan for how he might make it even better. And more to the point, to connect that to what happens in schools. So not just that there's a superintendent student leadership team, each principal and leadership team in a school has a student leadership team that they're meeting with regularly so that they're getting a feedback loop about what's happening in the school. So I think that's critically important and fun.
Awesome. And then, sorry, there's not a ton of time left, but a lot of our students are feeling the lack of motivation and isolation, especially from COVID. And was there anything you'd like to say to address that?
What I've said to our students, and I would say to students anywhere, is you're not giving yourselves enough credit. The fact that you've gone through what you've gone through and that you're showing up here means that you can do anything.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Caden. So glad you could be with us today. Don't know what class you're missing, but so glad you can be here with us today. Class is, right. With that, we'll go colleague Trustee Church.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anfield.
Yes, Trustee.
as a preface, new process for us, very unique. And so one of the questions my constituents had helped me develop a number of questions. And the process, which that is what it is, said, no, we can't give them in advance. So here we are today. This is really the one time that we get it on the record, on a formal government, record. And I don't know if you have a copy, but there's 8 questions, and we obviously can't cover them all in depth. And the questions are for you either based on your expertise or basically pretending you're the superintendent, giving us needed advice. You can't, I almost said pick up a newspaper, they don't exist all the time. You can't go online and look at any article, even in the sports page, without seeing these national issues. So let's dive in. Number one, if you could just try to give a fairly brief answer, the ability to work with a board if that board composition changes.
Thank you. So I have had multiple iterations of my current school board. I only have one currently of my 5 board members. Only one is the one who hired me. So I have lots of experience working with new board members. And frankly, that's part of the job. You go into the superintendency knowing that's just part of it. And so I accept it. And I think that I've developed some really good, genuine strategies for building relationships with my trustees, with my board members, and forming a team, regardless of whether the individuals change.
And then very sensitive subject, social justice, whether we call it diversity, equity, equality, is in the news. And so helping us out, how do we teach that? How do we teach it?
So I will, I think open with adding to that. CRT is a topic of conversation. I know it came up in the questions yesterday. I'll go there. And the question came yesterday around CRT and whether it's being taught in our schools. And this is what I will say, and I think it will apply to to the sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion question that you asked. We don't teach CRT in our schools. But those who are concerned that we are teaching CRT in our schools need to be heard. And I think that we need to take some time to not just hear the sound bites and the noise, but to really have some deep dialogue on what are their specific concerns. What are they hearing? What are they seeing that is giving them cause for concern about what we're teaching? Now, I will say, especially working in a diverse school system and a diverse community, we can't shy away from engaging our young people in conversations around diversity, equity, and inclusion. We simply can't right now. And we must do so in responsible, developmentally appropriate ways.
So let me deep dive a little deeper. Some of the terms that are used in some of the training places involve identifying people by skin color. They refer to it as white privilege, Asian privilege, or gender male privilege. Is that appropriate?
I actually think that it simply is what it is, for lack of a better term. I think we live in a marvelous country, and we can acknowledge the wonders of our democracy and the marvelous country that we are privileged to live in, and still acknowledge we have some hard history that we need to face. And shying away from that, I don't think does a service to our children. And so I think that both can be true. It's not an either or.
And we only have a minute left until we go back to the other one, but how do we improve our schools? Regardless of how we rank now, how do we improve?
Well, I think systems are made up of people. And so I think we need to look at what are we doing to attract and retain the best people possible. Once we have the best people possible, how are we equipping them with the best tools? That means high quality curriculum materials, means high quality learning opportunities for them to grow as professionals, and good support. And I think if I might, Trustee Church, add, I understand and I see the concerns with the data that you and others have, and we have those in my system as well. But I think before we're quick to condemn ourselves to failure and say we are, failing across the board, I want us to look at students like Caden. That's not a failure. That is an epic point of pride. And there are lots of Cadens across Washoe County Public Schools. And so I want to make sure that we acknowledge our shortcomings as a system, we're honest about them, and that we collaboratively come up with solutions. But let's celebrate the successes too. Two things can be true at once.
You're too kind, Trustee Church. We'll continue on and just keep looping around. Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much, President Taylor. Okay. Can you tell me a story about how you partnered with your local business community and community leaders to benefit your district?
Oh gosh, we're so fortunate to have a generous business community in Highline Public Schools. And we actually have a high school called Raisbeck Aviation High School. And obviously it's an aviation aerospace themed high school. We're in the shadow of Boeing, Alaska Airlines, all of that. And the school was formed long before I arrived. It's a regional magnet school. It's a small school, about 400 students. And it actually was developed by a wonderful woman who is retired, but I've brought her back in to help, Reba Gilman, who it was her brainchild, and she partnered with business and industry to create this school. And it is supported by Boeing, by Blue Origin, by Alaska Airlines, by all of these things. And those students have internships where they have to sign NDAs and other things. I mean, it's really a wonderful example. But here's what I think makes it extra special. And I think I find this an intriguing, I haven't been able to replicate it, but I find it to be an intriguing idea. The school building itself was built with a combination of public and private dollars. So the name Raisbeck is after the late James Raisbeck, who was a very successful engineer, aerospace engineer in the region. And he gave a significant amount of his own fortune and convinced others that he knew well to contribute some of their own fortune to build this wonderful building that sits adjacent to the Museum of Flight in Tukwila, just outside. So our students literally look out on a sea of airplanes, which is just wonderful. And so I think that that's a wonderful example of business and industry and private citizens coming together with the school district to create a fabulous learning opportunity for our kids.
Thank you so much. Okay, one more question. After doing your research about our district and now experiencing it firsthand, can you share some ideas you have for our next chapter if you become our superintendent?
Well, I'm not sure a day and a half and conversations and online research makes me eminently qualified to answer that, Trustee Smith, but I will share some of my thinking. I do think that there is an opportunity to do a deep dive into the budget to see if there are opportunities for reallocating resources. We know, I've heard loud and clear, as I know you have, salaries are an issue. Is there something we can do to be more competitive in compensating our staff? They show up every day giving their best for our kids. They deserve the best we can give them. So that seems to be part of it. I also think that determining what the new sort of strategic focus will be and what are those things that we can rally around and be excited about. I think that right now we are all in need of focusing on something hopeful and positive and forward thinking. And what I heard from staff is they are eager to come together and rally around something that excites them. You know, one of the things about those who go into public education is this. None of us, especially those who went into teaching, went to bed as a new young teacher saying, please, tomorrow, let me make a difference in the lives of 53% of my students. Nobody thinks that. We go into this believing we can make a difference in the lives of every single one of our kids. We need to tap back into that inspiration that brings our professionals into our schools every day. And I think there's a unique opportunity. Now, what that looks like exactly, I'm not sure yet. I think it would be premature for me to assume sort of what those things would be, but I see a tremendous opportunity there. I really, really do. I think people are hungry for it. That's what I'm sensing.
Thank you so much. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Clerk Minetto, back to you.
Trustee Minetto, you have an additional 23 seconds.
Wow.
Well, I only have maybe 2 questions. So, I think you already told me this, but I'd like everybody else to know, what is your personal goal as superintendent of Washoe County School District?
Absolutely. So my personal goal is to come here and serve and lead and live as long as I can. I want to be clear. I am coming for the long haul. As you know from my tenure in Highline, I'm not a puddle jumper. And I believe that our school systems need stable leadership. Change doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. And I've learned that by experience. And so I am eager, as I did in Highline, to come into this community, put down roots, get to know it, be a part of it, and lead to the best of my ability, as long as I am given the privilege to serve by the trustees who determine whether I get that privilege on a regular basis. And I also think, too, from what sort of would I love for the system to be moving forward, I want everybody in the district, in the community, frankly across the state and the nation, to look to Washoe County Public Schools as the district that owns its shortcomings and has invested in the right strategies to address them, and has created a school system where adults and students alike thrive, where they're respected, where they are seen, where they are valued, where they are supported. I think that would be incredible, and I think it's doable. I like to aim high.
So, since our deputy superintendent is retiring, what steps are you going to take to have your right-hand person in place?
Yeah, that's a tremendous opportunity and responsibility coming in. So I think that I shared with you some of my theory of action around building a team earlier. And so clearly, coming into a new organization, you want to get to know the leaders in the organization and see, do you have some untapped potential there? Some folks who maybe haven't been put into a particular role yet who are ready, or who are ready to change roles. I will also, though, look to my networks outside. One of the benefits of having been at this a long time is I know a lot of people across the country and have wonderful networks that I can tap into. And I think that the excitement that I have about potentially serving this community would be shared by some pretty incredible external candidates as well. So I would like to consider both internal and external to find the right person.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Manetho. Dr. Nicolette?
All right. So you wrote in your leadership statement a quote from Albert Einstein. What is right is not always popular. What is popular is not always right. Can you describe in detail how do you balance what is right with what is popular, and maybe first define what is right mean?
So that phrase hung in the back of my high school classroom because I wanted my students to see that each and every day when I was a high school teacher. Might I answer through a story to illustrate that, Trustee Nicolette? When I first arrived in Highline, I think some of you may remember the small schools movement, where we thought that we could fix high schools by just breaking them up into smaller units. And Highline had done that with two of its comprehensive high schools, two of its most diverse, highest need high schools, long before I arrived. So there were these three small schools on these two campuses, and then there were two other comprehensive high schools. Incredibly dedicated staff, wonderful kids, but some real inequities that were very apparent to me. But also some deep connection to those small schools on the part of students, on the part of staff and teachers. But what I saw was this. At some of those small schools, unfortunately, students weren't getting access to the things that they needed to have access to. And I'm talking about things like physics. I'm talking about things like music. I'm talking about things like extracurriculars. I'm talking about things like advanced placement courses, whereas students who, by virtue of zip code, were assigned to one of our comprehensive high schools were getting access to all of that and more. So when you ask what is right, I certainly knew that was wrong. Every student is deserving of the same opportunity. When we talk equity, equity is the different supports our students need to get there, but opportunity needs to be equal. So I talk about equity and parity in the same breath. So I want our students to have whatever different resources they need, but I want there to be parity in what their educational experience is. I don't want them denied something just by virtue of the school they're assigned to or where they live. So I knew we had to make a change. Oh, and by the way, the alumni and the local communities had become very disenfranchised from the school. Because if you graduated, you go to Reed High School, right? So I'm using euphemisms here, right? So if you graduated from Reed High School 25 years ago, and 10 years later the district broke it up into 3 small schools, Reed High School is no longer there. And you're like, well, so where's my alma mater? What's going on here? So the community wasn't connected to the school, and so I knew we had to make a change. So with the board, obviously, and it took me 5 years into my tenure to do this. I saw it day one. And I share that because as a leader, you have to time the change that you make. You have to build the coalition. You have to make sure that you and your trustees are in sync, that you agree this is the right thing to do. Again, what's right? And so it took 5 years, but I finally realized, and the board as well, knew that we had to reconstitute these schools. It was painful. We had board meetings with crying students, with crying staff, with crying families. At the same time, I had alumni coming and saying, you should have done this a long time ago. You know, it's a no-win. But again, I knew it was the right thing because I knew that we could give our students access to more learning opportunities if we went this direction. And that was the right thing to do. And so we stood our ground. We had student walkouts. You've all been through this. You know what it's like when you make those kinds of decisions. And our first graduating class of those reconstituted high schools will be graduating this year. And it has actually turned out to be exactly as we hoped it would. A stronger sense of community among the students at the school, a stronger sense of connection with the alumni, and more opportunities for both core learning and extracurricular learning for those students that they never had in the smaller school environment.
Wow, that's a lovely story. Thank you. And so in a nutshell, it took some bravery and grit on the part of many people. And so today, very quickly, 40 seconds, what might be a discussion around the table or at a party about how fabulous this is?
Right now? I think, well, it's really funny when you make those hard decisions and they actually work out. I'm still waiting for the thank you letters. They don't seem to come. They really don't. People seem to forget that, they were really upset at the time and that, oh, wait, that crazy idea you had was actually the right thing. So I think people now have actually in some ways sort of forgotten, right? Because now we're back to these two wonderful high schools that are, where they were. So, but I think the conversation now would be, we did the right thing. It was the right fight to fight.
Well, cheers and congratulations.
Cheers.
And you get a thank you from us. So for what? Thank you so much. As you take a minute to hydrate yourself a little bit, I'm going to ask you to give us the top three. And you've talked a little bit around some, but specifically, in your opinion, since you've done the research and so on, what are the top three threats that you see for the Washoe County School District? And then what do you foresee as the top three opportunities?
So I will repeat myself a bit, but expand a little bit as well. So I talked about trust and confidence from our families and communities at large, and I think that investing time in figuring out how we strengthen that is a real threat. And I think if we don't, we will not be able to bring back the students that sadly I think we lost during the pandemic who made choices to go elsewhere. I think that if we can invest some time in building that confidence and trust in the community, parents and families will say, I want my kid to be part of Washoe again. In fact, I actually heard that from a parent last night who's homeschooling their child who said to me, but I want to send them back. So let's give them reason to send them back. And we give them reason to send them back, not just because we have great staff doing exceptional work, but because we hear what their concerns are and they feel listened to. So I think there's a threat that if we don't do that well, we won't be able to bring those families back where they want to be and where, of course, we want them. The big funding elephant, it's just always there, but it's there. And that is a threat. We know that staffing shortages are critical right now. And we have to find a way to address that. We simply have to find a way to address it. The fact that we can't transport all of our students every day in the way that we want to, the fact that we are facing, I would, not to be hyperbolic, but a crisis when it comes to substitute coverage. We really need to address this, and funding isn't all of it, but boy, it's a big part of it. So I think the trust and communication and the funding are threats as well. And I also think, and I hope that I can phrase this in a way that makes sense. I talked about this a little bit yesterday with one of the groups. I think that we have to find a way as we are in the beginning stages of our recovery from the pandemic, which will be a multi-year effort. This won't happen in the next 6 months. It's going to take us time. But as we focus on getting back to some of the basics, right, bringing our students back into school, helping them feel supported, get back on track academically, et cetera, how are we also seizing this moment to be innovative? And the threat that I see there is shame on us if we don't use this opportunity to create some innovation for our kids. And I think there's some opportunity there. So I'll use that as the segue into opportunities.
Okay.
I think that the pandemic has, I think, challenged us to see things that we saw a certain way differently, and maybe to begin challenging some of the things, particularly when it comes to traditional public education, that we should challenge. And I'll just give some examples. And these, I'm just throwing these out there. I'm not proposing this as a plan or anything like that, so I don't want anyone to, but, should high school be 4 years for every kid? Should senior year be spent entirely sitting in a classroom, or should every student be out in some kind of internship, experience what work life is like? Should we be looking at alternative school calendars? Does it make sense to have a whole summer? Maybe it does, but can't we ask these questions? Are there things that we could be doing differently right now in public education? And if we ask our students, how do they want us to make some change? So I think there's opportunities here that we have yet to identify and tap into, but I think that we have a window that has not yet closed to do that. And this is bigger than Washoe. This is bigger. This is really a nationwide moment, I think, for all of us in public education. And I think there's tremendous opportunity there. Okay. And I think that the other opportunity, and maybe it's just expanding on what I've said, is that we have proven that we can move away from doing things the way we've always done them. Because heaven knows over the last 2 years we've done things very differently from how we've done them. We have an opportunity to hold on to that, and to continue to really question ourselves and our practices. And one of the best bits of advice one of my colleagues gave me recently is, the best thing I do as a leader is not to lead with no. And I'm guilty of that sometimes. As a superintendent, I can think of all the constraints as to why we can't do something that somebody brings to me, right? Sure. We need to start from a place of yes, or a place from why not? And then see where we can go from there. So I think there's tremendous opportunity there for all of us.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President.
Trustee Rodriguez, you'll have an additional 13 seconds.
Lucky number. Yeah, I like it. So talking about a little bit, you were touching on it, like staffing shortages and things that are critical. And obviously educators or bus drivers are part of that. Now, often I think one element that gets overlooked there's plenty, I believe there's staff out there that feel like they're being overlooked, but more specifically our police department as well. I know you and I kind of talked about this, so kind of two questions in this one. So kind of coming back, there's a dark element in society, unfortunately. So we are seeing human trafficking in our community. We are seeing guns, and we are seeing drugs and things of that nature. So how would you address that issue, and what role do you see our school police in that?
Yes. So our local context, when it comes to law enforcement in the Seattle area is very different. You and I had this discussion, Trustee Rodriguez. And I think that this has been a particularly challenging time to be in law enforcement. And I have that conversation with my police chiefs, whom I meet with regularly. I think it's incredible that the district has its own police force that are here, that choose to be here, not just to serve in law enforcement, but to serve our students as law enforcement professionals. I think that's wonderful. And I think that when it comes to issues like trafficking, and we have serious trafficking issues as well in the Seattle area, not far from my district, we've had significant incidents of violence in my district over the years. And there is no way the district can deal with those alone. And so one of the things that we have done, that I have made it my sort of responsibility to do, is to keep those relationships strong, even in the face of pressure from others who don't want me to do that. So I'll just be very candid with you. Please. I think everyone knows that Seattle was sort of the birthplace of defund the police. And I've had some hard conversations with students and staff and community members who have actually demanded that I sever all ties with law enforcement. And I have said to them, I need you to understand why, as a superintendent, it would be, even if I felt that were the right thing to do personally, which I do not, why that would be irresponsible for me to do as a superintendent. Our school community is wonderful, but it's in an urban setting. And like all school districts, things happen. And when things happen, we need our law enforcement professionals there alongside us. And so I have a responsibility to keep those relationships strong, and I work hard at that. I look to our police chiefs to keep me abreast of what's happening in the community, and so that my staff knows what to be on the lookout for. So I feel that we take better care of our students thanks to the information that we get from our law enforcement professionals. And we actually have literally saved some students who have been on the cusp of succumbing to some of the things that you've just talked about.
Well, thank you. And I don't think you'll run into that defund issue here at this community. So we're pretty proud of our law enforcement here.
As you should be.
So kind of just going into a little bit more, I wonder what you would do with your first 100 days if you're selected as our superintendent.
So part of what you as trustees would receive from me relatively early is a draft 90-day plan. So, or 100. We can make it 100. The last one I did was 90, but I can do 100. We'll tack 10 more days on.
We'll add weekends and holidays.
So, what I see that entry plan is my initial commitment to the community, to the trustees, but to the students, parents, and communities here in Washoe of what they can expect from me. And obviously, I trust you as trustees to look at that with a critical eye before it goes public to see what I may have missed, or to suggest a reframing of perhaps something that I've put in there, because you are the eyes and ears of the community. You live here. You know this place. I am new. I will learn quickly. I'm a quick learner, but right now I am new. So I will share that draft plan with you. Here are some things that you can expect to see in that plan. First of all, and this is where I will need your help, who are those key officials in the community, leaders in the community, that whether it's, and I'm not talking just city council, chamber, I'm talking about community-based organizations. Who are those that I really need to meet with and get to know and build relationships with? There will be a very ambitious school visit plan. I will need some help in knowing how ambitious to be, but how will I get out in schools, and how will I be meeting with every employee group in a way to engage in conversation, to get to know them and what their needs are? And then how will I follow up after those 100 days on what I heard and what I learned and what the action steps I would propose we would take moving forward?
Okay. I'll yield my second.
And you're 13, so that's 14 seconds. So, okay, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Mayberry?
Trustee Mayberry, you have 1 minute and 50 seconds.
There was clearly a miscalculation.
All right, bonus. Okay, I'm excited. I feel like I'm on The Price is Right,
Taking
JJ, start the clock. JJ, please start.
Thank you, Dr. Enfield. So, no, that's great, because I have two questions for you. They're both different topics, so let's see what we can do here.
Okay.
So, number one, can you tell me your philosophy when it comes to serving our special education student population? And tell us how you have advocated for that segment of the population.
Yes. So first of all, I will say that I really try to discipline myself to use student first language. I really try not to reduce our students to labels. So I will say our students with special needs. And as I said, we have a Highline Special Needs PTA that I meet with regularly, and they are wonderful in helping me know what the needs are and where we need to advocate.
Okay, thank you.
Also, we have an incredible team that has made some significant advances in inclusion, where, and actually I talked with, I was heartened at Billinghurst yesterday to talk to the principal and hear the amount of which our students with special needs have access to the general school setting during the school day. I just think that's so important. Every student needs to see themselves as part of the larger school community. So the degree to which we can make that happen for every child is what I advocate for.
Okay, thank you, and I agree. Special needs is appropriate. I didn't mean.
Wasn't a criticism, just.
Yeah, no. I appreciate that. It's an important part of the population for me as well. So thank you. So switching gears, can you tell us a little bit about your experience with the Washington legislature? Their legislature is similar to ours in a sense that it's a part-time legislature. They don't meet annually.
Biennium, yes.
Can you perhaps highlight something that maybe you have worked alongside legislators on both sides of the aisle?
Absolutely. So I believe one of the stories that I shared with you in my initial interview a few weeks ago was around lobbying for full day K, and I think I told the story of a senator who happened to be a Republican senator, but who was someone whom I had spent time getting to know, that we had built a level of mutual respect and understanding, and because of that, he heard me. You know, he could hear what I was advocating for and why, and he became a strong proponent of why we needed to fund full day K in the state. And similarly, it's also for me part of getting to know legislators. I also, with a former senator, was in support of taking some action that would protect student-free speech as well. So when legislators reach out to me to see if there's a topic that I would be willing to partner with them on, assuming that it's something that aligns with my values and what I believe in, I will happily do that. So I think as a superintendent, making myself available to legislators, both on the big issues like funding, but also on some smaller issues that helps build that relationship and that trust, I think is critical. And so to be very honest with you, I don't even view our legislators in Washington as I work with them as D's or R's. I have to work with all of them. They are all my legislators. And frankly, when it comes to our kids, blue and red don't matter. So as a superintendent, blue and red doesn't matter to me. Getting it done for kids matters to me.
Thank you. I think most of us would agree with that. And finally, can you tell us what you're most proud of?
I think I am most proud that having been gifted with the opportunity to learn and lead and work alongside tremendously dedicated educators at all levels of the system, that we have been able to make decisions that have permanently changed the trajectory of students' lives. The fact that children, every child in Highline will never not know what it's like not to be able to go to full day kindergarten. The fact that every high school student in Highline at one of our comprehensive high schools has access to a certain number of AP classes, regardless of where they go. Those things matter. And that doesn't happen alone. It happens because you work with people who share a mission and share just an unyielding belief in our responsibility to create a public education system that serves all kids. And I will end with this. It is the last line of my dissertation. I never get to quote my dissertation except with this one line. And I think only 5 people on the planet ever read it. So there you go. But you know, I understand that equity means different things to different people right now. But for me, creating truly equitable school systems is the only way to ensure that every child has an equal share in the promise of public education. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're yielding your 1 minute and all good, Trustee Mayberry? All set, okay. Okay, we'll go over to Trustee Church.
Field. So let's take a deep dive into the drug abuse, chronic absenteeism, which I pretty think they're related, and it's not listed there, but the teen suicide, which is we've got to be addressed. And I think the school district addresses it well. We have a excellent program, or theory, not program, we have an excellent system, but things happen. Share your perspective.
Absolutely. So when it comes to drug abuse, when it comes to mental illness, these are issues the school district simply can't take on alone. We simply can't. We have extraordinary, and you've just touched on extraordinary people in this system who are doing extraordinary work to address those issues, but we alone don't have the expertise or the capacity to deal with that. So we need to work with our partner agencies to figure out what are some systems, some better systems that we can put in place together. Part of that, I think, is some education campaigns. Part of it is how do we engage families and what they can do to see the signs to help their children. And I think sometimes, to be very honest, we put a pretty heavy expectation on our school system to solve all of those problems on its own. It simply can't be done. We need to partner. Now, here's the risk there, though. I will be honest with this, and I just actually I talked about it yesterday in one of my conversations, and actually just had an email exchange today with one of my colleagues, because we have some student speakers tonight at a board meeting. They know I'm not there. It's okay. It was all approved. We have some student speakers who are coming to talk about student mental health issues. We actually have dollars set aside to address some mental health addiction issues that we're seeing happening. We have the dollars set aside. And we have incredible agencies in our community equipped to deal with that. They don't have the capacity. Right. And I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't know what the answer is there. So I will tell you one of the things that we are looking at is expanding teletherapy options as well. We simply don't have the in-person people to do it. So this is one that we can't go alone as a school district.
For us here, would you recommend or say, is the option of drug testing students with parental consent on the table?
I would have to consider that more before I would give an answer, and I'd be happy to have that conversation. I simply don't have an answer for you on that right now, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I would be open to that conversation. But I do want to be mindful that as the school system, we recognize what our own limitations are, and where the role of social agencies, where the role of families comes into play. I believe that during the pandemic, out of necessity, and frankly, it was the right thing to do, it was right, school systems took on a lot beyond what we would normally do. I think we have to assess how much more we can take on.
And I've got a couple minutes left, plus my 4 seconds, so talk about recruiting and retention.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I said this yesterday. Compensation matters. That's it. But working conditions matter. And I said this yesterday with when I was at Worcester, and we were talking with the student group actually. And Leah, the principal, was sitting in the back, and I said, obviously teachers want to be paid competitively for the work they do, but teachers want to work for a great principal. Mm-hmm. And even if, and I will say when, we pay them more, that doesn't fundamentally change the nature of their working conditions. Right. It doesn't make their work easier. What helps them do their work well is a leader who creates an environment with the supports in place and the clear expectations for them to do their job, and a culture where they feel successful and where they want to be every day. And frankly, as a broader system, because I was talking about teachers, and obviously we need to recruit bus drivers and paraeducators and all of that, one of the things that we have found in Highline, and I think it speaks to this notion of getting at what is something we want to rally around as a community. So, in Washtenaw, it's every student by name and face to graduation. And you've heard me mention many times our Highline promise to know every student by name, strength, and needs so they graduate prepared for the future they choose. That promise and our corresponding strategic plan and goals has become one of our best recruiting tools. Because again, educators want to be a part of something big for kids. They want to be a part of something hopeful. They want to be a part of something they believe in. So if we create something that people want to be a part of and believe in, they will come.
I'll waive my 15 seconds plus 4, 19.
Mm-hmm. Let the record show. Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith. Oh, no, we went through started. That's right. She was going to dive in. She was about to dive in. Did you see that? She was like, oh, my mistake. No, my mistake. Okay, so what we will do is we finished our question time, and we want to hear from you. You'll have 2 minutes to give us any parting words or remarks or observations, anything you want to leave with the board. But before you do that, again, we want to thank you. I want to thank you again for going through this process. You're at the end. You can exhale in 2 minutes. You've made it through, and we don't see any blood. So all that's good. But we appreciate you being here so much, and we're honored. We're honored by your interest. So please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Student Trustee Custer, Trustee Mayberry, Trustee Rodriguez, President Taylor, Trustee Nicolette, Trustee Minetto, Trustee Smith, and Trustee Church for having me here. I hope that I've made it clear to you that serving as a superintendent just isn't what I do, it's who I am. It is not easy work. It is not work for the faint of heart, but it is work that I love. And I would love nothing more than to continue doing that work and serving this community. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm deeply grateful.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, our next session, as we know, is 4:15, so we're about 15 minutes, and we'll come on back in. Thank you. Safe travels home.
Thank you very much. Heading to the airport now.
All right. It is 4:15 on the dot. Look at this group getting back on time. Even Trustee Nicolette. So I'm doing this to our last break. Our last break to get back everybody back on time. All right, but we're excited to be here. Ms. Ebert, thank you. You are 5 of 5, but this group is actually good because we get a little giddier. We get a little happier as it goes. So we really do. So actually, this is actually better. But so thank you for sticking around all day to be a part of this, and really broader than that. Thank you for getting involved in this process and putting yourself out there. Thank you for your interest in our district. I say this on behalf of my colleagues and in the WCSD family, and really our community. You know, this is a big job. It's a big job, and it's really important for us here. We know it's the largest enterprise, and the fact that you're interested and want to be a part of what we have going on here, we don't take that for granted. So thank you so much. We know that Dr. Bryan has already walked you through the process, and then we always do the cursory, so we can do the same thing with everyone. He will do the cursory intro of you, but you know, we have to. This man is here. He has to earn his keep, and so we do have a legal disclaimer, statement, instructions, and all of that. Counsel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sievert. I'm Anthony Hall, Board Counsel, and I just want to give you a very brief legal instruction regarding the interviews that we're about to do. Specifically, at least one trustee has indicated a desire to ask candidates questions about a variety of national issues that superintendents are facing. For example, transgender athletes, teaching critical race theory, sexual education involving gendered language. None of the questions from any of the trustees are meant to elicit your protected statuses. Accordingly, in providing a response, if any, please do not disclose your protected statuses. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, and so we'll turn it over for the quick intro, Dr. Bryan. Thank you so much, sir.
Literally, Ms. Ebert, it's 5 seconds because everybody knows you well and is happy to be able to say that. And you get your 2 minutes now to even say more, and then 2 minutes at the close.
Additionally, thank you, Dr. Bryan. Additionally, we have JJ is great at this clock. You've been in our meetings before, so you know that. And so it will buzz, so don't let that take you off. Don't let that throw you off or anything. And we'll have a couple of rounds, and we've certainly made room for our student trustee, Caden, to be a part of this process as well. And so he'll dive in on behalf of the Student Advisory Committee. So we've been going back and forth with our start. So we're on this side because he doesn't get to ask questions. We'll go to Clerk Bonetto, and then we'll go to her left as we begin, and we'll just go around. Yes.
Working all sides of the brain, keeping you guys.
I've been trying to keep them engaged, just trying to mix it up. So.
There you go.
We're just alternating. We're really just alternating. Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you, Dr. Bryan.
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, first of all, to all of you for having me here today. I know this has been a rigorous process, and you are embarking on deciding on your one employee, which serves 60,000 amazing, beautiful children that come to you each and every day. Parents are bringing you their best that they have, and they trust us to lead. As I was preparing for this afternoon, I was thinking about yesterday and visiting the schools and the students that did the tours. They're phenomenal. They care deeply. I asked the students, what do you think we need to change? And I love my principal. And so 2 principles you do not need to change according to the students at all. Very happy. But yesterday was a celebration. National Teacher of the Year was announced. And when I go back to just 1 year ago, we as Nevadans had a phenomenal human being, Juliana, to represent our great state. And I thought about how her platform of joyous and just educational system. And I think about Washoe County School District and the opportunity that we have before us today. Standing on the shoulders of giants, there are still things that we need to improve upon. We're not perfect, But I will say there are great things going on. And you've heard that through the candidates that have everybody that's applied for this job recognizes the leadership and the diversity of this board and the possibilities that can transpire and lifting up the entire community. So I thank you once again for this opportunity. I think I've gained weight through this opportunity, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ebert. And no question about that. That's the part we're going to throw that in for free, a workout, a membership.
There we go.
For each of the candidates, and we'll be joining you and your personal trainer for everyone. But we will begin with our questions, and we're going to begin with Clerk Minetto.
Right. Thank you, Madam President. So in the last 10 years, what have been your jobs? How's that for a question?
In the last 10 years, okay, so that's 2011. Going back to that time period, I was the Chief Technology Officer for the Clark County School District. In that, it was a job that I did not apply for. The superintendent actually asked me if I would serve as the Chief Technology Officer. I was coming from the academic side of the house, and I was wondering where the superintendent was going. But he was spot on that an educator needed to lead in the technology arena, to bridge the technology side of the house with education so that we could amplify the work that we're doing. From there, I went on to we had a new superintendent who reorganized. I was the Chief Innovation and Productivity Officer for the school district. That was a mouthful as a title, but bringing my experience both with technology as well as academics. So both of those were in the portfolio in the role that I held. After that, I was blessed and fortunate to spend some time outside of our great state. And as I like to say, you can take the girl out of Nevada, but you can't take Nevada out of the girl. And so I moved to New York, where I was the PK20 Senior Deputy Commissioner, serving 3 million students, overseeing a budget of $27 billion for education. And then had the opportunity to now move into my current role, 3 years as State Superintendent of Public Instruction.
All right, thank you. What is your personal goal for being the superintendent of Washoe County?
I wake up every single day to better the lives of our children. It's very simple statement, hard to do, because we have a diverse community that we serve. But as you all know, and I think I've said this to each one of you individually, as well as I say it all the time, so no one should be surprised, except for maybe new people that I've not been introduced to. But I would not be sitting in front of you if it were not for amazing educators. And so continuing the education system that I was afforded, my siblings were afforded, to build out that capacity across our state is just a great honor. And it is a personal goal would to make sure that we have 100% graduation. 100%. I know it's doable. It will be hard, but it is doable when we see every single child, when we understand the context that they're coming from, and we meet them where they're at.
And I think that kind of answers my next question. What do you think is the most important role of a superintendent? But I think you answered that just now. So give us a story of, or some background of when you've done shared governance.
So currently, as the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, I serve as the board secretary. Our construct within the state of Nevada is one of partial elected board and partial appointed board. And we just went through as a team training, and I know some school districts across the state have adopted Silver State governance. And we have moved forward with that as a state board of education. adopted 2 goals: streamlining our meetings so that we're efficient and effective. Also rating ourselves on how much we discuss student outcomes during our meetings. So right now, currently, I am blessed to be part of the State Board of Education for our state.
All right, thank you. Well, I don't think I have time to ask this, so I'm going to ask later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Minetto. Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much, President Taylor. State Superintendent Ebert, I really enjoyed our time last night. It was a very long day. She and I had a great dinner. We managed to get you back to your hotel, so I just want to thank you so much for the fantastic gift of that time after so much that you had already given over the course of that day. So thank you so much. So my question for you is, can you share an example of how you keep an unfiltered feedback system open with teachers and staff in decision making? In other words, please tell me about how you plan to balance insights from senior leaders and administration along with the lived experiences and realities of teachers and staff.
That is a great question, which people, including myself, need to work at every single day. You have to be intentional in this work. And so my staff is very aware of no surprises, open communication, managing up. In fact, today, my executive assistant was managing up. I haven't been away from the office this long in a very long time, and, she was in there managing up. And so as a team, knowing our goals and our vision, clear communication at the leadership level is critical. Making sure that you have your feedback piece. There are many layers to feedback, especially in a school district and a very large organization. I've had skip level meetings before. I also, too, actually within our own system, I work directly with the superintendents, right? Expecting information flow from the superintendents to the schools, to students, to the community. But I also know sometimes that as that information leaves the Department of Education, there are filters. And not intentional, but, people are busy and different things. And so what I did as I became the state superintendent was I actually directly email every single licensed staff member. I have access to that, and so communicate quarterly so that I know that educators have information to whether it's professional development resources, a change in law that transpired that they need to know about. That was one of the things coming home. I realized that some laws had been implemented, but teachers still were not aware. And so that frequent feedback is huge. And then a listening tour, which I've shared before and will continue to share and do in any role that I have. One of the very first questions that I ask is, if you could have what you want, what would you have? Because sometimes, not sometimes, quite often, the solution is closest to those that are doing the work. And it's a matter of making sure they have the opportunity for voice to be able to share. And in a large organization like this, I think I shared with Kaden and the students last night, there are tools out there now that, with machine learning, artificial intelligence, all of those things that can gather. We over a long day, many of you have your doctorate degrees, collect information, it's analyzed. It takes a long time to do all of that by hand. But there are tools out there now where you can survey communities, and school boards across the nation are using it. Thought Partner is one of those tools where you can gather information quickly and then analyze it, and you have it then to be able to move forward. So those are just a few examples that I would offer you this afternoon on collecting feedback, making sure that voices are heard, and to be able to move the entire district forward.
Thank you so much. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church.
Thank you. We're going this way, and thank you very much. I'm going to take a couple of seconds just to say in our dinner conversation that we determined that when Ms. Ebert went to New York, she perhaps lived in the same house that I lived in as a child.
Not at the same time.
Not at the same time. We're talking,
I was there. I'm a witness.
I'll admit more than 60 years ago, and then she was there a few years ago. You just can't make that up.
At least the same block.
Moving on, but I had to bring it up. So, as I've told the other candidates, there were a number of questions that came to me from my constituents. Under the process, we couldn't put them on the record before, and this is really the only place to put them officially on the record. And I don't know if you have a copy or not, but I'm going to go through some of them.
Yes.
Because there are some pretty specific questions, as legal counsel mentioned. And it involves things like your priorities, how you would work with the new board, some social, gender, sex ed type questions, drug use, chronic absenteeism, and transparency. So let's deal with the first question that's a big concern about dealing with future boards. The board composition may change. How do you feel about that?
I am very comfortable with that. Actually, when I took this position as the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, as you know, President Wynn was the board president at that point in time. There was not an election that had occurred, but just last year there was an election, as well as President Wynn resigning. Bless her soul. She spent nearly a decade as the president. And so I've been through a transition with a board. My current board president, Felicia Ortiz, and President Wynn, two different human beings. And you, as a leader, adapt, making sure there are core values that we all have. And as we move forward together, serving the school districts, serving boards, the community. And so that doesn't change. But yes, personalities change and you adapt and you have open communication about where the district is going. You're grounded in your mission and values. And so how you take that and move that forward it's an opportunity. You know, because some people might get butterflies when there's in their tummy when there's changes. But no, I'm very comfortable with understanding that we have a process, democracy, where we all get to go to the ballot box and cast our vote and make a determination on who will lead or who will sit in the 7 seats here at the end of the day.
Let's deep dive into social justice, whether we call it diversity, equity, equality. How do you feel that should be taught at the K-12 level?
So the board has policies, curriculum that they look at. I think what's very important and what we've seen across the United States in some instances where it has become a flashpoint. We don't want to see that here. And I think what has transpired is first, because we don't all have the same understanding of what diversity means, what equity means. Again, great conversations with us. They were hard on last night. What it means in giving examples and what inclusion means. I talked about the young man that was a tour guide yesterday. And I learned that prior to a few years ago, this student was 90% in self-contained and only 10% pushed in with a classroom. Today, it is flipped. And had I not even known that the student was receiving additional services and support, if that was not communicated, I would not have been able to tell. And so that inclusion and recognizing the differences, but that we can all be successful is important. So I'd round that question out by what we're teaching in our classrooms. Number one, we need to be transparent. We as a state have all of the expectations and standards. They're available 24/7. You can look at them. Constituents can look at them. Oh, you know that. I apologize. But people can review what the expectations are. I think diversity, equity, and inclusion, we need to be clear on those definitions first, and then how we move forward, we do that together as a community, because each community is different. So we are different than Southern California. How we approach and move forward is going to be different.
Thank you so much. We're going to go right over here to our student trustee, Caden.
Hello, great to see you again. It was great interviewing with you yesterday.
Thank you, Caden.
So my first question that I have is one of the biggest issues that students are facing is a lack of motivation and a feeling of isolation at schools. Do you have an idea of how to increase student engagement and or how to make students feel important at their schools?
Thank you. And yes, that is an issue right now with our students. And I know that the intervention teams have, door knocking, finding out where the students are. Student voice is critical. And gathering the students at this point in time together and listening, truly listening, but after we listen, we need to take action. So with that and students' disengagement during this period of time, how they become re-engaged is going to take time. It's going to take resources, but it is going to take all of us working together. Last night, I'm going to quickly share with the rest of the board because it was something new to the students. There are schools across this nation because those that fly under the radar are very stealthy at times, students, right? They can, move and that they're comfortable being there. So how do we get them engaged? In one school, they put all the names, every single name of every single child up on the wall. And then they asked the teachers, which children do you know? And they took stickies and dots and started identifying. And then when they were done with that exercise, unfortunately, there were children with no dots. So they knew immediately those students that needed additional help, needed adults to reach out to them, so they were not invisible and meeting their needs. So I'd round that out with number one, student voice is important, gathering, understanding what the context is and why they're not engaged, and then acting upon that listening that we do with the students, because I'm sure I've as you know, students on many of my committees, and they have you all have the answer. So thank you, and thank you for serving as you do within the school district.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Student Trustee Caden. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, President Taylor. Good afternoon, Superintendent Ebert. Nice to see you again.
Yes.
I appreciate your story, and I appreciate your service to our state, by the way. Thank you. My question to you has to do with strategic planning. Can you tell us your most recent experience with strategic planning, your philosophical approach to it, and what stakeholders that you involved?
Great. Thank you for that question. I took 9 months with our team to develop the current state strategic plan. We visited every single school district across the state, as well as the State Public Charter School Authority. And when I say we visited, we did not just do a drive-by and a checkbox and say, oh, okay, we visited White Pine County School District, there you go. We actually spent all day, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. starting with the superintendent's cabinet, having deep conversation, visiting schools, elementary, middle, and high, that slice of life that we have in our educational system, rounding out the afternoon, visiting with union members, as well as administration, and then the community. So that listening tour and being, as you know, part of Clark County School District and Washoe County School District, it used to be Washoe County School District, Clark County School District, and the rurals. Mm-hmm. The rurals are 15 individual school districts. They are unique in themselves and different. So gathering that information and going through the process and having the plan available after it was developed. So we iterated the plan, first did an internal, took it to the superintendents, and the superintendents actually helped us cull our values. We have 6 values. One of them, I'll give you an example, and it was Superintendent White in Douglas. We just had quality, right? Quality as one of our values, that everything we do is of quality. She said we needed to change it to access to quality. Because it's one thing to have it over here, but if you don't have access to it. So I share that as an example of we developed internally, we first listened across the entire state of Nevada. Then we took that information to develop our values and our goals, built out a draft, took it back to the superintendents and the community and said, is this what we heard? Because sometimes when you listen and you write it down, it doesn't match up to what your constituents said. And so we asked for feedback. It actually went to the State Board of Education 3 different times before we all agreed on what the goals and our values were. And we had public comments on it as well. So our strategic plan now, it has morphed because, as I noted earlier, the board has gone through the training and now has 2 goals for the state of Nevada. One is to move from 18th in the ranking of Education Week to the top 10. And the other one is to move from 25%, 23% with CCNR diploma to over 50%. So there are 2 goals now, and so we're realigning the plan to those 2 goals. And we're excited that we're going to make movement on it.
I have a second part of this question. I only got a minute, so looking at our current strategic plan, the response to recovery, in your view, what areas do we, as the Washoe County School District, need to update it or improve it? Is there anything that comes to your mind?
Absolutely. First and foremost, when I met with the leadership team, when I looked at the plan itself, and it was a 2-year, right, during the pandemic, but how do you operationalize the plan? So I asked the leadership team if there is an operational plan behind the strategic plan, and the answer was no.
Okay.
So first and foremost, what are the resources that we have? We need to turn to Mr. Mathers, right, and ask where the money is. And make a determination to make sure that our budget is aligned to the plan to be able to move forward. So it's one area I would offer.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Hello.
Hello.
You're not the only one that got breakfast messed up with us, so we'll figure it out. But no, right. Yeah, she had to clean up her own breakfast. Yeah. But anyways.
I'm sorry.
It was fun. It was unique, that's for sure. We'll say that for our board report. So, so as a new trustee, I've only been here about eight months, so I got the understanding of how our district runs. So if you could kind of share with me a little bit, I understand that we're per pupil funding, we're at the mercy of the state. So I just kind of want to know, in the past, or as your time as a state superintendent, I'll be a little bit selfish. What have you done to help advocate, knowing what our per pupil funding is and was approved to be? So can you kind of explain to me what you did to advocate for us as our state superintendent?
Absolutely. So our pupil-centered funding plan was the Nevada plan prior, right? 54 years old. And so think back of Nevada 54 years ago. Would you want to be driving a 54-year-old car?
Well,
no.
It depends.
The value, depending on the value.
Like GTO or something?
Of the car. But it needed to be updated, number one. And number two, the community could not, well, as an administrator, it was a semester-long course for administrators to learn how the funding worked in Nevada for the Nevada plan. A semester-long course. And it had leaks. Money was supposed to go in, But unfortunately, in some instances, money was flown out of it prior to coming to school districts. And those gaps needed to be closed. And so during the legislative session in 2019, I worked with the legislators that have been working on it a long time, presented in the final hours of the legislative session, actually the last hour and a half before sine die, and then the bill passed with 90 seconds left in the session. So that huge piece of work needed to transpire to close the leaks for children in Nevada. And number two, to build trust. Now we can see, you all can see, and I think Mark presented to you just not even a month, or maybe a month and a half ago, right, the budget. He could easily explain the base funding, per pupil funding, and then the weights, because we know it costs additional funds for our students with disabilities, our ELL students, and our students at risk. And so explaining that now is much easier. And now I fully plan, wherever I am in Nevada, to help advocate, right, and drive additional resources to education.
Okay.
Our children deserve more than what they're getting from us today.
And I would wholeheartedly agree. I would definitely would agree. I think most of us here would. And I just kind of where, I know it's a tough question, but coming as our superintendent from the state level, again, I just specifically, what have you done with the title as state superintendent, seeing that Washoe County is the lowest per pupil fund in the state?
So the base funding for the students is the same across the state. The differentiation of the money that comes into for the weighted funding will be different. And so when you take that total and average it out, it depends how you're doing the math. So I'm not sure which part of the math you are looking at. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, from what I understand from our CFO is basically, quite frankly, a student in Esmeralda, Eureka County is getting funded 3 times as much as Washoe County.
Right, so the formula does have okay, thank you. Now we're on the same page. I wasn't, I appreciate that. So your CFO sits on the Commission on School Funding. He has brought that attention to, and I am not a member of the commission by design, so that is not within my
You can finish your statement. But
okay.
Yeah, you can finish that statement.
Okay.
Subtract it from my next 5 minutes.
No, it's got to be tight, though, because you can get back.
Okay.
Just finish that statement.
So, truly, it is not part of my work as the state superintendent. The Commission on School Funding does have its president. It does have 4 school district CFOs that sit on it, as well as other community members. And your CFO has brought that attention to the Commission on School Funding.
Okay, I'll jump in now, and you can jump back if you need to. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Superintendent Ebert, thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll jump in here. In your opinion, what are the personality traits that make a good executive leader?
The personality traits that make a good executive leader. When we think about integrity and trust, you need to know that they are going to tell you exactly all the data and the facts that are not biased.
Okay.
Information flow is critical in the work, and especially with a leader via the questions that have been asked already. In addition to, I think about this point in time, the agility.
Okay.
Leaders need to be agile for several reasons and adaptable. We've learned through the pandemic there was no playbook in doing this work. We had to build our own roads during this time period, and we had to be flexible. During the pandemic, Science show, we learned, I think first we weren't wearing masks, then we were wearing masks, and now we're not again, right? We've learned a lot. Vaccines came about. So I would say integrity, being agile, adaptable.
Okay.
I'll stay with those unless you would like me to continue
No,
down a list.
It's your response. It's you, whatever. Let me jump in here then, and let's go with integrity, trust, and agility or adaptability. We can start because I know there's an extensive list, so I wanted your opinion on it. But now I'm going to ask you to just follow up a little bit and then give us specific examples when you have demonstrated each of those.
Great, thank you for the question. So first, with integrity, I would say, especially in a leadership position, you are on 24/7, and there's a lot of noise that can transpire. And so I myself, like many of you, have had information that was presented that was not true.
Okay.
You have to address that. You cannot let it go. And so it was in public space that information was provided to leaders. And so in public space, I had to present the facts. And I don't have a problem doing that at all to make sure that people have accurate information as a leader. The public makes decisions quite frequently with misinformation. And so having integrity, leading with integrity, you have to provide information quite often. The agility, I think I shared, the pandemic. I don't think I've been as agile or as adaptable or malleable during this time period. We met as superintendents. Your superintendent, Krista McNeil, was a phenomenal leader during this time, working with the other superintendents, but taking in information, especially context, the diversity of our in-state. It would have been easy to just put out a regulation or a directive that was a one-size-fits-all and then be done with it. But if you notice, a lot of the work that came out was made so that each individual school district could address within their own context, whether it was with a health district specifically, because we don't have one across the entire state, have the health district here. So providing information, being fluid, but continuing to be accurate and consistent at a point in time is huge. I get, may I add?
Please. Okay. We got 35 seconds.
Okay, great. Two, I think at this point in time with the discourse that has transpired, I think of empathy and making sure that we are listening to each other, that we understand and are not quick to judge people and context and what is transpiring. But having empathy as a leader at this point in time is very important as well.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Nicolette?
Absolutely. Thank you. Hello, Superintendent Ebert.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's not evening yet.
No, that feels like it. Isn't it Thursday? Okay. So in your Zoom interview, you mentioned that you would have liked to pause and collaborate with teachers, and that was while working on the 8th grade algebra participation project. So I'm very curious. In retrospect, what would you do differently, and how would you enlist that input from teachers?
Thank you for that question and allowing me to finish out that story. So yes, we learned that when we hit the 50% mark, 50%, so roughly 10,000 children now enrolled in Algebra 8, that they were not attaining the level of skill and knowledge that we had seen. 25% was great, but 50 we saw wobble, a decrease in those that were proficient. And so I would have liked to have used the same methodology that we did with the 8th grade teachers. we brought all of the teachers together and said, what are the resources that we have? What are the resources that you need? We needed to differentiate the professional development for the teachers. It wasn't a one-size-fit-all. And so I would have liked to have taken that work and celebrations. We celebrated quite often of the hard work and success of our students and our educators. But I would have liked to have taken that model and mindset and worked with our colleagues, PK, K, 1, 2, 3, in building that map and having an on-ramp to the 8th grade algebra program. It would have taken longer to reach, but as I shared with you, I'd rather have taken the time to do that work than to just scrap the entire program and say, no, it's not, and that's what the leadership did afterwards is, no, we're not moving forward with the 8th grade algebra program. But it's a stick to it. And knowing and what steps you need to take, but at that point in time, we did not move in that direction.
Retrospect, it's hindsight. It's such a beautiful thing, right?
Yes.
So clear. So you mentioned in the strategic goal planning, you had 2 goals, and you mentioned that you used Ed Weeks as goal 1 to move from the 18th percent to the 10th percent. Why did you choose Ed Week?
That is a great question. There was a lot of discussion among the board of what data shall we use. And I just want to clarify, it wasn't percent, it actually is state rank. And so with that one metric, we have all of the states that are accounted for. Looking at graduation rate is part of that metric, as well as growth. And we were 35th at one point, and actually I think we were 43rd, 35th, 18th, and 18th now again. So that metric was important because it was about student outcomes. There are other, like the Casey report that comes out, there are other metrics that are used to judge our state. In that metric, for instance, 25% of it is early learning, 25% of it. And so we do not, with our PK, we do not fund full day K in Nevada. I was in New York. New York funds full day PK for 3 and 4-year-olds. And we know that we know for a fact that we don't do that. And so that metric already, when 25%, then there's only 75% of that metric left. So we wanted to work with those things that we have control of. We cannot control, as the state board, cannot control the funding for PK. We can advocate, we can move forward, but at the end of the day, it is the legislature that will have those funds made available for us. So that was out of our control, where the education of our children, working with the school districts, is within our control.
Right on time. Right on time, Dr. Nicolette.
Imagine that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Clerk Minetto.
Trustee Minetto, you will have an additional 21 seconds.
I don't remember what the last question I asked you was. So, if I've already asked this,
we'll help you.
Thank you. Can you give me a specific situation where you used shared governance? Did I already ask that?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay. Then I have another one.
It's late. We're all hanging in. We're all hanging in.
Superintendent? Oh, deputy superintendent. So in all of our leadership, we have the best leadership team in the world. Not that I'm biased. How will you honor and use their expertise?
So I have been the first in many of my roles that I've had throughout my career. And building a team and working with an existing team is not new. I have always, my entire career, looked first at what is it that I am walking into with this team. And you are correct, your team, the leadership team is phenomenal here in the Washoe County School District. And I would not say that if I did not mean it. So with that being said, looking at the team, the assets that are here, the adults, the caring, the talent that exists, and then making a determination of best fit, who's interested in the position, how we're going to move forward. Is there any restructuring within the leadership team that needs to transpire? We will have those discussions about who we are, the talents we bring, and how we're going to achieve our goals. Are there any gaps? And go through that process. If there is a need to bring in other team members to work with us, then I will follow working with human resources, the proper procedures for advertising a position, making sure that we get the best candidate. But our human capital, the only way we're going to move forward is by having the best and brightest working alongside us. And I always say, and I said it yesterday, we are all HR, every single one of us. It is not left to Emily to be HR and her team. Every single person, every single one of us represents the district. And so we need to continually invite people to be part of this great team. And then we need to keep those that we have. Retention, you wouldn't have to recruit, right? You wouldn't have a big recruitment issue if you had great retention. So how do you make sure that you're paying attention to both recruitment and retention, specifically for the leadership team? Rounding out talent and skill set will be important.
Thank you. So as the superintendent, what do school visits look like, I mean, in your mind, and what, like how many a year or, yeah.
School visits are the most important. That's where the work happens. Talking to our educators, talking to the students, making sure that we're listening to what they have to say. There is work to be done, and some work does transpire in the office, but you can also move your office out into schools. There's no reason to be sitting in the administration building. You can I would expect of myself, actually, I've been in these schools since, I love visiting Washoe County School District. It was the very first school district when the pandemic hit that I called the superintendent up and said, I want to visit classrooms. I want to talk to children. And I got down on my knees, spoke with children, the second graders, and I'll never forget, the one second grader saying, I do not want to have the mask on. And at the second he said that, he also said, but I want to be here with my teachers and my friends. So they knew, the children know what it meant to keep their friends and their teacher healthy and safe, and they wanted to be there. I needed to understand that because there's a lot of noise going on, a lot of noise. But when you talk directly to those you serve, you have direct answers and you have the facts, and then you can move forward in leadership. So early and often in everything, especially with schools opening, having those opening school meetings, being in schools, working, listening, gathering that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Minetto. Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much, President
Trustee
Taylor.
Smith, you will have an additional 41 seconds.
Oh, well, that's exciting. I think I'm
It's a little
I
thing.
know.
It's the little things.
Here
it's the
we
little
go.
things.
All right, well, that's good because this is a big question. An active topic of conversation in our district involves the ever-increasing amount of work expected from our teachers. In addition to educating our kids, they are also responsible for a growing volume of paperwork and administrative work. So here's my question. Have you ever led a process audit for any of your teams? If so, what did it look like and what was the outcome?
Thank you. So yes, several audits within my 32nd year. So have had a lot of audits, some that are just required via the federal government, others internal. So one of the areas within the district when I was the Chief Technology Officer is actually had the Council of Great City Schools come in and work with us. And what's nice about an audit process with the Council of Great City Schools is you have people that are doing your job in other large urban school districts. So they came in, worked with us to identify gaps, obviously praised us where we were doing had successful work, gaps, and then move forward with those recommendations to improvement. So that's one example. I have also a district level example if you would like to. Okay, great. So under a new superintendent within the district doing an entire district audit, we had a philanthropist that was willing to fund, gave the school district $1 million to do the project. It ended up costing $850,000. We hired the Gibson Group to come in. They do district audits. It took about 6 months. As a staff member, I tell you, I was a little not sure, and also at the same time was a cabinet member. I need to say I was a cabinet member, not in a different position, but having them come in and develop a report, which I'd be more than happy to share the link with you, 250 odd pages. They took the district and compared it size to Houston, and I believe Hillsborough, it was a Florida district of similar size. Achievement, where we were successful as a district and where we needed to do better with the resources that we had. Restructuring was part of what was recommended, as well as looking at our student achievement, providing support. So there were many layers. Obviously, it was a very long report, but it was nice to have the public-private partnership in the work, and it was one of the very first times in a long time that we were able to offboard those things that weren't working, and it's hard sometimes in education to say goodbye to something that has been a long friend for a very long time, but we have services and we say thank you very much for your service, and we move on off of that and transition to new learnings that we have, new opportunities, if we've learned other opportunities from those across the nation. But that was a massive project, and one that I'm very proud of, that I led that component of it with the outside consultant.
Thank you so much. And a quick follow-up question. Either of those processes that you just described, did they result in efficiencies that still allowed the same quality of work to be done, but in a more efficient way that generated less of that ever-increasing workload?
Yes, thank you for getting back to the teacher piece. Having information readily available for educators to make decisions. And Washoe County actually does, in areas, have that information readily available for teachers. But yes, removing unfunded mandates, I think I will always be after as long as I live. And I asked, when I was in New York, I've actually asked the superintendents here as well, and I know they're producing it, but top 10 from the district, it's a different structure there, the BOCES superintendents. They gave me a list of the top 10 things, unfunded mandates. I was able to accomplish 8. Removing, and it wasn't my list, it was their list. And so we worked together to remove unfunded mandates. I am there 100%. If there are things that we can do centrally to help educators, then we need to do so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church, you're up, sir.
I thought I had 19.
You got nothing. You got nothing.
15 and 4.
I don't know.
Come on. All righty. I want to get to question number 2 on my list, which gets back to the Ed Week. And by the way, because of your unique position, you're getting a grilling, and I really appreciate your taking it and responding, and at least you have an opportunity to respond. So thank you. And I'm going to continue. I'm going to quote from the Ed Week survey, word for word. This year, Nevada finishes 50 among 50 states in the District of Columbia with an overall score of 68.6 of 100 points and a grade of D+. Diving into the findings for the 3 graded indices, Nevada earns a C- in the Chance for Success category ranks 50th. I'm going to speed forward. In school finance, Nevada receives a D- and ranks 49th. For K-12 Achievement Index, it finishes 18th with a grade of C. So, a little more to that story. How do we do better? You have a magic wand. You're our superintendent. How do we do better than 50 out of 50?
Thank you. And thank you for bringing the facts to the table and disaggregating it so that people understand, right? It needs to be consumable to the general public. And the funding piece to Trustee Rodriguez, when we're talking about the funding formula itself, we are last. And we've been able to, as Nevadans, put additional funding toward education, but we have not communicated that it is not enough. And I will use the marijuana funds as an example, right? Everyone voted to have the marijuana, I'm assuming things, but there were enough people that said, let's put this toward education. At first, talking about the leaks before, it was not. Now it is 100%. So I want to make sure everyone knows that. It all goes to education. But we need $200 million annually in addition to get to the national average. That marijuana money is now $80 million. So yes, thank you for making sure that the 80 million came, but our need is much greater. And I think that's where the rub comes and people are like, but we're still at the bottom. Yes, because we have such a great hill to climb. It is going to take all of us working together to do that lift. And the commission is tasked with getting to optimal funding over 10 years. But it is going, people say, well, it's the state. Well, guess what? We are all the state. We all have the opportunity to run for office. You all have the opportunity to be trustees. You all have the opportunity to run for other offices. And it's making sure that if we value education, we truly want to get out of that 50th, 48th, 45th, whatever number it is going to take all of us. It is not the state. We are the state. And so we need to make sure that we clearly articulate what is happening, what is not happening, and what it takes to get to that goal of average. Our teachers do a phenomenal job with limited resources for decades. A phenomenal job with limited resources. A presentation that sticks in my mind I shared with some of you, Jeremy Aguero, who you know, in our state, has done a phenomenal analysis. And I was sitting, it was over a decade ago in the audience, and he said, we're effing funding a decade ago, right? But we're a C in attainment. Who do we attribute that to? Our teachers. Our teachers, our families, our students. So Trustee Church, I am right there with you. You bring data all the time. Since my return home, you've brought me data. So we will continue to have those data discussions. I don't fear them any way, shape, or form. Let's bring it on. Let's bring the data. Let's have those conversations so that we're transparent, and then we have the information to move forward.
And we are, it does say, 50th out of 50 overall, and it's officially evening, so I'll give up my final 17 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Okay, we'll jump around here. Trustee Mayberry, you're up against sir.
No one has any more time left.
People are begging. This is pathetic. Jeff's begging. Adam's basis, but no.
I was just checking. I was going to go to the JSR tonight. I'll hold off on that.
No, yeah.
Superintendent Ebert, yeah, thank you again. I want to keep this conversation going, kind of piggyback off of Trustee Church and Trustee Rodriguez, and the question is a bit pointed. So you are somewhat at an advantage, and you are somewhat at a disadvantage as a candidate, right?
I'm fully aware.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So it just sort of prefaces the tone of my question. But the smaller school districts in Nevada, as you acknowledge, undoubtedly receive more dollars per pupil than this school district does. And the Nevada Cost of Education Index used in the calculation doesn't match the reality of the high cost of living in northern Nevada. I mean, the fact of the matter is, per pupil funding, yeah, in the state of Nevada may be the lowest, but it is the lowest in Washoe County amongst the state. Governors even said the state revenue is up 34%, yet we're only getting, here Washoe County School District is getting a 1% increase in funding. And yeah, let's keep having a conversation on data, but frankly, as a native Nevadan, we've been having these conversations as long as I've been alive. And so my question to you is, if you get this position or if you do not get this position, how are you going to advocate for us for more funding?
So on a daily basis, I do, and thank you for. And I have been extremely transparent through this entire process. The shift in the funding formula, that's under everybody's fingernails here. The shift that transpired. First of all, let me say, there's no perfect formula because they're all different. It's the ones that, and this is across the entire United States, right? Every single state funds differently. It's the one that we choose to move forward with is where it's at, but also, and what has everyone has been very clear about is no one's afraid to revisit. Just like when you make policy here, no one is afraid to revisit after it's implemented and looking at the formula. And again, Mark has been, Mr. Mathers has been very supportive and articulate in that work. The commission is listening to, no one has said, nope, we're not, doing anything. And so we have had the different, and actually the one that was hired by the Washoe County, which, I happen to know these things, as you said, right, was hired to bring in. There are pluses and minuses to all of the formulas that exist. So it's which plus and minus do you want to look at? That being said, it is the reason why I came home to work on funding. One of the major reasons, there are many reasons, but one of the major reasons, especially because when I was in New York and saw $24,000 per child. $24,000.
My goodness.
Our kids in Nevada they're going to end up competing against the children in New York who have class sizes of 22, 23 at high school.
Wow.
So if we want to see our economy grow, if we want to see our students be successful, if we want to continue to have learning conditions change, we have to invest in education. And it is a we. We are going to the ballots and have elected officials. They are the ones that we elect to do that work. And so your question to me, that's the same exact question I'm going to be asking my new senator, because mine was termed out. And I do live in Carson City, for the record. So my senator was termed out, but there will be a new senator, and that's what I will be asking, as well as Assembly Person, those questions. As a private citizen, excuse me.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to be direct, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Rodriguez.
Well, you finished up my question pretty good. Well, I guess I'll move on to something else. Thank you for that. And yeah, unfortunately, our kind of advantage is advantage a little bit, and I do recognize that. And thank you for being patient with us. I want to shift gears a little bit. So while our community is great, it's awesome, there is a dark element of it, and this is something that's going on, and I believe needs to be addressed. So there's a human trafficking issue, and it does impact our school district. There's guns, there's violence, bullying, or whatnot. So I just kind of want to know a little bit more. How would you address that as our superintendent?
Thank you for that question. Health and safety, number one, non-negotiables in our community. Right now, I would need to work directly with the police force that we have here in Washoe County School District. And so doing the deep dive, right, as part of the leadership team, also doing a deep dive with the police force itself and how they are functioning. What is the morale? What are the tools? What are the skills? All of those pieces. But then beyond the Washoe County School District, working with our local municipalities, right? Working with those and the various agencies, to your point on human trafficking, that work across the state, both not only within the state, actually, and federally, because we know, unfortunately, that people, it breaks my heart to even say, but people are moved in human trafficking across state lines, across the country, into other countries. And so that issue is a local issue that needs to be dealt with, but to be able to solve it, it is a multi-layered piece that will peeling back the onion, if you will, of what we are doing right as a school district, what the local municipalities are doing right or not, right? Exposing where we need to make improvements and doing so strategically so that does not transpire in our community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, I got time. Something else that I do here in our community is parents want more involvement. They want access to our school district more. What role do you see parents from the district level down to the individual schools?
We need to make our schools and this boardroom welcoming. One of the questions in the family engagement that I had last night, or was more of a statement and a question, is if I was selected as superintendent, what would I do to make sure that this boardroom felt more safe and accessible to families? And that broke my heart when I had that question, that a family member wouldn't feel safe coming in and talking with their elected officials about what they are experiencing. And so going to that empathy piece and understanding and listening, finding out what is transpiring, having those conversations, warm, welcoming environments. I walk into school buildings across this entire state. I can tell you within 30 seconds how that school is doing by how I am greeted. They don't know who I am. I act like I'm anyone, any parent. You know, I always say, if I need to call, I call it eating my own dog food, right? I don't want to be treated any differently than anyone else. So if I need IT services, I call IT just the same way anybody else would. I don't call and say, hey, this is the state superintendent, let me jump the line. So when I walk into a school building, I am just Joan. And I want to be treated just like anybody else. And guess what? I am treated just like anybody else. And sometimes that feeling is not good. It is not good. And so working with schools, the very first people our children see some days are our bus drivers, right? Do our bus drivers at this point in time, that's a whole, I don't know if anybody's going to go with that question, but, you know, how do our bus drivers feel? And when they're greeting the first day our students with love and care and joy. Are their front office staff, are our principals doing the same? Culture and climate, our families need to feel welcomed. And I do want to say in most schools, it's a positive. So I don't want to have it all be, a negative, but we do need to address those places where families don't feel welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's back over to me. In your opinion, you've had a chance. You know our district anyway, because you've been involved before. But you've got to have an opportunity to have a little deeper look and inside observations. So just based upon what you've learned additionally, and pretty much what you know as well, what are the top three, in your opinion? What are the top three threats that we have here in the Washington County School District, and what did you see as the top three opportunities?
Top three threats and top three opportunities. The number one threat we've talked about a lot is funding.
Okay.
If we do not increase funding, there are many different aspects of that that are going to transpire, and we've already experienced it with staff, right? Staffing, being able to recruit. The pay scale that we have, we know needs to be raised. The entry level for teachers, we know needs to be raised as well as all of the staff. So funding, number one.
Okay.
The next one is community engagement, I would say, is a threat for this school district.
Okay.
If we do not create the welcoming environments for the diversity that we have in our school district, I would say that is a threat. And actually then going back to Caden earlier with chronic absenteeism is a threat to our school district. Students cannot learn if they're not here. And then also too the data, so not only with the chronic absenteeism, but our, it's coming to me, credit deficient. So Washoe County School District prior to the pandemic was, right around 10% credit deficient when you look at the high schoolers. We're almost at 20% today, credit deficient. And so student engagement, student involvement, making sure that they're here, that they're on track to graduate to success. If we do not address that, that is a threat as well.
Okay.
Opportunities. I love opportunities. So opportunity number one, our improvement plan.
Okay.
We have the opportunity to revamp that at this point in time. We stand on the shoulder of giants. Your superintendent, Chris McNeil, has done a phenomenal job, as well as you as a board. It doesn't matter how much time you've been on the board. You are part of this board now. And so moving forward with the improvement plan and getting also to an operational plan, how you're going to operationalize the plan as well. The opportunity around career and technical education, making sure that it's available within all of our schools, not just in high school, but within the Department of Education. We've built out now coursework at the middle level. So making sure we're moving with the middle level and then down into the elementary grades. That is a huge opportunity. I know the bond has provided for new schools, as well as new areas of study. We talk about student interest and graduation rate in that area. It is hands down a great opportunity. And we know in Nevada, it is not the old VOTEC, career and technical education, that you can take career and tech education as well as advanced placement courses and be a happy, jolly student while you're doing that. The third area that I would say is the opportunity, which actually was the threat, is with our students. Making sure that they're gaining access and a voice into all of the work that we do.
Okay. And with the 45 seconds we have left, I'll ask you to pick one of the opportunities and one of the threats and talk a little bit about how you plan to handle it.
So the opportunity and threat, two sides of the coin with the students and community engagement. Okay. The community engagement, and I know you've started doing more, but having town halls with you as board members, and so that we can have the open two-way dialogue, and parents just don't, meeting them in their areas of the community, and meeting them where they're at, making sure too that it is accessible. I saw translation services there last night, so thank you very much. But also our written comments that are available, that we have that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Vice President Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. I think this is the last question of the evening. I'm honored.
Thank you.
Okay. Please describe your iterative process when identifying what programs to eliminate or to introduce into schools.
So I'll start with introduction first, because that on the table, why? Why are you introducing a new program? Is it because something is failing? Is it because there's a new learning? We have a lot of new brain research that is out there. So there may be items, programs, learnings within the school district that we heard from our students on how we move forward with personalized competency-based learning, on how they want to learn differently, given that they have a device, given that they have family engagement. And so the iterative process, I'll choose the personalized competency-based learning, is making sure that there is a long trajectory. We're building out a 5-year plan in that area, that it is first opt-in. You have to have a pilot in to find out within our context. If it is happening somewhere else in the nation and it's a positive, and we see that it's a fit for us here in Washoe County School District, right? Because context matters. So we determine it's a fit. We have to pilot first to make sure and find where the bugs are. So that is part of the iterative process in implementation. But you can't pilot forever. I've seen people do that too. You know, well, we'll do 2 here, 3 here, and then it kind of stops. And when that happens, you just end up with a quilt of a bunch of different pilots. So you need to make that determination that either we're going to not continue with whatever we thought was the new project that we were starting, or we go ahead and resource it properly, professional development, where there's additional tools that we need, all of those, that we resource that new project properly so that it can be implemented across the district successfully. Organized abandonment is the second piece, as in my terminology with a friend, organized abandonment. When there are, and especially in education, there are times when we have new learnings, there are additional resources, but for some reason people want to have their feet in 2 different boats at the same time. Well, when you're on water and you have 1 foot in one boat and 1 foot in another boat, you can't balance yourself and you end up in the water at the end of the day. And so respecting what has transpired, whatever practice learning it is, and then truly having an organized abandonment, that we are saying no publicly, we are stopping this activity. Because if you are not strategic and vocalize it, you will still have people that still want to live in both worlds. And it's hard. Change is hard. But you have to give everybody permission, and you have to have that, closing of the chapter. We've read that book, we've participated, now we're moving on officially and open. I think that's when transition fails, is when they say, well, no, we're not doing that anymore, and then move on. It's like, no, we are not, we're stopping. We are stopping this activity. You can do that on the weekends if you'd like, but in our school district, this is how we're moving forward. So being clear.
Wow, thank you. Okay, so you use the term best fit. I will admit I struggle with that sometimes. What does that mean to you?
Best fit to me, because in this instance, you have qualified candidates. Everybody has been through a very rigorous process and a transparent process as well. And so at the end of the day, culture, as we know in climate, right? Culture trumps strategy every single day of the week. And so making sure that you have understanding, that the person that you're going to bring on has understanding of the culture and fit, if you will. There's different components of fit.
I'm gonna have to jump in a little bit just so we're fair, right? So, okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I think that's. I know, fair, right? So, but we certainly appreciate your taking this time. This is the end of a very long process, and you held up well, and certainly responded to the questions well. So we appreciate it. But you still have 2 minutes for any last minute thoughts, comments, anything like even questions that you want to leave with the Board of Trustees.
Again, I want to thank you for this process. I do believe I am the best fit. I wouldn't have made the application. There are superintendency positions available across this nation. There are also superintendent positions that were made available within our own state. I was very strategic and very thoughtful. I did my homework. I watched many, in fact, I recommended to some of you that you should watch your own board meetings. Because you're fully present in the time and the moment right now, and it would give you time to reflect as you move forward as a board. Because this is a great board. This is a great school district. Do you all agree on everything? No. Guess what? This is the United States of America. That's what we value. Democracy, that we can have conversations, that we can move forward, that we can listen with each other. So I applied for this job strategically because that's what you do. That's what you do here. And you have big hearts. You care about children. You bring that to the work, your passion, your grilling, bring it on because you're doing it for children. I know why you're asking that question. You're asking these questions on behalf of the children. And I am one of those children. Excuse me. You know, growing up, and I had that little red ticket for lunch, right? Mm-hmm. I didn't know that was a bad thing until an adult told me it was a bad thing. It was not. It was not. And my parents did not have the capacity. They didn't know what college applications were, how to get to college. My parents loved me, but they didn't know all the processes that are required to get to success. So I thank you for your service. I would love the opportunity to be the superintendent for the Washoe County School District. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Ebert. We are again honored to have you interested in being a part of this little work we have here called the Washoe County School District. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you guys get some rest as well.
Yes, we all need it, and safe travels back home for you. We know you'll be driving, so get some caffeine along the way. Okay, as we wrap this comment, Dr. Bryan or Ms. Ellison, please.
Yes, please. I just wanted to celebrate that we have reached the end of this process. Next Tuesday will be an exciting day for us. But I also wanted to give a reminder to anyone that might be watching and to our employees and families and community stakeholders that the interviews today, the focus groups last night, all of the information that's been shared online, these are all artifacts or data points that can be taken into consideration in terms of providing this board feedback via the survey tool that we have available. I see lots of nodding heads. I know that the board is very, very, very interested in the community's input, and so I just want to encourage everyone to take advantage of that. The survey will close Friday night at 5, close of business, 5 p.m., and then that information will be compiled and summarized for our Board of Trustees, so that can help inform your decision making next Tuesday. So that survey can be found on our website. Just click on the superintendent link on the slider, and then you'll see it there for taking. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, and again, we can't thank you and your team enough for all the work that you've done. And before we go to our final our final public comments, yes, general public comments, right? That means comments not about this process, but general public comments. Just reminders, as Ms. Ellison said, we're going to get the summary of the survey from the Bryan Group. I think we said Sunday night, Monday, something like that.
We'll try to get it to you Sunday night.
Okay, try Sunday night, if not Monday morning. So carve out a little time in your Mondays. In your Monday schedule, so we can take a look at that. Also, we'll have proprietary information private information on some of the background checks from the Bryan Group that will not be shared for privacy reasons, and then also a summary of what was what they discovered during the reference checks as well. So all of these, in addition to the artifacts we've already all utilized, and those that we've gained over these last few days, will be tools that we'll use as we come together on Tuesday. Remember, we have a budget session, and then we have our regular meeting of the Board of Trustees, which you can tell you will be able to tell from the agenda. I saw a draft of it that it's pretty tight, because it's a very tight window, because we don't want to deliberate in this decision. We want to make sure we're ready for that at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, obviously, we want the public to be able to be involved, to come to watch, to share comments, whatever the case may be. Obviously, we always take public comments for sure, but I really want to encourage the public to put that comment in the survey. Yeah. Because that's where it's going to be most valuable for us, because we can consider it along. Not that we don't we do read public comments, we really do, and all the emails that come. But to really be a part of the consideration, as we have everything in front of us, please participate in that survey for members of the public. Do you have anything from you Mr. Hall, in terms of as we go forward, and not sharing and those kinds of things for us?
Just the same instructions we've already talked about. Sorry. Just the same instructions we've already talked about. Remember, maintain your thoughts to yourself on this process. Don't discuss them amongst each other until we're back in an open meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Church?
Madam President, just clarification. The 26th meeting, when we discuss this, that'll not be a special meeting, that'll be part of the original meeting? It is a special meeting, sir. The board meeting is scheduled to begin, correct me if I'm wrong, JJ, but the board meeting will begin, it's scheduled from 1 to 4, 3:30, 3:45, right? Again, the agenda's pretty tight, and then the special meeting will begin at 4. So this is not a part of the board meeting. It is a special meeting to deliberate and if it's the pleasure of the board, to make a decision on who we'd like to invite to be our next superintendent. Okay.
Does that clarify it for you?
Yeah, I didn't see it on the calendar that way, but I'll double check. I could be wrong.
Well, because we've been asked to block the day.
Okay.
And so as long as you're here, you won't miss it.
And to tell my constituents,
4 o'clock.
so if the other meeting runs late, if we're running late, that'll get stopped?
It will get pushed back. But the budget forum should be short, because we don't have any money. So that was going to be easy. That was going to be quick. And that one is at 11. That one's at 11, right? And then the whole idea is that from like 11, 12:30, we have the lunch break. The board meeting will be at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
And the idea is for it to not go past, say, 3:30, 3:45, and then the special meeting to start at 4. And certainly, if any of them go long, it will push, because we cannot begin early. Okay, but if it bleeds over, but the agendas were made in such a way to allow us to pretty much, we don't want to wait till 7 o'clock at night to start talking about the superintendent, and then we're making the decision at midnight, right? That kind of thing. So, because people want to be involved. and we don't want to disenfranchise anybody from that piece. Does that make it clear? So those agendas will come out from JJ as they're made available and so on. You want to share something on that?
I just was going to add that aside from deliberations, we also wrote the agenda items so that there's
the
a second
contract.
item to do the contract. That way, when we when you all decide to reach out and make an offer, you've got an offer to make.
Right. Thank you. I forgot. There are two agenda. Thank you. There are two agenda items on that agenda. One is obviously should we deliberate, decide to make a decision, and then the second will be the contract, of which we've already gone over the template for it and so on, so that we won't be starting from scratch. But so yeah, those two items. Thank you. Anything else on this process? Any other questions? Anyone? No. See that? Okay. All right. Then I know do we have a public? I think we do. Public comment.
Are we on general public
We're
comment?
on general public comment. Yes, because that was not an action item, so we're not having public comment on that.
Melanie Sutton.
Oh, if that, you can. Okay, sure. Come on. Oh yeah. Anything? Then we'll go ahead. Sure.
Thank you. I want to speak about my concerns regarding Superintendent Candidate Joan Ebert. Based on Ms. Ebert's resume, her experiences are no match for the kind of leadership our schools desperately need. With functional illiteracy rates of Washoe County School District students running between 65 and 85%, we need a leader who has firsthand experience motivating students and ability to turn around our 103 failing schools. Based on her resume, the last time Ms. Ebert actually stood in front of a class and personally taught students anything was 26 years ago. She is a career bureaucrat who has no relevant experience in day-to-day contact with children. With out-of-control violent and drug-ridden student behavior on the part of thousands of students, we need a superintendent who has proven their ability to control large campuses and effectively discipline students. In 32 years of education work, Ms. Ebert has never been a principal or assistant principal of even one school and has no experience in stopping violence, drugs, and gangs. 25 of Ms. Ebert's 32 career years were spent working for Clark County schools, the academically lowest achieving and most violent school district in our state and one of the worst in the entire nation. And Clark County schools got progressively worse during her time there. Washoe County School District's last two superintendents practiced intense racism. They made a student's race the most important part of their identity. It resulted in Black and Latino students learning less than they ever have. And in her application papers, Ms. Ebert repeatedly states that she considers the race of individual students and teachers to be the most important issue that schools should deal with. Finally, who do you think is responsible for bringing critical race theory, credit recovery, restorative discipline, hypersexualized sex education, and racist brainwashing liberal indoctrination into our state curriculum and our schools? You guessed it, Ms. Ebert, in her present role as state superintendent of schools. I know that this job would greatly increase Ms. Ebert's future pension, but the purpose of our schools is to teach our children and not to employ adults. Ms. Ebert has none of the experience or the kind of education philosophy that Washoe County parents want for our children and need for our schools. Thank you. I made it. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Hello. So I think all five candidates a very good job for last night. Talk about debate, public comment, CRTs, question, all type of stuff. So this superintendent title should be non-partisan. On Tuesday at 4 o'clock p.m., we should stay politics on. You should stay politics on home, and then we'll pick the best candidate who's one to serve for the next superintendent. I want a superintendent to be served for 63,000 students. Each 6,000 students, and not to be like Clark County School District. We want to be a Washoe County School District, the best school district in Nevada. Nevada, and I will rank all the candidates 1 to 5. I'm gonna pick top 3, and then which one will prefer most win. I will do a survey by Friday. I'm not gonna send my public comment. I will send an email to you by Monday night. By Monday night, I will send a public on Tuesdays. Pick a public comment. I'm gonna go which candidate is the best candidate. And also I mentioned Cindy Cohen comments on last Tuesday. So I do know we have an increase of school violence on Vaughn Middle School. So you see, even they create a social media account. You see all this Vaughn Middle School. If you don't have an Instagram, you probably hard to access. If you do, just have to look up this one. And I think what I'd recommend is to have a special meeting after you hire new superintendent. Have a special meeting. Student code of conduct, business in action, and we need all that kind of stuff. And you don't want to become a Clark County of Reno. So everything is bad right now for Clark County. Everything very bad right now. We want to become stuff like that. So, and also we want to continue to pursue superintendent. I tell you, hire a superintendent. If you delay a superintendent, that will be waste of money. That's our taxpayer money. So take the advantage for that. This fat candidate, best candidate I ever had. And also, I'm going to make joke of a day. The worst thing about the lift of mask mandate is I went from a 9 to the 6.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Duran.
The board received emails from Richard Peterson, Joe Morabito, Linda Herrick, Chip Evans, Tamara Song, Christine McAvoy, Veronica Frankel, Lynette Evans, and Sarah Dawkins.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, everybody. Dr. Brian, Nora, thank you so much for all of your guidance throughout this process. I know we aren't quite there yet, but we're getting close.
Enduring admiration for your staying with the process, which at times was fuzzy.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate it, though. We're very close. So thank you so much. Safe travels for you, too, as you drive up the hill. Thank you, everybody. Have a good weekend, and we'll see each other all day Tuesday, starting at 11. We're adjourned.